Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, the most pro-America anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yes, I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I was like, that just didn't quite sound right.
It's been a while. It's been a month
Yes,
now.
it has. And, of course, I am joined, as always, by my co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of neoprene, a man aggrieved, Donovan Phillips. How are you, sir?
I'm excellent, sir. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Amen. What day is it? What time is it? What are we doing today?
Today is Saturday.
I get so lost in the beginning.
Yeah. Today is Saturday, June 17th, 2023. It is 12:02 p.m. and this is episode 150.
Hot dog.
Yeah. We don't have anything special planned. This is not a show like that.
No,
it's
150 is just a number, bro.
We'll
That's just what
celebrate
we
the
do.
things. It just sounds like a big number. Like it sounds like something
It's
you would
halfway
celebrate
between
for.
100 and 200.
But
100 was a good
Yeah.
deal. I don't think I was here for the 100th episode, right? That was that Century Club with the boys when I was in New York?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
It's been a while.
Yeah, because I know at one point we also did like a get to know us type of show, where we just went through like all of the different topics that we have talked about and kind of said where we're at. But I also think we might have done that when we kind of like rebranded, when we. So I think we might have done that.
Like this is we're not trying to be breaking points out here, bro.
Yes.
He's here. What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, little bitch?
Thank you for joining us, Brian. We are happy to have you.
Brian?
Brian.
I just learned that.
Yes.
That was good. I call you Brian all last show.
So did I.
And from a guy who's used to killing Al Qaeda, I don't want to offend you and call you Brian.
It's the
So I'm
last
gonna call
thing
you
we
Brian.
Yeah.
One of the teams.
That's right. Teams. Yeah, it's going to be a good show today. Like I said, episode 150. We have some various topics. Of course, we have some local stories going on, some good ones about Seattle ice cream shop, and I have some stuff about carjackings in the state. And I have
some carjackings in the state stuff too. Interesting.
We have kind of like the off-record discussion about Joe Kennedy, Coach Joe at Bremerton High School. So we'll talk about that. Part two, we're going to talk a little about the Trump indictment. As much as I really don't want to, like I feel like it's relevant, and I don't know. I hate this has happened to us a couple of times where there's topics that drag on for a long time, and we end up talking about them for like 30 episodes in a row.
Yeah.
And we do it because it's relevant, but it gets fucking boring and it feels repetitive, and I don't want anybody else listening to feel like it's repetitive, And that's why I only have the one life and liberty thing today, is because like how many times can I tell you that the government is trying to kill your children by sending them to Ukraine? Like I can only tell you that so many times before you're like, yeah, I get it.
Yep.
So
I was telling somebody at the brewery yesterday when I was picking up all the show beers and stuff, that essentially I can sit you down with almost anybody, and within 15 to 20 minutes you can convince them that every institution hates them and wants them to die.
I'm telling you.
And it's like there's only so many ways you could say that on every show before it's like, okay, how many times do I got to tell you this, guys? They all hate you. They all want you to die.
Yeah.
They want your children to die. They just need you around for when they need you. And that's it.
My anti-government elevator pitch is strong.
Yes, it is.
It's very strong. It's very effective. I've had a lot of very good success with people that really don't like me and things that I have to say, being like, all right, maybe you're not a piece of shit. You're like, I promise I'm not. You're like, actually, I might be, but I promise that I just want to be left alone.
It's like, you don't understand how much I actually care about you and your rights, good sir.
Yeah, the pitch works well. It's very easy to... it's generally very easy to convince people that they should be able to make their own choices, So
yeah, when you boil it down like that, it generally works.
Yeah, I think it's very good. So
I think I have some angles on the Trump indictment stuff that will be not the usual talking points.
And I haven't. You can give me some updates on it, because I have not been following it that closely. I obviously know what it's in reference to and stuff like that, but I haven't kept up with this week because I just super don't care.
Yeah,
I just am so tired of talking about Donald Trump in this type of a fashion that I would I hate it. So we also have a Breaking Points segment.
Yes.
For those of you who are new to the show, there is a show called Breaking Points that we were once madly in love with that has now degraded to an unrecognizable point, and we pride ourselves on taking clips from their show and just ravaging them.
Yes.
So we're going to be doing that in part 2. Part 3, we have some Ukraine updates, of course, the same type of deal. And then we have some kind of generalized military topics. I talked about some stuff in the last episode in the unheard third part of episode 149 that we can talk about in light today.
So excited about that.
I don't remember what I said. No one knows what I said, so it's going to forever just be left in the...
It's like the mysterious, what was it, episode 13?
Yeah.
That just doesn't exist.
It's just one of those things.
It exists on a hard drive somewhere, but it'll never exist for public consumption.
Don't know what to tell you. And then
I even forgot what it was like. The mic didn't work real well or something like that. I can't remember.
That. Yeah, because there was in the beginning we were still fucking with
the 360 mic, and
yes,
we're getting all close to it,
going back and forth between 1 and 2 and shit like that. And
back in the day,
one of us forgetting one and being like, "Oh no, we can still fucking
we got this.
Make a quality product with one microphone on a table in between 2 of us." Yeah, and then of course we have the grab bag, Colin's grab bag, as you saw in the intro, where he tries to break my brain. Before we go any further, I wanted to remind everyone, of course, to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP.
Nailed it.
And then, of course, a shout out quick to our executive producer, Zeke. Largest Patreon contributor. So he's at the top tier, of course. Become the top tier. You are an executive producer. Your name gets mentioned at the beginning of every segment, likely at the end as well. So good opportunity to pump the Patreon. Go to the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe. It's getting bigger. People are going there. We have more and more Patrons all the time. So thank you guys. Thank you to everybody who subscribed, who has increased their patronage, their pledge. Is that what it is? It's pledging.
Pledging?
So thank you to everybody who's done that. Like I said, you guys are the ones that make the show, that help us do this. You're going to help us do it more consistently. So it's fantastic.
Yeah. And if you are a patron, even if you sign up to become a patron today, we have kind of like some set tiers and perks and stuff like that. But that was back when we were kind of just spitballing and getting this thing running. If there's anything in particular, any type of content exclusively that you'd like to get access to on the Patreon, hit us up and work with us. I'd love to work with everybody to make the Patreon a place where like we can start to like have a good time and hang out and have exclusive content just for that, just for you guys. Yeah,
if there's anything else that you guys want to see more of, I'm getting the GoPro situation on my kit figured out. And once I have that, I did some chopping and some adjusting. It still was a little bit too low, so I got to do some more fucking around, see what I can do with it.
I didn't see any footage from last week. Did you guys get any good stuff?
Drew's computer broke, so he's getting a new computer this weekend, and then he will be uploading the footage.
Nice.
Yeah, and there was more people, so the footage is more spread out, stuff like that. But that's partially why I want to make sure that I get the GoPro up and running, so that I can just kind of let it run throughout the day, and then I can cut together kind of some better range footage and stuff like that of me running drills, as well as the jokes and the funny things, and
all the good stuff,
the candid stuff from range day.
So next time you guys go, we'll talk off show about it, but next time you guys go, start planning the next trip, let me know, because I would like to go and try out I would be designated camera dude. Type of stuff, and then we can make some sweet videos and stuff.
Small group next time out. I completely agree. I think it was good. Yeah, I don't like.
Seemed like a pretty big group when you guys.
It was a big group, and I'm new to the group, like relatively, so I don't like to be like, I don't like this, because it's not. I feel very much a part of the group, right? I'm talking to you partially because you're in the chat, so I'm talking to Colin, but you're a part of this conversation. I very, very much feel part of the group. It is not at all that. It's just that I also am like one of the newer additions, so I'm hesitant to be too... I'm kind of an asshole, so I hesitate to be too assholey, about like shit that I don't like. Like, you've known me for a long time, so I follow my gut on a lot of stuff like that. If I meet somebody that I don't like, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about this guy. I'm not sure about it. Like, I'm gonna, it's fine, but I'm gonna keep my eye on this. Like, so, I totally agree. Had a great time with all of those dudes, but I think that we get some more quality reps in with less people, and it's just kind of a closer experience, you know?
Yeah, that's just something that you lose by default when you start adding making a small group into a bigger group.
Yeah.
And just always stuff like that.
Those guys were all really cool, but part of the thing that I really appreciate about this group of dudes that I found is that they are close. It is tight-knit, that, like, we have a group chat. I don't want a group chat with 30 fucking people in it, you know?
No, bro, that's too many.
I like the group chat that has 8 people in it. Like, I like that because these are the people that I like talking to, you know?
Yep.
After the last range day, we had, like, a good... I don't want to fucking open it up too much, but we had a very good discussion about how much we were all appreciating what we had going on. And
nice.
just that it's a good environment. It's very positive. It's helping us in many different facets of our life. And so I don't know how much I talked about it on the show, but I know I talked about it with you a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Like this of what I was looking for in this type of group, you know, and this is it. Like this is precisely what I've been describing for probably close to 2 years now. Like I really need people. I want to do this and this. Like, so these guys are precisely that, and I think that was
quite serendipitous.
Yeah, and that was really I felt that way before, but it was definitely solidified for me this last trip doing kind of that little course with Nate and stuff like that. And I was like, this is it.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
It all got our gears turning of different things that we can do and little classes that we can all put on to just make ourselves more well-rounded amble men. You know what I'm saying?
Amble men. Look at that.
That's right. Much love, Brian. Much love. Yeah, so I do have a question for you today.
Should I hit the button?
Yeah, go for it. With that, let me ask you this. Good graphic. It's a damn good graphic. Yeah. So
every now and again.
I don't remember why we're talking about Ukraine. That's why I started thinking about this, right? And I was talking about this kind of with Cleveland, a few weeks ago when him and I started talking about D-Day, which is the book club book for the next 2 months. I know we're behind on the review previews. Part of that is because this is a 2-month book. There's things going on there. The next review preview, there's like a lot of deeper discussions to go on because of the things that it implicated. It was like a lot of libertarian anarchist type of stuff. So I got to really wrap my mind around the way that I want to discuss that book before I present it. I want to make sure that it's done well. And I'm considering doing it at my house too. Some of these, like this one, could probably be like a stream of consciousness type of thing. You know, I could do it in like I've done some of the earlier review previews because there's not a lot of deep analysis of like this particular book of D-Day.
We all know D-Day. It's just
there's going to be a lot of readings and stuff like that of like, this was really cool. I learned this was sick. Like, so we'll see what happens. But either way, D-Day is the book for this month and next month. It's fantastic. I'm already over halfway through it. So I found another book that I have on my shelf. I think it's called Imperial Grunts, and it is about the modern age of the soldier in the wars in the Middle East, the global war on terror, and the kind of the ways that they were used by the federal government to grow the American empire in the ways that didn't necessarily benefit the citizens of America.
It sounds like right up my fucking alley.
Super excited to read it. Yeah. So I think that will be like a really good compare and contrast between what happened on D-Day and the events surrounding this invasion and World War II in general and the global war on terror. I think there'll be a really interesting compare and contrast, if not for the review preview, then for my own personal analysis. So, this is okay. So let me ask you this. This is how we got here. D-Day.
I was going to say that was a really smooth plug for the book club.
Yes.
In the Let Me Ask You This segment. Because you know this is its own clip.
That's right. D-Day, I was talking to Cleveland about how different these guys were. The guys who stormed the beach of Normandy, who jumped behind
different humans.
Lives, completely different caliber human being, right? And so we're talking about how far separated we are from that and how easy it is now for people of my generation and especially after me to forget about that. Because there are fewer people, obviously all the time, that were alive during World War II to even tell the stories personally. And that's why I think like the YouTube videos, the interviews from World War II vets are so huge, because now they're there forever. Their stories are immortalized on the internet, that generations can continue to appreciate that and try and understand what they were doing, why they did it, and what they went through. So in the context of the global war on terror extending to the war in Ukraine, right? Why do you think that when we look at 9/11, it's like a national holiday, right? It's a day of memorial. We still talk about it. It's still a very big theme in America. We still talk about it consistently. So we still remember that very vividly. But it seemed that with the war hawk language around Ukraine and America and NATO's involvement. It seems as though it was very, very easy for many people in America to forget the way that the global war on terror affected our country and the people that fought in it and the people that came back, right? Why do you think that it was so easy for us to forget that, but we remember 9/11, or at least use it as a tool, right, as a propaganda tool so consistently now? Does that question make sense?
Yeah,
I know it was kind of chunked up a little bit in the
it makes sense, and I think especially it makes more sense when you compare it to like World War II and June 6th D-Day, Pearl Harbor, those big dates that have more or less faded away for a lot of the American societal consciousness. But when you look at like 9/11, like the anniversary is still somewhat of a big deal, but really the only reason is because it's still in our collective conscience as a society. Because you could still, you see it all the time, people reposting the videos on fucking social media, so
right.
you're always getting reminded of what that was. But as far as the overall larger implications of what, like, say, going from 9/11 to where we're at now in Ukraine, and you could basically draw a fucking line all the way through. You can connect all the things to get us in the same situation, more or less. I think the reason, why don't most people recognize that? Is that more or less the question?
Yeah, why was it so easy for us to forget the way that affected us? Because now that we're looking down the barrel of another potential war, of potentially sending more American soldiers to another foreign war, people are happy to do it. They've got the Ukraine flags on their car, they got them on their house. They're
it's because it
happy to send billions over there. We send F-16, send F-22, send whatever. Just keep going.
And I think it's because when it comes to what took place in the Middle East, how it started, big shock and awe campaigns, tanks, Humvees, Generation Kill, that whole thing, that felt more like your traditional war, minus the fact that there was any kind of question on how it was going to turn out. We just went in and just devastated. And then it turned into this, it morphed into a different thing that isn't going to be in the news every day, because it's not something you can really form a bunch of propaganda around. And even if you do, the shit that's going on over there, maybe we don't want the media to talk about it because we're all making a bunch of money over there and a lot of shady shit's happening. And so you just kind of don't want the media to cover it. So the media covers little things here and there, but overall the things that are happening over there just kind of happen in the dark, in the shadows. The only people that are affected by it are the military members and their families. And we've done a great job as a country of taking care of all of those veterans when they come back with all their fucked up, issues, whether it's PTSD or getting blown up,
right,
torn families. The United States government's real good at taking care of all those people, right?
Right.
If you're an audio listener, I'm being highly sarcastic. They just don't. It's not a thing that they are prepared to deal with, so they just don't deal with it, and then it all just gets shoved down and quieted down. Nobody on a grand societal scale really cares, because we're not made to care. You only care if you're directly attached to somebody who's been affected by it,
or because we aren't yet,
and because we're not yet, and we won't be for it'll take another nationwide fucking war where hundreds of thousands of people are over there dying for the collective consciousness of the nation to actually get impacted again. We just haven't had that since Vietnam, essentially.
Right.
And even Vietnam was different, but there was still a draft. People were still going over there and dying for fucking nothing.
Because
World War II, it made sense.
The numbers of people that we lost in the global war on terror comparatively to Vietnam are minuscule. They're very,
minuscule.
Very, very small.
Yeah.
It's still thousands of people.
Yeah, it's not a small number.
Right.
They're still...
Right. It's comparatively to the previous wars that we
just
were involved
different things.
In. Yeah.
So that would be my guess, is that's why we don't really think about that stuff. For one, we're not made to think about it. We're not supposed to think about it, because there'd be too much pushback if the society at large did think about it that way.
Right.
We wouldn't want to be involved in any of this shit. The most diehard set of neocons up in Congress could not convince the majority of America that their brothers and their cousins, and nowadays their sisters and everybody like that, should go over there and die. In World War II and even in Vietnam, in a lot of ways, you could still convince people that they were doing the right thing on a big, broad scale. Can't do that now. Once these people that are flying Ukraine flags out here on half the houses in the neighborhood and on the fucking local store and all that shit, once their kids get fucking draft notices to go over and fight, those fucking flags are coming down.
Right.
Because then society will be forced to deal with the reality of what's actually happening over there. Right now, man, you got to pay really, really close attention. Go down a lot of rabbit holes. You know, it takes a lot of effort to really become informed about what's going on over there.
Right.
And then really, all you're really doing at that point is getting informed that, like, you don't know anything and you can't really actually know what's truly going on there.
Right.
All you know is that both sides are fucking lying to you, and then people are dying in the process, and this is not something we should get involved in, because I don't even know what the fuck we're doing over there.
Because
you know what I mean?
The only corporate media coverage is of a liberatory perspective, you know, that this is the right thing to be doing. It's like a very much an America world police type perspective that they're taking on it, that this is the right thing to be doing, that there are human rights abuses and we as America need to be stepping in. And that's the angle. There isn't any footage of the war itself. The only place to find that type of shit is like on Instagram, on Telegram, on social media apps where soldiers over there are taking their own body cam footage and uploading it onto Telegram so it can be spread around the internet. Like, that's the only way that you're getting an accurate perspective of the actual fighting and the reality of what's going on there, not just pictures of destroyed cities and like sad families. And of course that's a part of what's going on there, but that's the upfront reality of what we were talking about that's consistently covered. And the piece that's attempted to be covered up is the people that are being murdered for reasons that they don't understand.
Yes.
You know?
And I want to address something real quick because I want to call him his name, but his screen name's so nasty. Spit's nasty. He said, I'll be honest with you, the modern VA system is fantastic. I'm a Great War on Terror, a global war on terror veteran myself. A lot of my buddies agree with me. Talk to NAM, very different experience.
Yeah.
So
from my understanding, the biggest barrier, I'm not a veteran. There are many veterans in my family and in my close vicinity, so I am just speaking from conversations with them. The biggest issue, from what I understand, is if you are dealing with some form of disability. If whatever you're dealing with is related to a military disability, there's still a ton of bureaucracy and red tape and bullshit that goes with that. But a lot of other things have been greatly streamlined
and that's so good to hear.
Yes, that can make it a more effective thing.
We watched that video of that vet breaking down,
right?
On the side of the road.
No system is perfect. Yeah, so I also don't have first-hand experience, so I hesitate to come down too hard or too soft because I know Brian and he has some positive experiences, and I also know people who have,
and thank God,
who have had horrific fucking experiences with the VA.
Yep.
So I think it just depends on what you're working on, but that in and of itself seems like it's progress from what Brian is saying. There probably isn't a single Vietnam vet that has a positive story about their experiences with the VA, but the fact that there are GWAT veterans that do have positive experiences, even if it is a whatever percentage, that's improvement. That's a positive thing.
Bro, GWAT, that's badass. I'm just saying, that sounds dope. Sorry, I never heard that before. That sounds dope.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that is the case. But I did want to bring something else up to the point that you were bringing on there. I think one of the things I think that ultimately changed a lot as far as like the national consciousness was the journalists in Vietnam. That all of a sudden you were getting this reality of the situation on the ground. You were seeing like heinous things, and at a certain point they were like censoring a lot of that stuff because they didn't want it to get out. You know, World War II was very different. You know,
also retaliating against the soldiers that whistle blew about it.
Yes,
it wasn't just they were covering up; they were retaliating against the people that were trying to come out and be like, these guys raped 90 people." Like, we should mention that this happened. And the commanding officer was like, you shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah. And I bet you, I haven't looked at it that hard, but like just instinctually, I think there's got to be some kind of through line that carries on from there. When they realize like the negative propaganda coming out from within your own national ranks, that's bad. We can't do that. And so there's probably a much tighter rope on it. I mean, even the stuff that, look what happened when they when Snowden released the videos, or was it Snowden or Assange that released the videos of like blasting Iraqi civilians from helicopters, and when they released all that footage and stuff? You remember that?
Yeah. I believe that was Snowden that access to the obviously Assange that would have published it.
And one of them they've been trying to throw him in jail since the minute that happened, and the other one, they're still trying to throw him in jail. He's fucking living in Russia right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I think, why. I think that's part of the problem there, as far as our disconnect is. It's funny, in an age where global instant communication is the most accessible to the everyday individual that's ever existed in history, that we still have such a blackout in areas. Yeah. When you see the footage all the time from like the people that are on the ground and then posting it to
I post
whatever
it on our
things.
Instagram all the time because and with zero editorializing or anything, I just post the footage because I just think that it's relevant for people to see what's happening. Just because
you're not going to see it anywhere else.
Yeah, that's it. Just to see the reality of what it is. I think that's very relevant. I think it's very important. So I hardly ever even put any words or comments over it. It's just footage of from someone's fucking kit or their helmet or something like that. You know.
It's fucking wild shit too, man. The videos I see are fucking crazy.
Yeah, because I don't think that anybody, not anybody, there are a few people, civilians especially, that have an accurate understanding of what modern warfare actually looks like, you know? And so to see the footage of like the civilian drones and stuff like that being used and during warfare, like that type of shit is important because this is how it's going to look. This is how it looks now, you know, for the rest of time until things get better, until there are more technological advances. This is what people are going to be doing. That's what we'll be doing. That's what other people will be doing that will be fighting, is taking shit that they can buy at a store, putting a fucking hand grenade on it, and flying it on top of somebody else. Like, this is the new stage of warfare that we're entering into, and the odd, like, historical backstep that we've taken, and this is happening while we're conducting trench warfare, is it's weird. A trip through time. Yeah, you know, and
it's like there's a little bit of World War I with a little bit of advanced warfare Call of Duty.
It is insane.
It's fucking wild.
Something I didn't think that we would ever see before. You know,
still like mining all over the place. There's fucking landmines fucking everywhere.
Minefields. With
everywhere.
Weird shit.
Yeah. There's a dude I follow. I think I've talked about him before, but he's a former EOD guy, and he just goes over there as a civilian and works in these towns that are close to the front lines and stuff, and he gets together with whatever townies are there, and they kind of show him where the mines are because somebody got blown up over on that street the other day, and then he goes over there and clears hundreds of mines every day, and he just does it. He's been doing it for fucking probably over a year at this point because he went over there almost as soon as shit popped off. So it's like you see some of that stuff, but it's not. You're not going to find that on any of the fucking corporate press media,
right?
Ever. You're not going to find any of the actual shit going on there. You just get the propaganda talking points.
X amount of refugees have now left Ukraine.
Yeah. Or Zelensky says the fucking spring offensive is going good.
Right.
Here's a map with some fucking graphics on it.
Here's a map with 0 pictures of the Bradleys and the Abrams tanks that have been fucking demolished on the first day. Like, no mention of these things.
No. I did see a line of Canadian.
Belarus is fucking arming themselves with nuclear missiles, and if anything happens, they're going to drop one on your fucking next door neighbor. And
propaganda.
Yeah.
That's all you get now at this point. It's just the state propaganda. Everything else is just online on the side. And that's it.
Same deal even from Breaking Points, watching them yesterday. And they're talking about, they're like, this is unquestionably a step closer to nuclear warfare. Why don't you stop for 5 seconds? Why don't you have a realistic discussion about the likelihood and the actual effects of somebody dropping a nuclear bomb somewhere? Take 5 seconds, fucking talk about that, and discuss how well that fits into your perception of reality. Does that seem like a thing that you really think is going to happen? Someone who wants to conquer portions of the globe is going to ruin portions of the area that they want to conquer and just be fine. Yeah, be fine with it, whatever consequences is going to come from them killing hundreds of thousands of people in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
That's your perception of reality. That's what you think is going to happen. Come on now.
Or you just use the phantom nuclear war conference.
There's not a single person in their entire fucking in the like a field of gravity.
They're
in their orbit.
Yes, there you go.
That will push back on them at all. I didn't take no alpha brain. That's why I'm having trouble
there it
calling
is.
these words.
There it is.
Yeah, not a single person in their orbit that's willing to push back on that narrative.
No.
It's just that, oh, dude, you're fucking right, dude, man. They're trying to nuke us. They're trying to get us, dog.
Dude, it's fucking Cold War 2.0.
I'm sure that's exactly what's
It's
happening.
going to be ICBMs flying all over the world. It's going to be a whole thing.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen.
I mean, we've talked about
China, who's scarier than Russia, is like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Russia's going to be like, oh, we're going to do it. Yeah, I bet. I'm sure. No,
We're
there's
strong
90 world leaders around the globe that will send in their fucking teams to kill that guy before he can press the button.
Yeah.
And they'll be happy with it. They'll be like, yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Like, he was going to
You want to cut yourself off from China? You're the number one dog in your fight? That's the way to do that.
China's got teams, dude.
They got teams.
They ain't American teams, but they're teams, dude. They're teams. If someone can... I don't even want to know. I'm not going to keep going.
Yeah. I was going down the wrong path there for a minute. I was going to say something highly inappropriate. We'll save that for later on. After a few beers, that's when we can get away with that.
When the inhibitions have been lowered.
Yeah. With some of the cities in Ukraine, you'd think they'd already drop nukes. Yeah. Yeah. I saw some fucking crazy ass like firebombing and then you see just skeletons of the cities. You're like, oh, Jesus.
Dude, proper tomfoolery happening in Ukraine.
Proper tomfoolery.
Proper tomfoolery. It is.
Just a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, dude. Knuckleheads, those Russians.
Speaking of malarkey.
Absolute knuckleheads.
You've been watching Band of Brothers while you're reading that book too, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What are you up to? What episodes? Because they're like 10 episodes, right?
Yeah, I think I'm on Karen Tan. So they finished the first jump. They're about to make number 2 to head into Karen Tan. Take Karen Tan.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I was going to say, we were talking about mines, right? I was just reading part of this book, and they were talking about some of the dudes that jumped and some of their missions, stuff like that. So one of them were whatever group they were supposed to take this particular gun, and it was very well defended. There was like a big minefield around it and all this type of shit, and they only had like a third of the guys they were supposed to have because they were dropped all over the place.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any of their engineering equipment to try and clear the minefield, and so dudes cleared a path using their fingers to find the mines in the dirt. Like, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
Inch by inch, mile by mile, bro.
Absolutely insane.
It's either you do that, or you just chance it and go. I'm crawling. I'd rather fight another day. Let's not let a mine take me out. Let's not do that.
They had like 1 or 2 dudes that cleared a path with their fingers and then just sent dudes running through there because they only had X amount of dudes, so they didn't have as many guys as they needed to execute their initial plan. So they were like, just fucking frontal assault, just go for it, and just ran dudes into the bunkers. You guys are savages, bro. Just going for it.
Different fucking people, dude.
Yeah,
different breed.
It was like a whole fuckload of privates and like 2 or 3 officers, just because everybody else was lost. Just a whole gang of dudes that were like 10 years old. And
that's Operation Market Garden, right? Was that when they were doing, that was like the massive full airborne. That was like the second major offensive, I think, going in.
Yeah, because this is still Operation Overlord, and each different aspect of it, like they have their own, I think, like sub name, but.
I got to brush up. I feel Shane Gillis would be chewing my ass right now if I was going to try to talk World War II history with him
Cleveland
right
has been doing the audiobook of D-Day, and he said it's very, very good. So, and he's crushing through it quicker than I am. So it's probably pretty easy to consume,
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, and it's written very well. It's chunked up the chapters are done very
Ambrose is always real good.
Yeah, he's killing
anything he writes is fucking good.
Let's talk some local stories, huh?
Yeah, let's do that. Before we do, one more little piece of banter. Today is Saturday, the day before Father's Day.
Yes.
You said you guys have a few little plans. You're going to go fucking hiking with the
fam?
We're
going to go hiking tomorrow morning. I think we're going to Fort Flagler. That's a nice little loop, It's like not too bad for the kids. So
that's the one with the big hill right off the jump, right?
Yeah, and you can go either way. So because one takes you through the woods and the other one takes you through that big hill. So,
okay.
So you can either go down the big hill and then end through the woods, or go through the woods and then come up the big hill at the end. So I think we'll probably go down the big hill and let Dax get all of his runs out and everything. And
then, he'll appreciate that way more.
Yeah, I like to try and get him to walk the whole way, but I might end up switching Reason into a front pack and putting Dax in the backpack to finish it.
Oh, yeah?
And then I'll just be crushing a 70-pound ruck on the day.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
Not a big deal.
Life is training, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be fucking real.
I love it.
So even just carrying Reason for like those 4 days or whatever we were in Leavenworth was something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come back a few pounds. It's like I ate and drank more than I usually do, and I still lost weight. I was hauling kids around all day.
Yeah, because she was also using it for like a car or for like a high chair some places, so she wasn't getting out of it. And the easiest way to put the backpack on, because I'm taller than Jordan, is to put Reason in there and then to put the backpack on. So you're also like lifting and putting on a 30-pound pack, but there's a baby in it, so you can't like flip it over your head like you would with like a camping backpack or something. You have to like really gingerly like load her onto your back.
Them slow muscle movements.
Yeah,
Yep. That's good. That's how you get them defined shoulders, bro.
Yeah, so we're gonna go for a little hike in the morning, and then there's like a good farm stand in Quilcene that I'm sure we'll stop at. That always has. They have a goat cheese brownie dog out there that they make. That's
the one like right on the side of the road, right?
Yeah. So
I've been
hit
there
that
one
up.
time.
That's a good spot.
Yeah.
So we usually hit that place up. I'm sure we will. And then we're gonna hit Cody's in the afternoon, crushing beers with the boys.
Fucking A.
And then we're gonna go to Silver City.
Yeah.
Get some dinner in the evening with Aaron and Michael and their kids, and then Jordan's dad.
This is what I was going to ask you about before we started rolling.
Yes.
I was like, no. So
Yes.
when you have your favorite like restaurant or brewery like that, right?
Yeah.
One of your top spots. You've been there 1,000 times. You know what's on the fucking menu. You know what you like. Do you go into that situation going like, I already know what I'm going to get, or is it like I have 3 go-tos and it just depends on how I'm feeling when I get there, or do you just look at the menu like virgin like every time and be like, oh, I want that this time?
I will try new things occasionally, just to mix it up, because I've got kind of like 3 or 4 like mainstays, of shit that I'll get.
Diablo pizza.
The pizza's always on there. So it really kind of depends where I'm at on the day. I usually know before I sit down what I'm going to eat because I know what type of mood I'm in, So when I arrive, I'm like, oh, it's a pizza day. I'm going to get a pizza today. So
Nice.
Usually by the time I get there, or if I'm not sure, by the time I get there, that's when I'll look for something new. Because I'm like, I don't know. I can't decide. Let's see what's up. They also mix up their specials pretty frequently, so they have like different shit going on,
Yeah, and their seasonal game is stupid fire as far as beer too. So even you can like, I'm gonna go in and have this Sonic Rain because that's like my standard go-to.
Yeah,
I'm just speaking for you this time. But then you look at these seasonals and go, fuck all that. I want that one instead.
Yes.
So even with the beers, I'm like, I can't pregame that. I got to go in fresh. Got to go in clean slate and just pick.
I did see this week, and this will make you very happy, that they are starting their Oktoberfest run. They're starting the brew process.
Yeah. Yep. Tis the season actually.
It's time. So
I got to talk to my boy over at Echoes and see when they're going to start theirs because it's should be coming soon.
Yeah, I went to school with a guy who's one of the brewers over at Silver City. So he posts pictures when they're doing shit. And so he posts a picture of a big pallet of whatever type of grain. It's Oktoberfest time. And I was like, oh shit, Colin's gonna be jazzed.
The Marzin's in stock. Let's go,
time,
baby.
Dude.
I got 2 brewers now covered in my friends list. It's pretty sweet. Multiple establishments.
Yeah.
I got choices, baby, options.
Plus, I'm right there, so I'll always go and pick you up somewhere before it's end. Make sure you're stocked up.
Like, bro, okay. I'm gonna Venmo you. I need a case. Let's go.
And they do case sales pretty consistently down at Silver City, which is always a fucking good hit. $20 for a case of craft brew. You cannot beat it. No, a proper case.
That's 2 6-packs at the fucking grocery store.
For real.
So that's like buy one get one.
Yes.
At that point.
Yeah.
The case is usually. No, it's 6 6-packs, right?
No, it's 4.
4?
Yeah, it's 4 6-packs.
Yeah, on like 24
flat.
beers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a pack of like Silver City beers, is like $12 or something like that at a store. Like just a 6-pack of cans. So the savings are ridiculous.
Yeah. Speaking of fucking large, unruly group chats.
You guys' soccer is popping, huh? I heard.
Yeah, like it was going all night apparently. I went to bed and like I woke up and there's like 30 fucking messages. Like I got a podcast and I'm not dealing with this shit.
We went to bed at like 11:30 and I asked her, I was like, who are you talking to? She was like, it's soccer. I was like, it's fucking 11:30. Who's talking about soccer at 11:30?
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
Indoor soccer. What's wrong with you guys?
I feel like there's a couple guys that played Friday and that were there and were talking to people and then they must have had like a late game or something like that because it all started at like fucking 10:30 or something. I was like, what? No, dude, I'll deal with this another day.
People hitting some beers and you're like, all right, it's time to talk soccer.
Yeah, we got to talk some shit, boys. Let's go. All right, so let's shift into some schlocals, huh? You got any particular one you want to try to lead off with? I got a few, and we could tie them in anywhere.
Well, you already have some up, so let's start with one of yours.
Okay.
I'll send you.
And so this first one is kind of an innocuous story at first, until you really start to think about this. So we're just going to read. This comes from our local. I always forget. What's the fucking the Peacock? What's Peacock? Is that NBC?
Yeah.
So it's our local NBC affiliate, King 5 News, said, yes, speed cameras reduce fatal or injury crashes. Studies show people are less likely to speed and therefore get hurt in a crash when a camera is there to enforce speed limits.
These are the ones that will ticket you for speeding?
We read on.
Okay.
We read on. Speed cameras are currently found in less than half American states, but their use has become more common over the years. Speed safety cameras typically work by pairing a fixed radar gun with a camera, and the radar identifies speeding cars, and camera snaps a picture of their license plate, which is then used to send a ticket in the mail. No cops involved, just a nice way to harvest your tax dollars.
Beautiful. We have those at stoplights here.
Indeed. Enforcing speed laws in this way, rather than relying solely on police, can be controversial, as some people feel as though their local governments are more concerned with making easy money from the tickets than with improving public safety. But government says the goal is to save lives by preventing speed-related crashes. Verify, all caps must be it's Verify Researched. It's a fucking research group. Whether evidence shows speed cameras actually do that.
Yeah, because I guarantee when you get a ticket, right, when you see the flash, you don't go, fuck, I should slow down. You go, fuck, I just got a ticket. And you keep speeding because you're fucking mad. And there isn't anybody there to actually stop you.
Yes.
You just got a ticket for it.
And, okay, so there's a lot of this, right? You have the unmanned tax collectors. You have that aspect of it, right? You also have, constant surveillance, which is super awesome. You have a way for governments essentially to quote unquote enforce the law when it comes to speed limits, which I have problems with anyways, without actually paying into the manpower that requires them to do this. So it's like an initial investment of installing a bunch of cameras somewhere, and then you just get to sit back and just collect a bunch of money. And what's to stop the state from using all of those cameras all over the city or all over the state or at the fucking stoplights and wherever the hell they're putting these things, from tapping into those feeds to track you in other means?
Right.
This is how you get surveillance state, right? And it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that that's what's going to happen. Just remember fucking COVID, okay? It's not that hard to say these are going to be used for nefarious purposes in the future, if not already. They're just going to try to say, they're going to get the local media and everybody to stand up and say this is all about public safety. It's always about public safety when it comes to infringing on your rights and your freedom of movement and your ability to kind of what's the difference in getting in a fucking head-on collision at 50 miles an hour and 60 miles an hour? Not a ton. I'm sorry, bro. If shit's going to go sideways and somebody's going to sideswipe you on the freeway, you're going to have a bad time, period.
Yeah.
Right? It's shitty to try to look at a system of surveillance, which I think there's got to be an argument in there somewhere that it violates, your constitutional rights in some kind of facet by just essentially keeping everybody surveilled so that the minute you break a law, they have you on camera doing it.
Yeah.
What's to stop them from putting fucking identifying, facial identification software on it like they do in China, and then really tracking all your movements? This is just how this all starts. It all starts with speed cameras or fucking safety cameras or whatever you want to call it. They put them all around the city. They put them all up on the fucking freeways and the highways, and it's all under the guise of public safety. Well, public safety can turn into China like that. All you got to do is get fucking Bob Ferguson in as the new governor, and he's going to be like, well, it's everybody's going to be way safer if we have cameras on every corner in the city of Seattle, because that way when somebody fucking kills a pregnant woman in a car in a random shooting like what just happened like last week, we'll be able to get facial recognition on the guy. We'll be able to track him down and find him. That's a lovely way to look at it until the guy walking down the street has conversations on the internet that label him a domestic violent extremist, and then they track you that way and scoop you up off the street that way.
Right.
Like, it's none of this shit's it's always a facade when they start talking about public safety, because that just means more government intrusion into your life, which never goes backwards. It only ever goes one way, and it's never a good way.
I think a good example of what you're talking about is during COVID, here in particular, I don't know about other states, they were using people's GPS data to decide and figure out how many people were driving on the roads.
Yeah, which they got from the cell phone companies.
Right. They're collecting your cell phone data from those companies and using it, like you said, because we're trying to make sure that everyone is safe. It's about public safety. If people are driving, then we know that we're going places. You're doing dangerous things when you need to be in your home quarantining.
You're being bad.
It's good that we're doing this.
Yes.
Right. So that's I don't think that you're far off with that. Even if you don't take it to like an extreme
conspiratorial level.
Yeah, I mean those things did happen when they were just trying to see who was staying at home and who wasn't, trying to decide who was being a good COVID person and who was not being a good COVID person.
That's right. And it was all for public safety, baby.
Right.
Everything's always for fucking public safety.
They were willing to collect, and the corporations were willing to provide your personal location information so that they could decide who was staying at home and who was not.
Yep. Just like what happened to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. I think we talked about it maybe last episode, or maybe we just talked about it at some point. But, Bank of America decided to hand over any purchase information from anybody that was in the area that was attached to their bank between the dates of January 5th and January 7th, and they just handed it over to the feds to see their transaction history for those 3 days, to see if any red flags would come up.
Yeah.
Government didn't even have to ask. They just gave it to them.
They just do it.
They just do it. It's not you cannot continue to go down the route of a surveillance state and not become a surveillance state. You can't put all the pieces into place and then just everything's going to be fine. We're benevolent. It's all
like
good.
A duck and it sounds like a duck.
It's going to fucking fart like a duck.
Yeah. Yeah. So this story this is in regards to
ice cream?
Yeah. Chaz Chop, right? From a couple years ago, 2020. Most people remember this even if you didn't live here.
This is where the phrase "Summer of Love" came from.
Yes.
It was from Chaz, the Chaz Chop.
Post George Floyd, when the riots were hot and heavy, there was a 10 square block or something like that portion of Seattle that was dubbed Chaz for a small portion of time. The Capitol Hill.
Oh, you got this. Originally, Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
Autonomous zone.
Autonomous zone, right. All I could think was occupied, but I'm like, that's not it. That's the next one. And then after they realized that they couldn't get help from the outside if they were autonomous, they became an occupied protest, so they could.
They literally became traitors to the union.
Right.
They were insurrectionists. I mean, at that point, that's when they had to rebrand and call it the occupied protest.
Yes,
because they're like, well, the National Guard can come in and just arrest everybody because you guys declared sovereignty.
Yes.
You can't do that. Ask the South how that went. Not so well.
There were tons of private citizens as well as businesses that were extremely unhappy about the occupied protest because they felt that it made the area very unsafe. Cal Anderson Park was totally inhabited by people that were living there, which it is anyway all the time.
Rapes, murders.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was rape there. There were people that were murdered. There were multiple shootings there. Then also the businesses, like I said, lost a ton of revenue. A lot of them. And so there's one particular business called Molly Moon's Ice Cream that is now suing the city for, I believe, $3 million.
It's so
over
good.
Alleged revenue losses during the Chaz Chop protest. So we'll read the story and then we'll talk about it a little bit more because there are some interesting aspects that go into this. This one's from KUOW, and I sent another one from My Northwest so we can read them both and kind of compare and contrast.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
How different they are, because they are quite different.
Oh, I'm sure. My Northwest is slightly based in.
So this one is from KUOW, which is our local NPR affiliate. And it is entitled Molly Moon's Ice Cream Sues Seattle Over Revenue Losses During and After Chop. The ice cream chain claims the city violated its constitutional rights by creating a government-authorized invasion and acting with, quote, deliberate indifference towards the safety and property of its store. The suit is seeking an unidentified amount in damages. I thought I read $3 million somewhere.
Might be in the My Northwest.
Yeah. During the 2020 Black Lives Matter protest, the Seattle Police Department left the East Precinct headquarters. It was being...
They left? Is that what they said?
Yeah.
They left, huh? They had to evacuate. They had to...
It was being sieged, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's like a pretty
They
accurate...
abandoned the East Precinct.
Because they were mobbing on it.
They were.
Yeah, it was like a version of what happened in the federal building in Portland, you know? They were getting after it.
Except they got in.
Right.
That was the whole thing.
They got in, so they left. The suit alleges that SPD's decision to, quote, abandon and close off the area encouraged... Also, they didn't close off Chaz Chop. That's the people inside of Chop closed it off themselves and then enforced those barriers.
Yeah, rolling dumpsters out, knocking over anything. Yes.
They had armed guards standing in there deciding who could and could not leave and extorting the people who lived in the neighborhood of the occupied protest.
Yep. If you were a journalist and you made that up front while you're trying to make entry, they would not allow you in.
Yes.
Or they would, but they'd smash your phone first.
Yeah. The area encouraged a, quote, hostile occupation of the neighborhood. That's very interesting. It added that it left the neighborhood, quote, unchecked by police, unserved by fire and emergency health services, and inaccessible to the public. So let's take a trip back in time when the first shooting happened, right? There were, in fact, ambulances sitting outside of the occupied protest, right? This was happening because the ambulance, the EMTs, could not verify that they were entering a safe area to operate, which is part of their mandate. Like they operate in safe zones. This was happening because the police were not allowed to enter Chaz to render the area safe because the people protesting in Chaz Chop were anti-police. So they wouldn't let the cops in to make the area safe, so the EMTs wouldn't go in because the area wasn't safe, and the EMTs came under verbal fire because they wouldn't go in and save the lives of the people that were there. When they're like, we can't verify we're not going to die, I'm not going to go in there.
Yes. Because if it's a hostile situation where somebody gets shot, the police would cordon off an area to make sure that it's safe for EMTs to respond. They come in, they leave, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, in a place where there are no cops allowed, you, by default, can't enter.
And no one willing to, seemingly willing to actually help the EMTs, just to tell them something is happening. You're a piece of shit for not doing anything about it. We could argue that all day, whether or not they should have, but that's the reality of the situation and how it transpired, right? And
the reality of the way, at least the city of Seattle works, is you're not... If you're an EMT and you break protocol to go do that, well, guess what? You're not going to be an EMT working there very much longer.
Right. Police also moved barriers, leaving customers unable to safely access the ice cream shop, or customers avoided the area entirely. I'm sure that was just because the cops. Due to fears of more violence and safety concerns, the store closed for multiple days. In the past, CEO Molly Moon Neitzel stated that she supports police reform. In a statement, Molly Moon said the suit is not meant to undermine protesters' messages. The company says the suit it's not meant to undermine the protesters' messages. You don't even have an accurate perception of how this happened, right? Because when the police aren't there, it's very difficult to argue that they are the ones that are depriving you of revenue. When there are other people who are actually dictating who can and cannot enter the zone, who are the ones who are moving the barriers.
Yeah, the mob of people.
It's very difficult to argue that it's the police officers that are denying you revenue.
Yeah, the mob of people that occupied and shut off this entire 10-block area, those are the people at fault for that. Mind you, it's also the state's fault for not clearing them out right away and allowing that to happen, I guess. But.
Yes. The company says the suit is seeking indemnification for the significant revenue losses and team morale impacts experienced during and for many months after CHOP caused by the city of Seattle's decision to abandon the police precinct. I think that it's, with what was happening then, it's difficult to argue that Chaz Chop would not have happened if the Seattle PD would have stayed in the East Precinct. I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah,
I think that likely would have still happened if they would have stayed. If they would have left that day and come back the next day, I mean, like, you guys knuckleheads get out of here, Chas Chop would have still been up. Like, that area would still have been established.
Yeah.
And at that point, what are they going to do?
And you know what would make this incredibly easy as far as their litigation is concerned is if they had access to all the text messages that Jenny Durkin deleted during this entire time, the mayor of the city, because I guarantee you,
Like Carmen Best?
when Police Chief Carmen Best and Mayor Durkin were texting back and forth on their various government phones, and then all those text messages were deleted, I guarantee you a lot of it was to do with the government's decision to support the abandonment of the East Precinct. That would probably be like a closed cut, pay us $5 million now and go fuck yourself type of situation.
According to Como News, after CHOP was dismantled, hundreds of armed police officers visited the shop and made employees feel uncomfortable. This led to Neitzel posting a sign reading, "Police officers, Molly Moons is a gun-free zone. Please do not come inside if you are wearing a firearm. Police officers were welcomed if they were not armed." So, okay.
I love that so much.
And I don't, obviously, have not spoken to the police officers, so I don't know if this was a concerted effort for them to try and intimidate the workers of Molly Moons. That's difficult for me to believe. Not saying that they don't have it within them. That's the inherent nature of officers of the state is to coerce you. That's what they do, right? They're the enforcement agents of the state. So I'm definitely not saying they don't do that.
The very first level of the lethal force pyramid is officer presence, because that in itself, when you have a uniformed, armed officer, if in the public, if you can lay eyes on them, there's automatically a level of state authority that carries that. And so people's behaviors will change. They will be affected just by having somebody in uniform standing in front of them.
And if you have a supposedly well-loved Seattle ice cream shop, right? Assuming the police officers probably take kids there, they probably go there, they probably frequent this establishment when Chas Chop is not in existence. They've seen you close for multiple days. They've seen you obviously lost revenue because they know how many people were and were not going into Chas Chop. They know how many people were and were not going into your store. It seems like maybe, far be it from me to try and attribute the best to a fucking officer of the state, but it seems like maybe they were trying to help you reclaim some of your lost revenue during that time.
Well, officer presence might help, right?
Spit in their fucking eye by saying, "Hey, we're not going to be having guns in here because this is a gun-free zone." Because
this is an ideological issue, right?
Even though these are 2 years from now, I'm going to tell you, we could have used some of those guns in here when they were raping motherfuckers.
Word.
Right? When I was losing money because they were raping and killing people in here, I could have really used some of those guns to enforce, and it's your abdication of your responsibility to protect me, which you probably couldn't do effectively without a firearm, that has now led to my loss in revenue. That's a very odd and circuitous argument to make, that at the core of it is really you being a fucking asshole, right?
Yes.
So we could take
This is the base ideology of guns are evil, guns are bad, so we don't allow guns in here and the minute we see a gun, we start having a panic attack because we don't understand them enough, we don't like them, they're scary. And now it's even worse that you're a fucking cop on top of that because we also don't like you as it is. And this is just, I guarantee you, their simple presence of walking into an establishment like that, depending on the basis of the employees that are working there, which if it's Capitol Hill is going to be a certain type of person that has a certain ideology, most likely.
They're Chazers, dude.
They're not going to be there. They're going to see you as a police officer walking in there with your firearm on you, and they're going to fucking piss themselves.
You're an inherent threat.
Because they're just going to think, due to the propaganda and their ideological rules, that your only job is at that point is to kill minorities when you come in here, and so you're just here to intimidate us. You're not here to get some ice cream. You're here to make us scared and keep us in line.
And I think there's an interesting point to be made that even if we remove the particular groups from it, right? If you shit on a particular group of people, regardless of who it is, you can't really expect the support of that group afterwards.
No, not really.
If you spit in my eye, I'm not going to tell my friends to help you.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that. That's not something I'm going to be willing to do. So
I shit on a lot of groups of people. I don't expect any of their help.
Yeah, because what else do you want from them? If you're showing an active distaste towards this group, why would they actively support you?
Yeah.
Why? Well, that's out of human nature for someone to continue to be nice to you when you're being an asshole to them. That doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah, I mean, you could play devil's advocate and be like, well, it's their fucking job regardless of whether they like me or not. But also, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
It's not, if I was a cop in that situation, I'm not going to go there. They fucking hate me.
Yeah.
Why would I do that? No. Figure it out. You want to figure it out? Figure it out.
Figure it out.
Good luck.
Let's read some of this My Northwest article. Let's see. This is an update at 4 p.m. Mark Lindquist, the former Pierce County prosecutor, told Cairo News Radio Molly Moons, even though it supported CHOP, the company decided it wanted to share its share of the city treasure after watching other businesses' lawsuits succeed. The city of Seattle screwed this up so bad that the plaintiffs are certain to win this lawsuit despite some weaknesses. Original story. Local ice cream maker Molly Moons is suing City of Seattle for losses it claims came from the decision by the Seattle Police Department to leave its East Precinct building during the Capitol Hill organized protest. In the federal lawsuit filed Wednesday, Molly Moons stated its constitutional rights were overrun by the city's decision to abandon the 10-block area of Capitol Hill overtaken by protesters. The ice cream maker is accusing the city of materially supporting and encouraging a hostile occupation of that neighborhood. That is hilarious. The lawsuit does not seek to undermine CHOP's participants' message or present a counter message. The lawsuit acquired by Cairo News Radio read, rather, this lawsuit is about the plaintiff's constitutional and other legal rights, of which were overrun by the city of Seattle's decision to abandon and close off an entire city neighborhood, leaving it unchecked by the police, unserved by fire and emergency health services, inaccessible to the public at large, and then materially support and encourage a hostile occupation of that neighborhood. The city's decision subjected businesses, employees, and residents of that neighborhood to extensive property damage, public safety dangers, and an inability to use and access their properties. Also, during the day, they were letting people in. Like, they were doing that. It was like a fucking arts festival that they were encouraging people to come in and show them during the day that Chaz is actually really cool.
Or really friendly.
It's not dangerous. Like, I had a cousin who went there, and she posted all these videos and then was coming to me when I saw her the next time about, like, well, did you even go to Chaz? And I said, no, of course I didn't fucking go there. And she said, well, then how do you know how it was? Because people got murdered there. What do you mean, how do I know how it was? Because I know people got murdered there, and the woman said that she got raped there. What do you mean, how do I know how it was?
Yeah, it was
because
very
I saw
Soviet.
the videos of people handing fucking guns out to people who didn't know what they were doing and saying, have a good day.
Yep.
What do you mean, how do I know? I don't need to go there. And that's not, I'm sure that sounds shitty. Like, I don't need to eat the food to know that I don't like it. But that's like, I don't need to fucking see the murder with my own eyes to know, though, there's a police report because someone got murdered there.
Well, there was plenty of live streams. There was plenty of videos posted of it all the time. Like, I didn't know My Northwest was based.
They are.
Yes,
surprisingly,
especially a couple that, because the Rance he writes for My Northwest, right?
Yeah,
he goes fucking hard.
Yes, he does. Molly Moons claimed the protest made its shop, located just across from Cal Anderson Park, unreachable, and they suffered huge losses in revenue. The lawsuit was filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington and demands payment for damages, which are unspecified as of this reporting. I wonder where I heard the
drive-by. Just another 187. Shout out Will Wallace, buddy. Congratulations, Will Wallace, now that you're in the chat.
A Molly Moon spokesperson released a statement saying that they supported the protests and their goals, but were looking to make up for what they call a significant loss in revenue caused by the city's actions.
Okay, you can't do that.
At Molly Moons, we hold race equity at the top of our list of priorities for how we want to make the world better. Black Lives Matter. That's its own sentence. Those three words are its own sentence. Yep. All of them capitalized. The lawsuit filed that, which really means that they're just using the name of the organization. Yes. They're not making the statement because it isn't grammatically correct. If they're just making the statement Black Lives Matter, only the word black would be capitalized. Because all three words are capitalized, they're just saying charity.
Yeah.
That's all they're saying. They're saying the name of a charity. They're not actually telling you that Black Lives Matter. They're just saying also charity. And then moving on to the next thing. Just so everyone is clear on how this is written and actually what they're saying. They're not actually telling you that Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, and when you really say charity, what you're saying is corrupt nonprofit organization that stole millions of dollars from people that gave them money.
501c3, I guess is what I should say.
I hate to give Candace Owens any credit for almost anything.
Got him, dude.
But she had a really good documentary she made about that.
Yeah.
Highly recommend.
Got him.
Got him.
The lawsuit filed on Wednesday, June 7th, is not meant to undermine that important message. It's seeking indemnification for the significant revenue losses and team morale impacts we experienced during and for many months after CHOP, caused by the city of Seattle's decision to abandon the police precinct and stop responding to public safety needs in our beloved Capitol Hill community.
Capitol Hill community, huh?
It's interesting the way that they choose to leave their entire argument uncontextualized by everything else that was happening in 2020, like the rampant calls for halving the police budget in Seattle, because that happened, right? All of these,
the reason Carmen Bass got fired,
right? All of these different policies that we're going to go into, like the one, you can't pursue people who have stolen cars, you can't, there's all kinds of shit that you can do that that people get brought in for and immediately turned back out into the street. So this narrative that they're spinning about Seattle police choosing to stop responding to public safety needs, well, when you fucking hold mass protests outside of the state capitol and you demand that they pare back what police can do in their, I hate making this argument. It's right. Horrific. I really hate it. But it's crazy to watch someone try and skew reality so harshly, because it ignores so much of what really happened, Yep. So when you have massive protests outside of the state capitol in which you're demanding that what police officers can do in their roles as law enforcement is limited, when you're asking for that to happen, there's going to be less law enforcement in the city. That's how it's going to happen, because that's what you've asked for. That's what you've demanded from the state and from the city, is that they pare back the aggression of Seattle PD. This is literally what you asked for. This is quite literally what you asked for. And now, as the update to the story said, you want to dip your hand in the pockets of taxpayers because you don't like what came from that.
Yes.
Well, all these fucking, the people you shat on, the conservatives, the Republicans, the fucking whatevers that told you this is probably a bad idea, I don't know if you really want to do this, that you called fascists, right?
Now you're asking for money because the fascists wouldn't show up.
Maybe they had a little bit of something going on.
Yeah, this sounds like a lot of buyer's remorse. This is an establishment that says they supported the movement. They were all about it. They just said in their statement. And now all of a sudden you're going to look back on that decision that you made to do that, and you have regrets about that because of all the money you lost, because of what you decided was the right thing to do at the time. Now you can make a different argument about essentially being coerced into trying to keep your business open and to play the act and to say the words so that they wouldn't burn down your establishment.
Yes.
But that would be a different argument, and they're not making that. The argument they're making
from,
we supported everything you guys did and everything you were all about, and we were all about it at the time. But now, fucking 3 years later, we lost a bunch of money, city of Seattle, and we've decided now that it was your fault, and so you need to pay us lost revenue at that point. You need to pay us back for everything we lost, even though we wholly supported it and maintained our business at the same time that this was all going on. So you supported it, and now you're having buyer's remorse over what you supported, and now you're going to take it out on the city of Seattle because they didn't go against what you wanted to do and enforce the actual law at the time. And now you're like, well, since you guys didn't do that, even though we supported everything that was going on at the time, you still owe us money. And at the end of the day, legally, doesn't matter what they actually wanted or what they supported. The fact that the city allowed this to happen makes the city at fault.
Right.
And so they're just going to cash in on this shit.
Right.
This is fucking disgusting. But this is also modern day legal fare.
Because the thing that they aren't wrong about that you just pointed out is the city did allow this to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can blame it on the decision of the police officers to leave this particular precinct.
No.
There is no doubt. There is no doubt that the city created an environment and where this was able to happen, and that it was supported from a state level, at least from the city level, where Jenny Durkin is saying it might be a summer of love. Who knows that it's going to be bad? Well, it might be really good.
Yeah, there was that clip of Inslee. It was like, oh yeah, I don't even know what this trash chop thing
never
is.
Heard of it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, never even heard of it.
Bitch, you lying.
Right.
We know that. Come on now.
The willing ignorance at the very least, right?
Oh,
of the state leadership.
Yeah.
certainly created
shout out Bilbo Swaggins.
Yeah. Bilbo.
Welcome back, buddy.
Well, let's finish up the rest of this article.
Do it.
Earlier this year, federal judge Thomas Zilli handed down sanctions against the city of Seattle for deleting tens of thousands of missing text messages from the phones of top officials, including the former mayor and police chief during CHOP in the summer of 2020. Zilli wrote there was evidence of gross negligence by the city and significant evidence that the destruction of CHOP evidence was intentional, and city officials attempted to hide the deleting of text for months in the face of opposing lawsuits.
No shit.
I know it. But despite the sanction, not all businesses have received vindication or compensation for operating near CHOP. Several Capitol Hill property owners ultimately failed to meet several criteria to reach class action certification last year. The judge's reasoning, according to court documents, was the differences among the accusations and the damage descriptions the individual plaintiffs leveled against Seattle.
I'm also kind of wondering, like, why are you waiting 3 years on at this point? Is it just because you saw other businesses win? And you're like, well, let's get a piece of part of the pie.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you really, actually, truly were offended by this, you know, whether monetarily or whatever, that you would have tried to take legal action immediately.
Yeah.
That seems like that would have been something that happened.
Do you have the YouTube video in the top of here? The embedded?
I do.
Let's watch it. I didn't watch it, but let's see what they have to say.
Okay.
I heard we're going to talk about ice cream and lawsuits.
I like ice cream.
Me
I don't
too.
want to sue anybody, but I like ice cream. So bring us up to speed here. Molly Moons is suing the city of Seattle, claiming that the decision to withdraw police, fire, and other emergency services from Capitol Hill's organized protest, the CHOP zone,
Yes.
a number of years ago, led to huge revenue losses for them. So they're
Right.
suing.
Yes, and I know that there are going to be people who say, well, isn't that especially rich? Because Molly Moon, the owner, was also the same person who said, essentially, this is a gun-free zone. We don't want police officers here if they don't take off their arms. And, everyone who was very supportive of police took that as insulting. Police were upset about it, and now here is this lawsuit. So I want to make sure that everyone knows, yes, we realize that is the same owner, and isn't there an irony there?
Yes.
But this is going to be basically the legacy of the person who said this.
We could have the summer of love.
Jenny Durkin.
Former mayor
She will
Jenny
never live
Durkin.
that down.
No,
Ever live that
she will
down.
not live that down. And so this lawsuit is just the latest in the basically what the city of Seattle is going to end up having to pay out for the abysmal failure of that particular administration. The CHOP zone was crazy. I think that a lot of people are still just kind of trying to wrap their brains over the idea that an entire section of the city of Seattle was given up for these protests. I don't know how you guys...
And they're still not back in that precinct. Like that police precinct is just still...
Empty?
No.
No, did they move back in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. That.
I was like,
Come
no
on,
fucking
Cairo.
way.
What are you doing? You want to keep playing?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that Molly Moon probably will end up getting the payout.
Yeah,
And
probably.
This is apparently it pays to not have any morals and just not give a shit. So.
It sure does, especially if your mayor's Jenny Durkin.
Yeah.
When the mayor fucks up so bad, you're like, well, we can cash in on this. Let's go. And then there's lawyers chomping at the bit like, oh, yeah, please, let me get in on this. We'll do it pro bono because we're going to win. I'm going to make a shit ton of money.
Right.
Let's do it.
Right.
William Wallace says, this is what Starbucks did a few years ago. I don't buy Starbucks. And there are multiple Starbucks locations in downtown Seattle that don't exist anymore because of all of this. It happened very quickly. Ever since our great summer of love, everything's kind of gone fucking downhill over in Seattle. It's a pretty sweet, sweet deal. So overall, I mean, how many more? This is not going to stop. Well, these businesses, you're just going to basically, I'd be curious how many businesses have already sued and won, and what other businesses are essentially waiting out the wings at this point to get their turn to cash in. Because if, this is kind of a staple, ice cream shop up on Cap Hill. It's a pretty big deal. Molly Moons is pretty popular up there. What other businesses are there that essentially got taken over?
Yeah,
and
I wonder how
would
big
be interested
of a diameter, like an area, an affected area they're going to be able to draw.
Yeah,
you know,
because even if they're not directly in the area, that 10-block radius, I mean, even within a block or two from that, if you go out,
right,
people were not wanting to get fucking close to that place because it was wild.
And the bottom of that article, I just closed it on my computer, but the bottom of that article said people near the Chaz area.
Yeah, that's what kind of triggered me to think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the fact that the out of those 2 articles, the My Northwest one was the only one that actually brought up the Durkin text messages situation. I was like, fucking yes. That's why I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Right, that there probably should be more information that is available, but is not.
Yep.
Because Jenny Durkin said, I didn't know that it was set to auto-delete every 30 days. I didn't set up my phone.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, and we went through that whole fucking giant-ass report saying, like, that was bullshit.
Right.
You know? But hey, that's fine. She's going to get away with it. She's gone now, so who cares?
Ah, Durkin.
Durkin. Well, I had a couple little stories about how terrible Seattle is with crime these days, but we don't really need to hit it.
I have one about car theft. That's the only other one that I have.
Okay. Actually, why don't we save that? Because I have another national car theft story that those two might meld with. One based out of New York, and then if this one is based in Seattle,
it is.
I'd be real curious how the two stack up.
Deal.
So let's hold on to those. Unless you have anything else, we've been going for almost an hour and a half, so we could probably call this segment a close if you want.
I am good with that. Yeah.
Cool.
So with that, we will call this first. Excuse me. We'll call part 1 to an end. It's been part 1 of Salt of the Streets. What is William going on about here?
My student game with prizes.
There was a shooting there last night in Seattle. Yeah, I don't fucking doubt it. Don't fucking doubt it.
Oh, yeah.
We will call this the end of part 1. I want to thank you, of course, for watching us here on youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram and our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more better content like this. Shout out to Zeke, our executive producer. You can also find us at our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. Swell Blended. He's the sponsor for the first segment of this show. I got my haircut. These guys didn't know. I don't know if I told you this. 2 days before I got my haircut, I was talking to the Ambleman group chat, and I referenced my refreshments for the drive home.
Indeed.
Right? And Brian said, that's my second favorite thing about you. And I chose to not, ask what the other two were. And a few minutes later, he said, the first is your hair. And the third is your Adam Katz pin on your kit. And so I knew when he said that I was going to get my haircut the next day. So I chose to not say anything because I also knew that I would see him in 3 days. So I saw him on Sunday and I took my hat off when we got there and he didn't say anything. And then probably about halfway through the day, I went to take my sweatshirt off and he said, also, real disappointed about the hair.
I'm telling you, bro. When it comes to your hair, we're a socialist utopia, all right?
Dude,
it's not your hair, it's our hair.
The level of collective disappointment that has been expressed to me about cutting my hair has been pretty interesting. Oh. I told you, the one woman at work, she walked past me on Monday and she just said, no. No. And I said, what? And she said, you cut your hair.
Dude, it fucked me up so bad. I had to ask you again if you had it cut midweek.
Yeah.
I was like, well, maybe he just didn't like, because you were sporting a hat for a while. And then you came in the other day and your hair looked like fucking right out of a 1950s musical number and it looked amazing. I was like, what happened? What'd you do?
I have to do it more because it still wants to middle part super bad because it did for so long. So I have to do it more to
retrain that bitch.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm pleased with it. So
that's good.
Yeah, Swell Blended is the sponsor for the first segment along with Zeke, our illustrious executive producer.
That's right.
So with that, we'll call this an end, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2, the national stories.
With beers.
That's right.
See you then. Everyone. Bye.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
We're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan. This is episode
I'm Colin.
150.
I was like, oh, wait, I thought that was my cue.
We are thrilled to have you guys here. I did mix it up a little bit. Of course, part number 2, every segment on this show is brought to you by Zeke, executive producer.
Extraordinaire.
Shout out to him. That is right. And of course, some of our other fine sponsors. Who do I want to pick this time? We're going to leggings and aprons because she just sent me a message. So go there, Instagram.com, leggings and aprons, to see some of the shit that she makes. I'll bring some stuff out next range day, boys, just so you know. I brought some banana bread this time. That was a big hit. And of course, you can find all the rest of our stuff at saltofthestreets.com, including our Instagram at saltofthestreets and our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe, and help us make more better content like this. If you subscribe at the highest tier, I will say your name multiple times a show right next to Zeke's.
That's right.
So sounds pretty fucking good. Saltofthestreets.com for everything. Of course, you can also find us at our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Okay, there's 3 things I want to ask you about. I have a request in the Ambleman group chat to hear about your fishing trip. Because I also didn't ask you about that, and that's where you were at the last time that we did the show. You were fishing. So
had a sweet Colin segment.
That's right. You were there. Why did I have to do a solo show? Where the fuck were you? How was your fishing trip?
I was in possibly my favorite place in the state, which is over across the mountains on the east side, which is all just high desert, large cut valleys from the what does Graham Hancock call that? The something theory about the icebergs melting real fast. I don't remember what it is. Fuck. But yeah, I was over there hanging out on that side of the state.
The Younger Dryas, is that
the
it?
Younger Dryas impact theory.
There we go.
That's
wow,
there it is.
Your boy is fucking out here. The Alpha is kicking now.
Yeah, bro.
I'm feeling it, dude.
Obviously, I'm tapped out.
This fucking Lotus. I have one left if you want it. It's only a half a dose, but it's yours.
We'll do it. It'll be better than nothing.
I don't know how there's 30 in there. I only take them 2 at a time. How do I end up with 1 at the end?
Either they fucked you.
Oh, I guess because then it's 15, right? So I own.
Oh yeah. Well, no.
This because it's an even number. So
yeah, that's 15 days.
So how the fuck am I not getting an even number? I always end up with 1. How do I always end up with 1 if the bottle is 30?
You know, next time you get one, get in there and count them all up.
Yeah.
Because they might. It's probably like an automatic feeder thing. So there's probably 1 extra or 1 less every time. Could be. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I was out fishing with the boys, the fishing trip that you came on before, and the Missoula flood. Okay. I'm going to have to Google that now. God damn it. But yeah, we're just out there cutting holes in a lake in the middle of nowhere at some kind of little fun, kind of crappy resort that is always a really interesting time because there's always very interesting people that go there. But yeah, it was basically 4 days of doing nothing but drinking the cheapest light beer, a.k.a. Rainier.
No Bud Light this time?
There was no Bud Light?
Because we didn't bring Bud Light with us. We don't. Like, we're not Bud Light guys. We usually bring...
Like Coors.
Coors or Rainier are my big go-tos. But there were some people there that usually drink Bud Light. And we're in the eastern part of the state, so it's a little more conservative, a little more Trump country.
So one of the cats...
Guns on the ankles.
Guns on the ankles. That was definitely present. There was lots of guns, which is always just great. There's always a night where everybody gets out of here. We'll talk about the beer after the fishing stories. So, yeah, 4 days of just being nothing.
This is crazy.
It is. It is.
Sorry, keep going.
And there's reasons for that, which we'll get into. But yeah, 4 days where I basically didn't go 15 minutes without a beer in my hand or a glass of tequila in my hand. We drank a lot of tequila that week too. But it's just 4 days of nothing but a bunch of dudes hanging out, drinking, fishing, playing cribbage. I learned how to play cribbage again, which was great. And we almost smashed ass on in a few games, which was really fun. Usually the trout catching is really, really good, but the last few years have been off.
Right.
Ever since COVID, it's been very different.
When I went with you guys, the COVID year was fucked. They didn't stock the lake. It was total trash.
No, I think there was a few people that caught a fish, and then the fish you did catch were fucking twice the size as normal because they were just the survivors from the year before.
Jordan and I ate 2 of those fish for a meal when I got back, and I was damn full, dude.
Yeah, the big fatties, dude.
I cooked one in the oven and then just like pan fried one.
Yeah.
They were goddamn delicious.
And I'm pretty sure I'll be, preaching the choir when I talk to everybody here in the chat about it. But if you're not like a trout eater, like a nice rainbow trout or something like that, I mean, it's you catch it in the right conditions and you cook it the right way. I mean, it's akin to salmon. At that point, it's a nice pink meat. It's got enough fat on it to be nice and flaky. You smoke it for a little while. You can pan fry. You can do whatever you want.
And they're on like the bones are pretty easy to pull out, even the small pin bones. You know.
Yeah. If you're if you're doing it right, the way you cook it, you know, depending on how you do it, you can almost like just peel the spine out, and then most of the bones will come out. It's pretty sweet. But I think I came home with about 5 fish this year. It wasn't a massive year. We caught a lot of fish, but not a lot of trout. There was a lot of what they call invasive species in there, like perch and smallmouth bass in there. And we hooked into a bunch of those, but none of them were big enough to even pretend to keep. But that was a great time, man. It's always like, I look forward to that week. It's like a long weekend. We always go generally the weekend after Labor Day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we leave Thursday and then spend, then come back Sunday. And it's just a fucking great time, man. Lots of, go with a bunch of old timers who've been telling the same stories for 15 years. And then you hear them all again. And then every year they're slightly different. And so part of the fun is like trying to guess which part's going to be different partway through the story or something like that. And it was just a really, really fucking good, mental health time. Get out there, hang out in the sun, no worries. The cell phone coverage is shit. And so like nobody's phone's ringing for the most part. You're just tapped out. But to get back to Budweiser, right?
Yes.
One of the cats out there, because that was, I don't want to say it, but like tea fluid was used ubiquitously around the weekend. It was all just tea fluid. Like if you're working on your car, sometimes you got to replace the tranny fluid.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of those types of jokes going on.
Of course.
But one of the cats out there is just a diehard Budweiser classic drinker and is not ashamed to be drinking Budweiser out there. I think I talked about that a little bit when I did the call-in, but we made fun of him all weekend. It was great. He called us when we were going over the pass. He was just ahead of us and just happened to do it. And, every time Jake rolls around, he's very responsible when it comes to phones in the car and just puts it on speaker, right? And, Jace is like, is Colin with you? He's like, hi, Colin. And so just before we even got there, Jason and I started fucking with each other. And it didn't stop until we left. It was a fantastic time.
Jason's super funny. He's really funny.
Huge fan of everybody involved.
Yeah.
Huge fan of everybody involved.
He tried to give me a couple of times when I went with you, but I'm fucking autistic, so I dude, sometimes
I'm not getting baited, bro.
Sometimes I wouldn't understand that he was saying was a joke, and the other times I just would answer his question seriously, and every time it would just stomp his fucking joke in the dirt, And then I would be like, oh, I didn't realize. I would have played along, but I don't fucking know. I don't. Oh yeah, it was bad.
Oh yeah. Well, every newbie too they get both barrels every time they get there. But
well, the one glass, will fuck with you every time. Like me and him, and he has one eye covered up, and then he's like, "Do you want to get in my boat?" And you're like, "You're not driving." There's no way. He's like, "I drove myself here." Yeah. I'm like, "What do you mean? How did they let you do this?"
Yeah. Well, the one cat who is colloquially known as Uncle Gary, you remember him?
Yeah.
My coastie brother, he for the first time ever kind of got into smoking weed a little bit with us, and so be hanging out on Jace's boat. Gary would be with us, and there'd be another guy. One of the other, he's gone before, but me and him never been on the same year. And he used to go up a ton. His last name was ISO. Remember when I was talking about that?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we were chatting it up, and he had this fat fucking awesome disposable pen, right? And it hit real fucking hard. And so we'd be out on the boat, and I had mine, which is more of I put it on low. I put the pen on the low temp. That way it's just a nice, mild, chill vibe all
Tastes
weekend.
Really good too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But this thing hit like a fucking mule. And so every now and again we'd fucking hit up on that. We're just anchored out, just fucking lions in the water, chilling, drinking beer, smoking weed. And every now and again Gary would be like, let me try that.
I love that.
He'd take one halfway puff on it, and then he'd just disappear to the world for an hour. Just be zoned out. It was so funny. But yeah, just a really fucking good time, man. Appreciate you for holding down the fort when I was gone.
Fuck yeah, dude. Like I said, I fucked it up, but I was happy to do it. I had a good time.
Yeah, right.
I was having a super good time. I was disappointed when I realized I had fucked it up. I was super upset with myself.
Yeah.
But just for anybody who doesn't, as I talked about on Instagram, I did the last episode by myself, so I streamed it from my house, and I was down in the office, and I was using an old school setup, so I had the other microphones that we used to use, and those have their own volume setting on them for the headphones if you plug them in there, and also for the microphone itself. So I was so nervous about having background audio play during the breaks that
shut everything down.
Yes, that I shut everything down. And then when I came back, OBS was all good, but I didn't turn the audio on the microphone back
Oh,
up. Yeah, so the whole last hour there was nothing, and it got super funny at the end because I tried to do my own grab bag and I was just playing random videos. And so I'm like trying to give them context and then would play it, but you can't hear anything. So it's just me talking and then a fucking random ass video.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, dumbass shit too, because it's like stuff that Trent and I send to each other. So it's like super dumb shit.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah, dude.
That's great.
Yeah, a guy talking about like an older woman talking to him in the gym, and so he's telling the story, but he's eating a jar of peach halves. It's a half a peach, and he'll take one out and put the whole thing in his mouth.
That's one does.
Like, and then he'll like chew on it and then keep talking. So he only gets like a third of the way through a story because eventually he's just putting fucking peaches in his mouth. Like that's the type of shit that I was playing with no context. It was bad. it was really bad.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I laugh because I've definitely done that. Fuck, there was something I was gonna say, but yeah. Anyway, it was a good time. So we'll just cap that because I did discover a beer that I had not previously really known about, that Kokanee beer, which was really cool. That's a nice light beer.
Yeah.
Ran into that, which was really fun because I got tired of walking back and forth to the cabin to get rain ears, and I was like, there's a cooler here with Kokanee. Nobody minds that. You know, we had an epic loss of a really nice drone. Lost it to the lake. That was a wild deal.
Whose was it?
It was one of Dan's friends showed up, whose name is also Dan.
Of course.
Fucking wicked ass beard. Dude's yoked. He was
droning.
Yeah, and he had this dope ass thing, and he flied up to like the cliffs and shit, and you could see it all on his phone, and it was a dope ass fucking drone, high fucking def stuff, really really awesome. And he let his kid drive it for a little while over the lake, and then it just went.
It died like onto.
Like it's got a proximity warning, like collision awareness, so it won't get within 3 feet of any kind of surface, and like you could try to run it into somebody, and it'll just stop. And then there's like proximity warnings that start sounding on the little controller. It's like beep 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 beep, and if it gets too close, beep 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 beep. So he hands the controller off to the kid, and he's like not really even paying attention. And, I mean, this is like this is a very expensive drone, right? This is not, you got to have a little bit of disposable income to be fucking around with this thing.
You're right.
And he gives it to the kids, and they're fucking playing around, and then they're like not even looking at what's going on. They're trying to find it in the sky, and they can't see it anymore because it's a little too far off. And he's like, well, how do I turn? And then you start hearing the proximity warning go off, and then it goes beep, 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 beep. And it just stops, and everybody looks out, and you can see the splash in the water going.
So he just can't go too far.
He's like, well, I turned too hard. I think I turned too hard. And to Dan's credit, didn't blink an eyelash. He's like, that's fine. And they all just jump in a boat real quick and head out and try to recover it.
Did they get it back?
They did not get it back. They found it. They were out there. I was very proud of them. They were cutting Coast Guard level search patterns. They found it. They stopped, and they were trying to get it, but they said it was like probably 8 feet down looking on the fish finder. And at a certain point, they were just like, we could jump in and get this thing.
Yeah, it's not that far.
But it's nuked. I'm not fucking.
Right.
It's the lakes now. It belongs to the lake now. And then they went up and just cruised around for an hour and came back. That's fine. I'll get another one.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Fuck, bro.
I
That's legit.
I don't know that I would have been smart enough to realize that. Like, I probably would have jumped in and got it and then been like, oh.
That was dumb.
Yeah, because I can't use this ever again.
Yeah.
That's really smart.
Yeah. He's like, that's fine. Well, you got the controller. I guess that counts for something already.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was fucking hilarious, man. Because we're just watching it all go down like in slow motion. And then when Dan didn't get upset about it, we didn't feel like it was. It was like, oh, okay, we can all laugh about this because it's pretty funny at the end of the day. Okay, so this beer we're drinking, this is called
like savory almost.
It's called Colder Crisper IPA. Now, CRISPR is spelled like the genetic sequencing
Should
CRISPR
be doing that
because the hops, I believe, are CRISPR.
What are you feeding me right now?
Or something like that. I can't. It's been explained to me
GMO in my DNA
a couple
dude.
times. That's when because it's technically an IPA, right? It smells hoppy. It tastes hoppy, but it doesn't have the bitterness of the hops, right?
No.
And it's because they've unlocked the part of the genome that essentially it's similar to like terpenes, right? it taps into those extra flavors that you generally just don't tap into in your normal brewing process. And that's how you get the colder crisper. And it is one of the most popular beers at the establishment now. I'd say it's probably the most popular.
It's very good.
It's different. It's a beer. I can drink it. But man, it's very different.
It tastes a little bit oniony.
It had something to do with I can't remember if it was the hops or the yeast, honestly.
Do you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
A little bit oniony.
A little oniony, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess because when I was talking to the master brewer yesterday, he was throwing out all these extra terms and all this. I'm like, I'm not a scientist, bro. I'm not a chemist. I don't understand exactly what you're talking about. But he said at that point, it's also like partly a hazy type of yeast, but also like a Mexican lager type of yeast. Now, when I say Mexican lager, IPA, it kind of works out. And it's super clear. It's super smooth. The IBUs are off the chart technically. It's like over 100 IBUs, but it's not bitter at all because there's two different types of these things that add IBUs. It's like IBUs over gravity,
the scales
proportions. It's very strange.
Because I've had really low IBU beers that are super bitter.
Yes.
That I'm like, this don't make any sense. Thought this was the International Bitterness Unit.
Yeah, but it's more fucking Breaking Bad than that. You know what I mean? I don't know. You get into some chemistry.
This is the blue, man.
Bro. I talked to Spenny about it because he's the brewer of Volhall. I talked to my buddy Tyler, who's one of the brewers at Echoes, and they explained to me all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm not a stupid guy.
We should
Shut
get
up,
some
Crystal.
of them in here. Get him on fucking record. Like, all right, bitch,
Yeah.
explain your craft, you fucking witch master.
I do have some thoughts on that, but we'll talk. That's for the future. But yeah, well, it's very interesting beer, and you had to try it because everybody loves it. I love all beers, more or less. I like the taste of all beer, but this one I just can't. Like I can't get behind it. I'm like this. The way Tyler asked me about it, he's like, because I was like, yeah, I'm just not totally sold on it. I know I should like it. It smells good, like it tastes good, but like I just have a hard time in my head. Like, oh yeah, this is the IPA I want. Because I want the bitterness and shit like that. I like that kind of stuff in my beer. And he just goes, well, do you like GMOs? And I said, not even a little bit. And he goes, that's probably why. Now let me tell you about this. And I was like, fuck, bro. But I think it's the yeast. I don't exactly remember, but it's some fucking CRISPR technology that's in this beer. And on the cans, I'm kind of upset because all the cans were gone. Almost gone.
I like a draft beer though.
When I ran in,
this is a legit growler. So
it's a super legit growler.
Keeps the CO2 in there pretty good.
Yeah, it's real good. But it also doesn't maintain a head, which is interesting. Kind of like a Mexican lager.
This is like a stew. Like that's what it reminds me of. Is like eating a stew.
Yeah.
Like I think it probably would be fire with a hearty meal like that.
Probably. And something about it too is also kind of refreshing.
Yes.
And so it works real good when it's hot out in the sunshine.
It's very weird.
It's not like slamming a fucking double IPA from anywhere else, right? Like you have one of those in the sun, you're having a bad day.
What percent is this?
It's like 6.9, I think.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's real good. It's real interesting. I just can't get there mentally.
Yeah.
It's not. I can't make it a go-to.
It throws me for sure.
I have one almost every time I go there, just because I'm like trying to like one day this is gonna hit real good for me. It's just gonna hit and be like, oh, this shit's fire. But I appreciate it. I got no bad. I don't have anything bad to say about it.
Yeah.
I just have a hard time with it.
What's your favorite beer? Let's hear it in the chat. The last range day, I drank some Sonic Rain on the way home.
I thought you were going to say some Michelob Ultra.
No. And then the time before that, it was some Johnny Utah, because that was right after the Bud Light thing.
Oh, yeah. Get some Georgetown in you?
Yeah, and I opened up my cooler to give snacks to the boys, and I said, no one drink my beers, though. And Brian said, are those Bud Lights? And I said, of course not.
Of course not.
These are fucking Johnny Utahs, sir. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. I don't get the whole thing. I don't get any of the whole thing. If you're having an existential crisis about which light, domestic, giant corporate beer you're drinking, You should probably rearrange your priorities in life and just drink some real fucking beer.
Some of the people
But
that
no shade.
I've
JB,
seen...
You know JB, how much he loves Budweiser. Ask him if he cares that he drinks Budweiser. He don't give two shits.
And that's what I was just going to say is the people that I've known that care the least are the people that love Bud Light the most.
Yeah.
Like the people that are really into it are like, I don't care. I'm not going to not do what
This is
I
the beer I
enjoy.
drink. I don't
This has
care.
been my beer for over a decade. I'm not going to drink a different beer.
I'm not plugged in enough to give a shit. I just want to keep drinking my beer.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to watch. The whole thing is super interesting.
And it's tapped every facet of life.
Yes.
Like it is such a mimetic
Everyone
theme
knows
now.
about it.
Everybody does. I do not know for the life of me how the fuck the conservative wing, or maybe it's just the fact that the coalition that would be against something like that is so much larger than just your standard like conservative Republican or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of in awe that it actually took off. Like the whole boycott, quote unquote, of Bud Light took off so much that it became a fucking meme.
Right.
And now everybody. It's like the first time this has ever happened for anything that is kind of like based in like more right-wing values.
Yeah.
The first time.
It's interesting to watch, to see the numbers, to see it covered by conservatives who are like, yo, we're fucking these corporations up. And then also to see like people on the left, because I want to make sure it's pretty as widely encompassing as possible, say like, this isn't even working. You know, they're doing this whole boycott thing. It's not even working. Like, I'm pretty sure they lost billions of dollars, not only in sales revenue like compared to last year, but also, you know, stocks bounce back, but sales revenue is gone. Like they're not selling as much beer as they were before, unquestionably.
Yeah.
30. That's undebatable.
Yeah.
So that's a very odd thing, because it's such a verifiable lie to see it be lied about that way. You know, so I told you even on like Breaking Points that she's like, this is not even working. You know, this whole pushback on them is not even working.
Of course she says that.
Like, but it is though, because they're losing tons of money.
Yes.
So I don't get how they're even making an argument that it isn't working. Like,
It's super working.
You're telling me that white moms are still shopping at Target? I'm shocked by that. I can't fucking believe that that's the reality of what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm still fucking buying shit at Target when it's convenient. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how much money are they not making compared to what they were making before.
Yeah.
If I'm in a hot day at the fucking lake and there's only one beer to drink, and
I'm
it's
drinking
Bud
that
Light,
fucking beer.
I'm going to drink Bud Light.
Yeah.
Am I going to order it at a bar? No. But I also wasn't fucking ordered at a bar before.
Yeah.
You know? So it's very weird to watch.
It's very strange.
Especially because this is something that I think you're probably in the same boat that like I care so little about.
Check.
I don't ever drink Bud Light, so I couldn't care any less about this.
Well, I do have a little story about I do have like a small place in my heart for Bud Light. Brian's got good taste. I'm down for good Bodhi's Alpha. Fucking Bodhi is money, dude.
Been on seltzers though, because I think he meant because I'm fat.
Well, good sir, you should Google hard AF seltzer and check that out.
From the boys.
From the boys, da boys.
The boys.
Yeah, the drinking
Yeah.
drinking bros.
All right, Mulvaney take.
Not a Mulvaney take,
Light
but a
take?
Bud Light thing. It took me a very long time for me to even be able to like palate beer.
Yeah.
I was probably 23 to 25 when I could finally stomach it. Every time we'd go out, like when I was in Coast Guard, we'd go out to the club, to the E-clubs or to the bars and port calls or whatever it is, be hanging out. I would be like mixed drinks guy. I got into cider for a while because like Angry Orchard became a thing. So I started drinking those a lot. And probably like once a month or something, I would try, if we'd be out together, like I'd try a little bit of Bud Light because that's what people would be ordering by the pitcher. And I just couldn't do it. And then one day I tried it and I was like, I can drink this. So then I started drinking Bud Light pretty regularly. And then within like 2 months, I was at the little fucking, the little convenience store on base, and they had a bunch of craft brews. And I was like, just grabbed one that looked cool. It turned out to be a double IPA, which was kind of a big step as it turned out, but I didn't know that. I remember talking to my dad on the phone about this because he'd always been a craft brew drinker. He was like, his only beer that he used to drink was fucking Red Hook ESB.
Ooh, that's the
because
OG.
that was the OG stuff, right? And then, like, he'd be dying today with all the beers now. I mean, he got to be around for big boost in the craft brew scene, and he was all about it. But today, there's so many more. It's not even funny. But that's I give Bud Light some credit because it's such a low level kind of like watery beer type of thing that I was able to get into the world of beer drinking through Bud Light. And then I instantly graduated and never went back. So it took me a long time to actually go back and appreciate a light beer. Nowadays I can drink Rainier or Kokanee or whatever the light beers are, and I can enjoy them, Coors Light, whatever, for what it is.
Yeah.
But there was a while there where I couldn't even drink that shit anymore. It had to be like an IPA or an amber or something like nice and crafty.
I think the first beer I really liked was Ridgetop Red that I drank, and I was like, oh, I actually like this beer.
I've been there for that arc in your life. It's a pretty good deal. And now look at you.
I've known you since before I turned 21. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's been a hot minute, buddy.
The last one I went golfing, I shotgunned a couple of beers with the boys.
As one does.
3 when we were out there.
Yeah.
And then at Cody's birthday, or Trenton's birthday, like a week or two before that, when we were getting all fuckered up, like, we should shotgun beers. And I was like, oh my God, it's been a year since I shotgunned a beer. I thought I might throw up. I think I was like, I might do it. You know, we'd already been drinking.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was like,
and especially if it's hot out too.
It was at nighttime, but I just had already been drinking, and we had taken some shots, and I don't really drink liquor that much, you know. So I was like, I might throw up if we do this, but I'm not going to not do it, you know. And then I think we ended up doing like 2 or 3. Yeah. And I was like, no, I got this.
That's hilarious.
So when it came up when we were golfing, I was like, oh, let's fucking
let's
go.
do it.
Yeah, I'm ready to fucking shotgun a beer. Let's do it.
Did you know that I have never?
That's why that was my suggestion today. I was like, oh, shotgun a beer. I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it right now. I don't give a shit.
I didn't shotgun my first beer until this year.
Really?
Yeah, it was either tail end of last year or early part of this year. But yeah, me and my brother were over at my mom's place for whatever reason, and we were just having a good old time. And we had a bunch of Rainier with us. God, what the fuck were we doing? I don't remember.
I love Rainier.
But yeah, and so Chad brought up like, oh, you want to shotgun a beer, Ma? You want to do this, blah blah. And I was like, I've never actually done this.
That's crazy.
And both of them, I got shit from both. My mom gave me shit because she's like, what the fuck do you mean you've never shotgunned a beer?
How did you go through being in the military for as long as you were and you never shotgunned a beer? That's what's blowing my mind. Is that you were in the military for that long?
Yeah.
Like, it seems like with all the partying and shit that I know you did, that there would have been a time when they were like, let's
because there were people shotgunning beers and stuff, but I don't know. I was
just weren't into it.
Because even most of the time when I was in, it was liquor and stuff, and I'm not playing that game.
Right.
And even like in the high school party days, it was stuff. It was like people doing like keg stands and shit like that and chugging the hose. You know, that was a different deal than an actual shotgun. I just never did it.
That's super interesting.
But then I did it a couple times, and I ended up throwing up that night. But
I'm into it, dude. I'm into I didn't realize, but like I said, after the last couple of times, like, oh, I'm fucking ready. Yeah, no, I'm into it.
And it's not that difficult a thing. It could be a little messy.
No, and it gets you fucked up. You feel super good afterwards. One fat belch when you're done, and you're like, I'm good. Yeah, I'm
nice.
good.
Yeah,
an ice cold light beer is just super easy, you know. And there's a whole technique to it. Make sure you got the holes lined up right, you know, so that you get the proper flow. Like, it's a whole deal.
Oh, that seems, there's some science involved here that I didn't know.
Well, so you want to hold the beer so that the tab is on your finger, you know, and then you put the hole in that side. Yeah, so that when you tilt, you just and you don't have to try and do anything like that.
You don't got to be doing it backwards and shit.
Right. I've seen some people do it with their thumb and shit like that, but that seems to be the easiest.
I feel like that's the way it worked when we did it.
Yeah.
But I didn't do I didn't make any holes. So whoever was doing it knew what the fuck they were doing.
I always got a knife, so you just take your knife and you just
pop, right?
Yep, just press it right into the bottom, and it's like the perfect little triangle, you know, to just go.
It's good shit.
I've seen some people shotgun beers pretty fast. Some of that shit gets pretty incredible.
There's a video online that I will not play on the show at any point because it's a very interesting video, but it's money.
Some real straight dudes that seem to be able, you know, really good at opening their fucking throats up. It's pretty weird.
This was not a dude. And it was sweet. We'll just say that much. So, why are we discussing the shotgunning of the beer? Why are we discussing this? Because we have a bet to make.
Yes.
We have a bet to make.
Okay. You want to do breaking points first? Let's do it.
I think we should do breaking points first.
Okay.
This is a 12-minute long video clip, right? Segment, whatever you want to call it. And we need to take a Price is Right rules, closest without going over, bet on how long it's actually going to take us to break this breaking points down.
Okay.
So I will start the opening bid with it's going to take us 60 minutes, an even hour.
Wow.
We're going to get through this whole thing. By the time we're done and going on to the next segment, so we're going to have to agree to the point like, okay, this is it, we're done. And then we'll adjust, we'll check out the time.
Yeah.
But I'm going with I'm going with 60 minutes.
And we can't force it.
No.
We can't force it. If it's over, it's over. Don't try and milk
and
it to get
if there's anything that we have a problem with, it's going long, hence the close without going over.
Right.
Because if we go over, we both fucking lose.
Yeah.
And we can't condense it too much. We're real bad at that.
Damn, yeah. And you're way over where I was going to guess. So I may have underestimated how much you have to say about this segment.
I think you do. Because it took me almost an hour to listen to it because I would stop and fucking have to bitch about something. I was like, bro, this fucking bullshit. There's so many angles of nonsense that this chick gets into. It's going to be interesting. But we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, my original guess was going to be 24, and that feels
24 minutes?
Yeah, that feels like not enough now. But
you say a number, and then I'm going to walk you through my methodology on it, and then you're going to feel real bad about yourself.
I just doubled how long the clip was. Well, then I'll go with 37.
37 minutes?
That's what I'm going to 37.
Okay, we're writing this down.
Yeah.
So I'm an hour. I'm at 60 minutes. You're 37 minutes.
We could go as simple as loser buys lunch to whatever. We'll take the next 2 weeks to think about it, and we'll come back.
We're going to come up with a very debasing consequence for this, and then we'll have 2 weeks to come up with it. So whoever does lose, better be real nice to the other person for the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, your ass is getting screwed
if
next,
there's any
next
suggestions,
episode.
any suggestions, obviously throw them in the comments of just to be clear with the competition, we're going to watch this segment, this breaking point segment. We're doing breaking down breaking points. It's a 12-minute and 5-second long segment.
Indeed.
And so we're betting on how long it's going to take us to break down this segment, to complete this hour segment of the show. So we'll see. Yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for what the consequence should be, let us know.
Yep. And I will be standing by. I'm going to pull out the fucking stopwatch and just let her go. Okay, so
this
it's down. You got 37.
Yeah.
I'm at 60. So my thinking about this is, right? So you're looking at roughly 2 minutes of conversation for every 1 minute of watching. That's the way I'm breaking it down. I'm going, no, we're probably going to talk about, we'll watch a few minutes and we'll talk for 10 or 15 minutes. Then we're going to watch a few more minutes and then talk about it for 10 or 15 minutes and then back and forth. So it adds up quick. I think if you look at it as minute-to-minute comparison, you're looking at, about 2 minutes per 1 minute of the clip, which I think is that's a pretty conservative argument or estimation.
Right, because that would just be tripling it, which would be about where I'm at. So.
Yep. So do you feel bad about that decision yet, or are you comfortable with it?
No, that feels fine to me. Okay. I mean, I think it's probably over mine, but I'm going to stick with what I said.
Okay. Okay, good. I'll start thinking about my punishment already. Let's go.
So this segment is about Crystal has such horrible. It's bad.
Yeah,
and that's
she
part of why
does.
we're doing this. So this segment is entitled "Shock Poll: $20 minimum wage backed by overwhelming majority." So,
and without any context, we could start this whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Go ahead, start the timer, and then we'll start the clip.
Okay. Starting and action. Pause button. Shit, I forgot to turn desktop audio on.
Okay. Yeah,
wanted to bring you as kind of an update in terms of working people. So I covered in my monologue that you've got 350,000 UPS workers who are right now, they're organized under the Teamsters. This is the largest private sector union contract in the entire country.
For a second. What's a Teamster? Anybody tell me what the fuck is a Teamster? What the fuck does Teamster mean?
That means we decided to team up in our unionization efforts.
Teamster means mobster. That's what that meant. That's what the fuck that meant. They're like, we got to call ourselves something different.
Yes.
While we eating pasta. And they said Teamsters.
Pasta and rigatoni.
Yeah, I don't have an Italian
And they're right now
accent, so I just
voting
said something
on whether
racist.
or not to authorize a strike. Now, authorizing a strike is different than going on strike, just to be
Also,
totally
look at their fucking terrible background. We talked shit about their
It's so
studio
bad,
yesterday.
dude. The new studio is MSNBC, but on a budget.
They're corporate as fuck.
It's real good. It's not good. And I'm sorry, but your wardrobe choice is terrible for
If
this
you
one.
ever seen Morning Joe, this looks just like the Morning Joe set. Like different color scheme, obviously.
What's the network is that on?
That is on MSNBC.
Where
I
did
think.
Crystal Ball used to work?
MSNBC.
Oh, shit. Oh, look
yeah.
at that.
So Morning Joe, they have one fat screen in the middle of them that shows, I'm pretty sure, a picture of the White House or maybe
Mm-hmm.
like different Capitol buildings. That changes. And then they have other screens on the other two sides, just like they do, because it's an angled studio.
Yep.
And they have a round table that they sit at because they have multiple guests. Usually there's like Joe and Mika Brzezinski, and then there's another guy that's always there. And then they have rotating
got a
guests
big-ass
that-
table.
Yeah, huge table.
Yeah.
Just like they have now, except this
Yeah.
one has angles on it.
Yeah.
So
This is set up for like 5 max.
yeah, this
'Cause
one's
there's
a
like a flat-
trapezoid.
Yes. Trapezoid.
Yeah.
I was
Instead of a
I was just
semicircle.
gonna have to describe the shape because I don't. but
Yeah, no,
that's
it's
fine.
a trapezoid.
So essentially, she's talking about a bunch of UPS union people looking to authorize a strike.
Because no UPS trucks have air conditioning. Is that?
She'll
what-
get into it.
All right.
clear. And it is expected that vote will pass because if you don't authorize a strike, you don't really have negotiating leverage in terms of your contract negotiations.
background.
But
No, they
because they're
don't.
organized as part of a union, they've already been able to win a significant concession. Let's put this up on the screen. Now, let's be clear that it shouldn't take any fight for workers who are, delivering our packages to get air conditioning and other heat protection in their
Pause this
trucks.
for a second. She's showing a tweet just for audio listeners.
Oh, yes,
There's
thank
a
you.
tweet now
From the official Teamsters.
Yeah, from the Teamsters, yellow check mark and all, and it says breaking: Teamsters secure air conditioning for UPS fleet in major tentative deal. The hashtag Teamsters and UPS agreed to tentative language to equip the delivery and logistics company's fleet of vehicles with air conditioning systems, new heat shields, and additional fans.
This because we remember last summer there was a bunch of videos of Amazon workers and UPS drivers like having, succumbing to heat stroke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dropping on people's porches and shit.
Yeah. And, we've never had hot weather before. So, this seems like something that is definitely well past its due because UPS hasn't been delivering packages for decades at this point in the
Right.
sweltering heat all around the globe. So this is a new revelation here. This has to be fixed right now. We need to retrofit all of our UPS trucks with heat shields and air conditioning systems.
Well, I'm sure it's very, very uncomfortable to deliver packages.
I'm
in
sure it
heat
is.
like that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's real difficult to work in a fucking steel mill too, where it's super hot. They probably don't have a bunch of air conditioning. All I'm saying is this is a weird fight. This is a weird fight to be like this up in arms about. You'll hear her describe it more as she goes along, but like,
Yeah. To be this up in arms about, yes, but I don't think that it's like a weird thing. Having been a delivery boy at one point in time, I can see we had a fine truck that did have air conditioning, but I can see why that would be a big deal.
yeah,
To not have air conditioning in the delivery truck, because if you're fucking Johnny at work, right, and it's 109 outside and homeboy's delivering for 8 hours, you see him running in and out of the building.
oh yeah,
So, and I think there's a difference between
working on a job site, slaving away all day, hauling 100-pound, panels or sandbags or concrete bags, whatever, all fucking day for 10 hours a day in the sweltering heat.
but these aren't the same job. Just like working in a steel mill and working a delivery truck are not the same job. In a steel mill, being around extreme heat that's part of the job. That's 109 degree temperatures that we've talked about this before. When we were kids, it didn't get to 109 here.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
And I've dealt
So-
with in like on the job site people starting to enter heat stroke and shit
Certainly.
like that.
And I
but,
think there's also a difference between working construction where you're outside and you're in a truck.
yeah,
The truck cars come with air
I
conditioning.
might be reaching here just because I have issues with this whole concept. I'm like,
Yeah.
because we've never had to work in hot environments before and find ways to get around it. But hey, I get it because I wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
I wouldn't want to do it either. But that's also why I don't go work for UPS. I had at one point signed up for some fucking job selection service or whatever online, and I still get text messages every day. Almost, it's like once or twice a week now. It's like UPS wants to interview you. I'm like, no, they don't. Goodbye. I'm definitely not doing that.
I'm not saying that I think that it's like a human right or anything to have air conditioning in your truck, right? That's not the argument that I'm making.
Yeah.
I do think that it's a reasonable expectation to have that if you're going to work in extreme heat that you have air conditioning in your truck. Like, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
You know?
What about the doors open? I see them dudes flying with the doors open all the time. That seems, I just love that
Right.
concept.
So think about driving in your truck. There's a difference between having the windows down and having the air conditioning on.
Fucking right there is.
You can drive with the windows down. I do it. I don't like to drive with my air conditioning down because I'm a fucking poor person in my brain and I don't like using the gas like that. But because it uses gas quicker, right? But
yeah, because you got to keep that compressor going.
right. But there is definitely a difference. You're definitely more comfortable with your air conditioner on than with your door.
Because
with
the
your
humidity is not involved. I mean, it's a good. And then you step outside and your sunglasses get all fogged. That's a good sign. And you're like, I was really comfortable for a minute, and now I'm not.
If you delivered packages for 8 hours a day, you would want to have air conditioning in your truck.
This is true. This is true.
That's what I'm saying. So I think there's a difference between wanting to have air conditioning and like I said, she's overboard.
She's going, you need it because you're going to die.
Right. The shit about the human rights stuff, this is too much. It's not a human right to have air conditioning in your truck.
No.
It is a reasonable expectation, I think, to have
especially in 2023.
I think so.
Because at that point, you're asking a manufacturer to not install a standard system.
Because it's cheaper.
Because be like, no, I don't want the standard package. I want the contractor's package.
Right.
Comes with a fucking AM radio and roll up windows.
Yes, precisely. It is like ordering a car with a tape deck because you know it will be cheaper.
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing to do.
It's super crazy. All right, we carry on.
And you're talking about, thanks to the climate crisis, but thanks to just hot summers in Phoenix, Arizona as well, temperatures in those trucks were reaching up to 150 degrees. You literally had hundreds of workers, UPS workers, who were falling out from heat stroke, having to be hospitalized. You had some near kidney failure, had one who actually died. So the Teamsters, in negotiation with
also,
UPS,
they probably should be drinking more water. That's almost definitely the case.
100%.
But
there's ways to mitigate it that is definitely not being utilized.
Yeah.
Able to secure air conditioning for the UPS fleet in a major, what they're describing as tentative deal. This is from the Teamsters. They say they've agreed to tentative language to equip the delivery and logistics company's fleet of vehicles with air conditioning systems.
Says, I worked in a factory that would get to a 115 some days. Extrusion machines suck. And then he said, I drive a 92 pickup with no AC. Great truck. Yeah.
Great truck, bro. Windows down in the summertime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a thing that you need. But
life's sure better with it, though.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't have AC in the house. It gets toasty in here sometimes.
I don't have one because it's not something that I've committed any thought to, but I would be interested to hear the argument from an anti-union person on a different way that the drivers could go about securing air conditioning in their trucks company-wide without having a union. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have to come up with one, but that's what I'm thinking right now is as I'm thinking about the story that she's telling, I don't
think you could necessarily do it without a union backing because this giant ass corporation is so giant.
So I'm like, how else would you get it?
You know, you'd have to have like your boss gets to be a worker for a day
Yes.
type of thing in the middle of summer at the regional distribution center, and then he
Undercover
goes,
boss.
"Fuck this, man! I'm talking to some higher ups. I'm getting some ACs installed for you guys."
Yes.
But there's also these lovely little things that you can buy for like $5. They're like these cooling towels type things. They have like these little gel things inside, and they stay super cold for a long time. You get them wet like twice a day, and they stay cool around your neck. You just put them on there for fucking like 4 or 5 hours at a time, even in the sweltering heat. I mean, there's so many ways to mitigate heat exhaustion that like just defaulting to a multi-billion-dollar plan of getting a whole new line of fleet vehicles with ACs in there, or spending the insane amount of money to retrofit all the old fucking vehicles, the existing fleet, that'll cost more than just upgrading your fleet with ACs from this point on. But yeah, you make a good point. I don't know with UPS at this point. you're not going to be able to do it without the largest fucking union on the planet fighting for that.
Because my initial the thought that sparked this was like, well, this is a big win for the unions, and then I was like, well, I don't want to say that out loud. And then I was like, well, hold on. And so I started to try and think of exactly what I thought of, exactly what I said. Is like, what's a different way to do this? But also coming through this, I'm like, I shouldn't not say this is a big union win, because it is. So,
heat shields and additional fans. Just to give you some of the specific numbers here, this agreement would require in-cab air conditioning in most UPS delivery vehicles purchased after January 1st, 2024. 2 fans would also be installed in package cars, which the union said make up most of the company's 93,000 vehicle fleet. So they're not retrofitting.
If no, I'm just fucking myself up here. I wonder if none of their trucks have air conditioning in them.
I don't believe. Maybe some of the newer small joints that you see floating around.
Yeah.
But the standard fucking box truck.
The big poops.
Yeah. You know what we could do is talk to fucking Homeboy at some point and see what he feels about it.
Yeah.
Be interesting. Catch him one time.
The vehicles they already have, but new vehicles will have air conditioning. The old vehicles will have additional fans and other heat protection in it. The union and the workers consider this to be a huge win. And again, Sagar, I mean, to me, I just look at it and I'm like, thank God they're doing this, but also it's ridiculous that 350,000 workers would have to threaten a strike and a total shutdown of the company in order just to get like the basics of their day-to-day safety protected.
Yeah, it's really stupid. And it actually does come at a time when Americans are more supportive. Right?
This really bothered me, the entire clip, is you'll notice how Sagar is so quiet.
Yeah.
Because his fucking lapel mic is in the wrong fucking position. So you can't hear him talk half the time unless he's facing Crystal.
Right.
Yeah. Or you guys have such a big-ass fucking production. Get rid of your stupid lapel mics and get a couple boom shotgun mics and a sound guy.
Well, there's shit's a triangle. It's not a trapezoid. It's a rounded triangle.
But yeah, you can probably fit 5 people around that whole little swoop there.
Looks like there's screens inside, like little iPads inside of the little...
You know, they got to have their fucking... It's got to be MSNBC,
Dude,
bro.
You racking out here.
Bro.
Right now of better wages and protections for workers than at any time really in modern history. Let's go ahead and throw this up there on the screen, guys. We have here voters strongly supporting raising the minimum wage to $12, $17, and $20 per hour.
So this
and this
is
also
really what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
The UPS thing is an introduction to this $20 minimum wage thing.
Yeah. Somehow. It's just like, oh, here's a union win about air conditioning UPS vehicles. Now let's talk fucking minimum wage.
It is an odd transition.
These people.
Shows you were referencing, Crystal, that right now the U.S. is at the bottom in every category on labor policies. Currently, quote, the wealthiest country in the world is near the bottom of every dimension of the index and the worst ranked amongst the 38 OECD countries on worker protection. So, look, I mean, some of these are smaller European nations, but some of these...
And I will also say there's a lot of coded language in this whole thing.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Worker protections, you know, the bottom level of this index or whatever, because generally speaking, America's business environment, as union heavy as it is, most companies in America are not unionized. Most people don't work for a unionized shop type thing. But in a lot of other countries, it's all unions everywhere. You are part of a union for working at a fucking fast food joint or something like that.
Right.
I mean, you'll have to join a union almost in every sector of the labor sector, right? And so to compare us to what's going on in the rest of the world is essentially comparing apples and oranges. We have a very different relationship with labor unions in this country compared to countries over in Europe in particular.
Yeah.
Very, very different. It's because, think of it, all those companies are going to be way bigger because they have to have more profit to be able to pay union wages, union salaries, or union wages, union benefits packages, all the other things, whereas a private company will kind of just do their own version of that kind of things in order to attract the best talent to come to their company without having to unionize. The minute you unionize, you lose control over your labor as a business owner. The minute you're unionized, you're hamstrung by a room full of regulation that has come down from the federal government and the state government
and stuff.
Yeah, and on top of that, the state regulations on top of that, which removes any profit motivation for that company unless they're fucking massive, like a UPS or something like that. Whereas overseas, it's like all unions all the time. That's just the way it is over there. So it works for them because that's the way they do business over there. That's the way they run their society. It's all very centrally controlled, and you have to have these big groups of people fighting against the bosses out there, and it's just a total adversarial relationship from the point out there. There's no consenting agreements between you and your boss about what you're going to make or how you're going to do your job. No, the union tells you all that good stuff, and then the bosses just work with the unions. You just remove all responsibility and ownership of your own labor at that point.
A really good example is in France, and we talked about just a couple episodes ago when they changed the pensions. The government passed a bill. The federal government there passed a bill to adjust their retirement age and when people can access their pensions, and that's because almost everybody's pensions there, because they're in the union, are government-backed pensions. And so they control when people can and cannot access their own retirement money.
And in that one in particular, I mean, that was essentially Macron taking extra executive action.
And people were super pissed.
They're super to the fact they protested for a fucking month or whatever out in the streets. It was wild.
I loved seeing the pictures of people like drinking at cafes and shit though, and then other people like lighting fires in the background,
right next,
like
lit. Right there.
Yeah. And other people just chilling, probably talking about what's going on.
Yeah.
And other people just
whoa, Molotov
cocktail and shit. Yeah, just getting after it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, we carry on now.
Are also like major dynamic economies as well, and so when you consider like when up against some massive, like some peer competitors which also have pretty good dynamic market economies, that's something that everyone I think is genuinely aware of for these workers like UPS workers and others whenever they're striking. We saw this in the railway unions. Even though the railway strike, the bipartisan consensus was to come in and basically crush them in the deal, the overall American people were with the railway workers, especially when they heard, we've played that famous clip of the Newsweek, the Newsmax anchor, whenever he was like, so he's like, why are you guys striking? What's going on? And he's like, well, we literally don't get any sick leave. And he's like, wait, really? And he's like, oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
he's like,
imagine if this was like an airline pilot.
Yeah, when he heard
he
heard that, live on the air, it was just a hilarious moment.
One of the best things about the show is watching two members of the political elite, because don't get it twisted, they both are. That's all they've ever been in.
Yeah.
Both of them have either worked for the corporate press in some giant capacity where they're talking about politics.
Yep.
Sauger used to be a White House fucking correspondent.
And Crystal hosted a show on MSNBC.
Yes. I mean, these two are members of the politically elite.
That she ran
period.
for office, and that's the only reason,
that's right.
She lost her job and then at MSNBC
ran for office.
And then ran for office.
And lost that.
Yes.
Which was hilarious.
She claims
these two people have never had to work an actual day in their life. They have no relationship with they would have no idea what it's like to be a member of a blue collar community, to actually go in there and use fucking sweat equity into raising your lot in life. They have zero concept of that.
Because Crystal's like, I'm blue collar, my dad owns guns, but he doesn't understand why someone would own an AR-15.
And as a quote unquote conservative, Sauger has the fact that he is so openly willing to just support these massive unions, that essentially all they do is raise cost for the consumer exponentially. And he's fine with that.
And we'll get into that more in the minimum wage thing for sure.
Yes.
Predisposed to say this is totally ridiculous. And then he heard the truth. He's like, he's like, you can't have that. But then of course the government just came in and crushed it.
Yeah, well, that's I think a really key point, because what you see here is a failure of democracy. When you have the public, overwhelming majorities, bipartisan majorities of the public who want one thing, and the actual policy implemented by elites is at the polar opposite end of the spectrum.
I have a news flash for Crystal Ball here. You know that when you go to work for a company, companies are not democratic establishments.
What role did the government have in this?
it's democracy. Everything should be a democracy. Everybody at a company should have an equal say in how the company is run. It's a failure of democracy. Democracy in all things, Donovan. That is the socialist dream. Democracy in all things, unless, of course, the democracy just creates the centralized power that tells you what to do. But that's fine.
I'm going to put this on record right now. For anybody who ever works at this company in the future, you can watch this clip. You do not have equal say over what happens in this company as me and this other man at the table. No. Him and I are the ones that control what happens.
This is a dictatorship.
Yes.
That's how this works.
It is a two-headed dictatorship.
That's right.
Yes.
We got dual consoles going on here, just like the Roman Republic of old.
Yeah, it is a biumvirate. No,
it's a biumvirate.
Yeah, you do not have equal say. We will tell you how the company will be run.
Exactly.
We will tell you the things that you should be doing. And if you don't do those things, we will remove your job from you.
Yes, exactly.
We will find someone else who will do the things that we're asking them to do.
That's one of my biggest problems with her entire concept of workers and working is that she essentially believes, again, from never owning a company or ever actually working for a real life company that isn't involved in a massive union. Yeah. Because even NBC or MSNBC, all those guys are unionized in their various little unions. I guarantee you there's multiple unions that work at MSNBC.
Some of them are probably like in the Screen Actors Guild and shows.
Yeah, I'm certain a lot of them are.
Also, just conversely to what I said, if you help us grow, because I want it to sound good to work here, if you help us grow,
I'll pay you more money.
You will be rewarded handsomely. I promise you that. That's how it's worked at the job that I'm at now, and I see it to be a very effective motivator. So
it is.
If you help us grow.
If you make us more money, we will give you more money.
Yes.
That's how that goes.
I promise you that.
Yes. As somebody who used to run a business, I could tell you that's the way I ran my business before that. And it works really well.
And we'll do
it's
cool
a good
shit.
Motivator.
We'll take you to the range. We'll help you build guns. We'll show you the way. It's going to be great.
Yeah, no corporate team building exercises over here. We get real life endeavors.
Just don't get it twisted. We run this shit.
I love that. It's undemocratic.
This is a failure of democracy.
A failure of democracy.
That is very interesting.
And I just go, newsflash, bitch. It's a dictatorship in my company. Yeah. That's how that works.
What can you call that other than a crisis and complete failure of democracy?
There it is again.
So in terms of that report of the U.S. ranking last in basically every category with regard to labor rights, there were a number of metrics they considered here. They considered wage policies, like what's the minimum wage? What kind of unemployment support is there? They consider worker protections, things like health care. Do you have paid leave, as you were discussing with the railroad workers? Is there equal pay across, genders and different identity classes? Is there child care support? Are there
pregnant? I have a really good inequality among the minority groups, global rankings. There are, you know this obviously, there are more stats that need to be taken into account when you're comparing objective groups like that than just saying these two things are not equal. We've talked about the wage gap between men and women a million times over, and so I'm not going to dive into that one or any of these things specifically, but you cannot take two minority groups and compare them and say, well, something is obviously wrong here. It doesn't work like that. That's not at all how it works, especially in regards to pay. And the second point that I have on that is about meritocracy, because this is just, I'm going to say it's a feeling because that feels good to say.
I got a feeling.
I feel very confident from the experience I have in business and discussing with other people in their experience working. Meritocracy is more alive in this country than corporate media wants you to believe.
Yes.
If you work almost anywhere, but specifically at a good company, and you work hard, you will make more money. I promise you that. And if you don't, it's because you have a shit company. There are obviously off chances that the person you're working for is a racist or is a sexist or is a whatever and doesn't respect you because of a certain immutable characteristic about you. The likelihood of that is statistically very low. If you work hard, you will see success and make more money. Some of these jobs, this shit that she's talking about, they're
You aren't supposed to work there forever. We've talked about this 9 million times. You're not meant to work at McDonald's forever. The job isn't designed that way. There are some positions, the managerial position, that is meant to have someone who has experience there.
Yes.
The other jobs, the ones that suck, that we claim need to be paid $20 an hour, you're not supposed to work there forever. You aren't supposed to be able to sustain your whole life off of that job.
Nope.
That is supposed to be for fucking kids who take a look at when these companies were started in the 1950s, when McDonald's began to become a chain, right? That was not a good
franchise.
Yeah, when it started becoming a chain, right? There were children working at the cash register.
And we all know I support child labor.
They were not overwhelmingly 40-year-old people who were working there, because that's not who the job is designed for. Not in the beginning and not now. You aren't supposed to sustain an adult life off of that job. That beginning job is meant to get you enough money to get out of your parents' house and to probably share a house with somebody else and get enough to get by.
Yeah.
So you can maybe save a little bit of money and have work experience to find a different job. Even the managerial job, you aren't supposed to be there forever. That job is, again, designed to get you managerial experience so you can work for a different fucking company. That's the whole idea. Yeah. That's the whole fucking point.
The most valuable thing you can get at a retail job as a cashier or at a fast food place as a server or something like that, the most important thing you walk away from that job with is not the money that you made while you were doing your time there. It's the line item entry you get to put on your resume to show I worked at this place for a year and I fucking showed up every day and I didn't get fired and I did my job.
Yes.
That gets you a better job a year later at not a shitty company.
And I don't know. That's something, I don't have an answer for this. It's just I don't know where that went. And I feel like an old man when I say that, but that feels very logical to me, that if that isn't your work experience, then there's something that is, I'm speaking solely on conjecture and opinion now. If that isn't your work experience and you aren't fitting into that small minority of people that I talked about that is subjected to one of these people that are oppressing you,
legitimately, right? And actively being discriminated against for an immutable characteristic.
If that isn't the case and your work experience isn't that you worked harder and you didn't make more money and you didn't get to a higher position and you couldn't go find a better job somewhere else, then there's something that is altering your perception of what is going on, or you weren't actually fucking working hard. I don't know of a company where hard work just is never rewarded in any way at all, and people continue to work there. Because when companies are like that, in my experience, people leave. There are some people that stay. Some people who are unwilling to leave, they're afraid, they're whatever. People will leave.
Well, and within a lot of these jobs, if you're actually a relatively decent go-getter at any of these baseline like retail or fast food jobs, you're instantly fast-tracked by the manager to get on the train to becoming like assistant manager and then get managerial experience again to throw on your resume, which then broadens your future endeavors even that much more. It's one thing to show up on time and to do the bare minimum and get paid your paycheck. I can show up and I can work. Cool. That's cool. But if you start getting tracked into the managerial side of things, that's a whole nother thing to throw on your resume. And it looks good because then it also shows advancement and that you have the ability to like try to strive for more. Like, I'm a real meritocracy-based person. I work hard, I get rewarded, and I take the opportunities to advance when they're presented to me. I don't sit back and be like, no, I'm just chilling here, man. I'm cool here.
I started making more money at this company that we're at now when I started asking to do more shit. Like, when I chilled and I just did what I was asked, I got regular raises that were fine and they would come intermittently. When I started making it aware, hey, I want to do more stuff. And when we ran out of work and I didn't just stand there and find a little thing, and I went and I found Dan or someone and was like, hey, what can I do? What is next? What is next? And consistently being up someo's ass, showing them that I wanted to work, I started fucking stacking. So like, I don't, in this conversation, and I'll have to think about this more, the only thing I can chalk it up to right now, this perception and this idea that they're expressing, is exactly what you said, that they've not worked for a meritocracy-based company. They've worked for connection-based companies, and that's how you make it in corporate media is you go to a good school that they recognize and they find to be fancy or whatever the fuck, you know, and you start working there. And so I don't know.
I think, like you just said, it illustrates their complete and utter ignorance on the actual subject in which they're speaking.
Joseph Garrett, show the fuck up and do the fucking job, and you can get a better job with some work experience. And if you bust your ass, you may leave with good recommendations.
So basically, what he said.
Yes.
In a way more succinct manner. Thank you very much, Joseph. Action.
Accommodations, all those sorts of things. They also considered the right to organize. So that's, do you have sectoral bargaining? Are workers really able to exercise their rights to collectively bargain? Are they really able to exercise their rights to join unions and organize within a union?
Their rights.
And across,
literally. And I also think there are probably not as many cases as she thinks where the ability to collectively bargain or collectively bargaining in like actually doing it is necessary. Most of these issues could be handled on an individual basis, but there are enough people because of different personal characteristics or backgrounds or whatever that are unwilling to do the same things that some of the other people are to get whatever they're asking for, a fucking AC in their truck or more money or whatever, you know.
We saw a little bit of that, I think, with all the fast food unionization stuff when we talked about that. Because a lot of the employees were like, bro, I don't want to be a part of this situation.
Yes.
And then they were ostracized from the rest of the fucking group. But, I mean, you could have a situation where you got a small enough company where, like, a bunch of the workers actually just kind of band together to collectively bargain, quote unquote, where you're like, hey, man, we've been talking as a group or whatever, and a lot of the employees are really unhappy about this. We were wondering if maybe we can work with you guys about this. And then you can – that would indicate, like, a good relationship with your – quote unquote bosses, and saying we're not trying to fuck you guys or anything. We just all have like the same kind of concern, and we would like at least to have a conversation about getting that addressed.
Yeah,
that would be a good way to do that, I think. But the best it doesn't. That I think comes after the individuals that are upset about something, taking their actual issues up to address them directly, and then having them fucking solved.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it.
At nearly every category, we were at the bottom. At the bottom. And again, this is not because this is what like the American people have decided. That's just we're going to have this rugged free market capitalism and sorry workers, like go out there and fend for yourself and care more about low prices or quote unquote freedom or whatever. No, this is not what the American people
wait. Care more about low prices or quote unquote freedom or whatever. Yeah, no, I do care about all of those things more than more than I appreciate what a massive union could possibly do for me. I appreciate my ability to bargain for myself and to have lower prices throughout the country so I can have a better cost of living situation going on, so I can have a better chance at rising above the previous generation because costs are lower. And then I have more freedom to control what my labor is worth in the market. I'm sorry if you don't believe you have the necessary chutzpah to stand up for yourself and actually try to fight for what you believe you deserve. But I appreciate that value. I appreciate the meritocracy involved here. I'm not going to chalk it up to some fucking union rep who literally doesn't give two shits about me.
Right.
I'm just I'm a seat filler for them. And if I become too much of a pain in their ass, they're going to have to take it up with their boss and their boss in the union, and then maybe something might happen eventually. I would much rather have lower cost and quote-unquote freedom. Yes, that's what I actually care about, not being a part of a big club that will quote-unquote protect me. Government is a big club that's supposed to quote-unquote protect me, and they don't do a good fucking job of it.
Right.
Why is a union going to do that when they have much more financial incentive to really not do a fucking shit for me? Carry on.
Put the last element here up on the screen with regard to the minimum wage that Sarah was referencing, just so people can see the numbers. 60% of Republicans support raising the minimum wage not to $12 an hour, not to $15 an hour, to $20 an hour.
Okay, so let's talk about this.
Let's talk about this poll.
Yeah, this poll. It's the tweet that they're showing from at USA Polling, And it says 3/4 of Americans support raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour. Even 60% of Republicans support the notion. So when we look at the screenshot of the study, it says that it's from a place called Data for Progress. Okay, so I don't know anything about this particular polling firm. I guarantee they're not unbiased.
No.
I guarantee it.
I bet you they support a lot of unions.
Yeah. And then at the other side, it says May 5th to 6th, 2023, survey of 1,244 likely voters. So they're doing, Breaking Points is doing an entire segment on a poll of less than 1,300 people and saying that 3/4 of Americans support $20 an hour. And this is a poll that was done by a company called Data for Progress.
What's the current rough population?
330 million people.
330 million. Okay. So we're going to go 1,300. Because we'll just round up and give them that one.
Yep.
33. Enter. Divide. Oh, it's breaking my calculator. The decimal is so infinitesimally small. The representative percentage of Americans that they're trying to say represent the whole country is so small it won't even pull up in my calculator. It gives me like a two, it's a square root number.
Because it's like 0.00001%. And that's what they're saying is representative of 3/4 of Americans.
Hey, 60% of Republicans, according to this poll, right?
Yes.
So we're talking 60%. So maybe like 600 people out of this 1,200 people poll believe that, maybe.
And it says voters were randomly split into 3 groups. Each was informed that the federal minimum wage is currently $7.25 per hour. And there are very few states that doesn't say that this is me. There are very few states that have that as their minimum wage.
Yeah. It's mostly in the lowest economic states in the country do that.
Yeah.
Because obviously, Seattle themselves, they pass their own shit. That's like 20 now, I think.
And then they said, then each group was asked whether they support or oppose raising the minimum wage to one of the following rates: $12 per hour, $17 per hour, or $20 per hour. So that's what they, yeah.
It's a big deal, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so we made it to 5 minutes and 48 seconds, more or less, at 37 minutes. We carry on. At this rate, I'm going to lose too, so don't feel bad.
3/4 of Americans support raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour, and understandably so. And we've been having the conversation about, the fight for 15 for over a decade now. Prices have gone up, as y'all know, quite a bit. So yeah, $20 per hour. If you're thinking about just being able to live and be able to afford the rent, be able to afford food prices, like just the basics of living.
Do you think, okay, so we've talked about how much wages have gone up across the country, right? That we have signs at our McDonald's here. I mean, Washington and some of these states are a little bit of their outliers because they already have really high minimum wages, but this is just an example, right? Our state minimum wage is like $14 an hour, maybe 15 or whatever.
Something
but still at these fast food places, the entry-level jobs, $16 an hour, $17 an hour, $1,000 buy-in bonuses or hiring bonuses, right? Shit like that. So there's no way this had any effect on inflation, right?
Of course not.
The fact that the entry-level
You're devaluing the dollar now?
Right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't have any effect on inflation.
Right.
Mind you.
So she's talking about how people need to make more money to combat inflation.
Which will then raise inflation.
Right. Oh. If you make the federal minimum wage, if you more than double it, right? We're not just talking about the states. We're talking about the people who actually print the money.
The Federal Reserve,
right? The people who actually print the money. And I know the conservatives out there are like, well, the Fed is an independent, totally, 100%. Jerome Powell is not connected to anybody ever. I guarantee it. I Men's Warehouse it, right?
Men's Warehouse it, bro.
Yeah, okay. So now that we've established that you're a fucking idiot, that's insane. The idea that raising more than doubling the federal minimum wage is going to help people combat inflation. Is a ludicrous notion to try and put out like it's a fact.
Yeah. Like it would be a factor. It wouldn't be as huge of a factor as, say like the printing of trillions and trillions of dollars into existence, but it definitely is a factor. But what it really does is on a macro level, maybe micro level, wherever you have this, like I say, within a city. If a city raises its minimum wage to $30 an hour, right?
Yeah.
That's going to affect the cost of living primarily in that city, and then it'll slowly ripple out to until it eventually dissipates, and then other economic market forces take over, kind of push back, creating these little bubbles, right? And so that it will overall on the net whole have an effect on inflation, but primarily it'll affect your local cost of living,
Right.
Because as everybody else makes more money, everybody else is going to charge more for that, because for one, every service and every product and service now is going to cost that much more because they have to in turn pay their workers that much more.
Right.
And then when everybody's got more money, housing costs go up, rent goes up, everything goes up. The more money you pump into minimum wage, the higher the cost of living goes.
And that's
you do that on a fucking federal scale, you tank the entire economy. Game over. There'll be entire states throughout the Midwest that are just ghost towns at this point because nobody can fucking afford to live there or work there.
And it's not by any means the only factor, but it is unquestionably
It's
a factor.
a factor,
Yeah, it's
100%.
unquestionably a factor.
Yep.
And all of these people, Crystal Ball included, that are trying to spin this fucking bullshit narrative that this is what's going to save you from inflation, or they're lying to you.
Yes.
They know that they're wrong and they're fucking lying to you. They're buying into this bullshit narrative from their party, their company, whatever it is. They're lying to you, and they know that they're doing it.
Yep. I was going to ask you if you want more GMOs, but you just get them
Perfect.
anyways.
Yeah. No. This was the same we were talking. Surprise, surprise. The minimum wage in Seattle is higher. Everything is also more expensive.
Yep.
Isn't that fucking shocking?
And you still can't afford to
No.
live a place on a
No.
Seattle minimum
They're
wage.
still complaining that rent
Yes.
is too high, even though minimum wage there is close to $20 an
And
hour.
a lot of that shit is rent controlled.
Yeah.
And you still can't afford to do it.
Isn't that weird?
But there's another point I would make about like roommate life being like a necessary experience I think most people should live with, and our generation really hasn't had to deal with that.
No,
But-
Jordan's been my only roommate.
For the sake of time, I won't do that because I kind of made the point already.
$20 seems like the absolute minimum at this point, and that's certainly the way the American people feel. And then you contrast that with,
According to
the Democratic Party. The
1244.
Republicans forget about it. Many of them will say they don't even think there should be a minimum wage, period.
Check.
Lot of
Minimum
Right.
wage in Seattle
Democrats
is
will
$17.27 an hour.
Oh, damn.
Just so everyone knows.
Hot dog.
For small
And-
employers, 500 or fewer employees, it's $15.75 an hour. But if you're a bigger company, it's $17.27 an hour. Oh, in 2023, I'm sorry, for larger employees, it's $18.69, and for small employers, it's $16.50.
You wonder how they came up with that number, 1869.
I don't know.
It's not a rounded number, like
No.
if it ends in 50, that kind of makes sense, half a buck, But
Right.
for to get
1869.
down to like literal pennies, which cost more to make than they're worth, but
Yeah.
hey, that's fine. It's all digital nowadays. Thank God we don't have to spend money printing fucking coins, minting coins. My bad.
Oh, hold
That they
on.
support.
Whoa!
Hold on.
Whoa!
I read it wrong.
Breaking news.
This says for small employers, 500 or fewer employees, does the employer pay $2.19 per hour towards medical benefits, and or does the employee earn $2.19 per hour in tips? And if the answer is no, then they have to pay $18.69 an hour. And if they do, then it's $16.50. So if you pay the difference either towards medical benefits or in tips per hour,
so it's like
then-
servers and shit like
then
that.
you can pay less per hour. But if you don't, then you have to pay $18.69. Every year, Seattle's minimum wage increases on January 1st. OLS announces the upcoming year's minimum wage increases by the fall of each year. So in the fall, they'll tell you, well, you have to pay your employees on January 1st.
So you
Isn't
have a
that
few
nice?
months to be able to like try to figure out if you're going
Yeah.
to be able to stay in business or not.
Fuck you, corporate America. Look at you just shilling out and just stealing money from everyone's fucking pockets. Oh, I'm sorry. The state is dictating to you, will you have to pay your employees every year in the fall?
Well, because otherwise
Isn't
you'll
that
take
interesting?
advantage of them and
Yeah,
you'll
of
oppress
course.
them and you'll drive them into poverty. Of course.
Thank you, Crystal, for enlightening me, because had I not, fucking looked up this one document, you're so stupid. Let's read some of these comments really
Let's
quick.
do it. Shout out to the executive producer finally in the chat.
That's right. Joseph says the unions make it too hard to get rid of shitty employees. Minimum wage should be dictated by the free market. $15 minimum wage will make it hard for fast food employees to afford a burger when they have to raise their prices to pay you. Yep. Or make them eliminate your burger flipping job altogether.
Seen that happen already.
Then Zeke said, "What's up?" And then Joseph said, "Machine flippers will take over when they are cheaper than workers." They did that and they turned them off because it was too efficient.
Yep. Because then they started losing money on like too much product going to waste.
That's a thing.
Yep.
That did happen. So
all they got to do is adjust the dial a little bit, and they'll be fine.
A little bit fatter, then it will work.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I mean, we're already the fattest country in the world, so let's go.
Maybe a $15 minimum wage, maybe over some time period. But do they fight for it? No. I mean, just to relive recent history for those who've forgotten all the slings and arrows of this. The one concession, supposedly, that Bernie got out of Biden when he conceded, he did this whole like hostage video and was like, "Do you support a $15 minimum wage?" And Biden's like, "Yes, Bernie, I do."
Every video Joe Biden does is a hostage video.
Yes, it is. We have some for later on today.
Every single one.
Although they're not hostage videos anymore. Now they're like lost old man with dementia.
It's elder abuse videos.
Yeah, what's the silver alert? Is that what we have these days? Yeah, it's
they're elder
Biden
abuse
is
videos.
a silver alert. It's all elder abuse.
His whole life is a silver
fucking
alert.
terrible, bro.
They put it to try to get it through reconciliation. Parliamentarian says no. That's the last we've heard of it. That's it.
That fucking
They
pesky
didn't say,
parliamentarian.
you know what, screw this parliamentarian. We're going to get someone who is going to agree that this is okay for the American people. They didn't say, all right,
But
we're going
it's
to.
wrong if you're a conservative to take people out of office and replace them because they're not doing what you want.
Yes. We need to get rid of that pesky parliamentarian who doesn't have the same, they're not ideological warriors like I am.
It's not even
like
in the
we
Constitution.
Are. So like we have to get rid of them and put some, we'll use the Joe Biden line. We got to get rid of him and get somebody in there that's solid. Talking about the fucking prosecutor in Ukraine.
Yep.
It's the cognitive dissonance here is so mind melting.
She has no morals.
She doesn't even believe any of what the fuck she's talking about.
No.
Because if she did, she might actually be able to ground some of it in fucking base truth.
I wish that I could get to know her better so I could know what the motivation is, because I don't think that it's money. Like, that seems it's too basic, you know? There's something else here that's going on, because marrying Kyle Kulinski is weird. The way that she's doing this show is weird. Like, none of this makes sense. So there has to be something else that's going on, and I would be very interested to know what it is. And I bet like her dad, or if she has sisters or something, they probably know what's going on. But I want to know what it is, because there's something else that is either the goal or that she's combating or something, because this is all, none of it makes any sense.
It doesn't. And I've heard it brought up at some point, like she's essentially fishing for her next big corporate TV job.
Ooh.
This whole thing, she would sell her soul to be like a primetime host on a major network TV show. You know what I mean? I don't know how much stock I put in that because of how much she would lose her entire audience.
Oh, yeah.
Because of how focused they are on independence. So I don't know how much stock I put in that. But there's definitely something going on here. I kind of want to just say it's like ideological capture. You just say the right things, you stay on the right track, and then good things will happen to you later on. Because, like you said, it literally doesn't make any sense why you would do this to yourself. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Why marry the Frosted Tips guy with zero success? Maybe he's a super awesome guy. It doesn't come off that way, but I don't know. And it also just might be the fact, because she's gotten worse and worse and worse. It might just be, she might just be in a much more, like a much stronger ideological bubble where all she's getting is, the only opinions that she's getting are like feeding off of Kyle Kulinski and like the super progressives. And
because she doesn't even
Sauger's
she
out.
she doesn't even get the pushback from Sauger that
No, not even a little bit anymore.
Yeah.
He's just sitting here taking it. Or stopping and agreeing with her, which is weird.
Try to get this into these must-pass bills. We're going to work it into our deal with the Republic. And no, they just gave up on it. And so, again, when I look at these numbers, what I really see is a complete hobbling and crisis of democracy. When you have 75% of the public saying, here's where we are, and you have the entire political class say, screw you, we don't care.
It's always a crisis. We're not even talking about democracy. We're talking about unions and fucking minimum wages, but that's a crisis democracy too.
3/4 of 1,200 people think that the minimum wage should be $20 an hour. The fact that Congress wasn't able to fucking smash in 15 is a crisis of democracy.
Amen. Because we know 60% of Republicans even want this.
We're not going to do anything about it other than maybe sometimes pay lip service to it. That's where you start to understand how faith in all our institutions has crumbled, how people are so disgusted with the political process, how they don't feel like their vote counts, how they don't feel like their vote matters, how they don't feel like it matters whether they show up to vote for Joe Biden or Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis or anybody else.
That's because it doesn't.
You know,
the system doesn't care about you, and every major institution hates you and wants you to die.
Well said.
What she's saying is true. That part of what she said is true. Those institutions don't care about you. Your votes don't matter.
Yep.
The powers that be, as we like to say, because that's just the easiest way to
because they are the powers that do be at the time.
They do be doing.
They do be doing.
Yeah,
all the people live here.
And it's the easiest way to make ourselves targets by the federal government is to just say the powers that be. So because it just fully encompasses everyone, and then they know everyone can tap into the show, and at least we'll get some more hits. I bet that they have ways to watch shows and not even give us the hits. Like we don't even get the.
I'm still pretty concerned that your entire fucking friends group going out there, they're probably half feds at this point. I'm talking about you, Brian.
Yeah, it's we don't even know. So,
but hey, if we're not living dangerously, is that even living? If you can't take the chance that half your friends are feds, I don't even know what we're doing here.
I told you that we get into last time. We're stepping into territory that's like, we might be getting entrapped.
Carry on. I still have a slight chance.
Astonishing
I got a
that
slight
we're
chance.
at a point where just for workers to be able to get air conditioning in their trucks so they don't die.
This is true.
They basically have to shut down
That's
the
right.
economy. That's where we are.
And people,
Yeah, it's actually, you literally do. I forgot about that. Yeah, because he's dope as shit, isn't he?
And we look up to him. He taught us things. We clapped for him. We said, everyone clap at him.
I love it.
forget,
life
we
is
often
great.
look at this as a partisan issue, but the the state of Florida, we talked a lot about this in 2020. On the night that Donald Trump won it by more than President Obama did in 2012, in 2020, in the contested election. Florida, who went for Trump and then later on went for DeSantis, they passed a minimum wage by some 60-some%. So there is a huge overlap between people who are willing to vote Trump, Ron DeSantis, who are willing to vote Republican, and who do support an overall minimum wage. And that's why it's also important to understand, too, whenever you look at the minimum wage that is in many Republican states. Like in Alabama.
You can ask me a question.
Okay, so because it relates
but I am going to go pee. This is not going to work out.
It relates to what Brian said. So in these comments, he said, I'm down for $20 minimum wage if you bump me up to 45, or better yet, how about an affordable 2-bedroom apartment? So before we read the rest of the comments, let me ask you this. Do people really want a higher minimum wage, or do they want to take home more money?
People want to be able to afford the living they want with whatever money they're making.
Yes.
So they want their entire cost of living to be somewhat relatable to the money they make.
Right.
Other than that, it has to be that broad conceptually.
Because it can't just be about what you make. Because if we just talked with you, if they triple what you make, but the other things that you pay for will triple in cost.
Yes.
That's how this will work. So it isn't just about what you make.
Joseph said it right there. I want my money to go farther.
Yes. It's being able to afford the things that you want and that you need.
Yes.
That is what people really want. So I think this whole line so I think the whole line of $20 minimum wage is a fallacy, and it goes right along with the same ideology that we just talked about of falsely propagating this idea, trying to convince you that the best way for you to be able to afford more things is for corporations to have to pay out more money, and that won't affect how much anything costs at all. And I don't think that that's true. And I think Joseph's other comment, he said, with true inflation metrics, we need about $5 million an hour by 2024 just to buy milk and bread. And what he's referencing is these new statements about the consumer price index, and how when we look at the consumer price index from the federal government and from people who support them, saying when we look at the consumer price index, inflation has really gone down. And that's because these statistics that they're spitting out, they also exclude energy prices, food, used cars, rent, the things that people spend most of their money on.
Oh, but they're too volatile. They're too volatile.
When you take out the things that you spend money on, inflation is down. So isn't that nice?
Yes.
All of the other things that you buy less often, those things have gone down in price. And doesn't that make you feel good about what the federal government and Joe Biden has done for you?
Exactly. And that's part of my problem with where we're going already in this clip now is we've gone from like a very targeted issue. We started with fucking air conditioners in UPS vehicles, and then we broadened that out to one of the biggest unions in the country, having, back in the sport, giving them a win, blah blah blah. And now we're talking about federal fucking economic policy, none of which is related to how much money essentially you have in your pocket and how much farther it goes, because none of what happens on that federal level actually means that much down. You can't change that necessarily to what it's like to live your everyday life. All that stuff happens on the micro scale. It happens in the small economic unit that you're participating in. That's why the prices we pay at fucking our local stores will be a much different. There'll be a different price than if you go over to like the middle of nowhere, Eastern Washington, where there's fucking 5,000 people that live in a town. Prices will be different because their entire economic model is different than it is over here, the way it is over there. It's disgusting how quick you just broaden this out, and the next thing you know, you're talking about the fucking Capitol building and an economic policy that's going to affect everybody, and then fuck most people involved.
Yes.
It's disgusting. Because most of everything that actually affects your day-to-day cost of living in the communities that you will be frequenting as you live your life are affected by your local politics more than anything. How much regulation and bullshit there is involved in building houses and developing land. That speaks to how much rent is going to be, how much a new house is fucking going to be, how much a used house is going to be, a used fucking house. Used cars, brand new cars, very different types of situations there. But at the end of the day, those are the things that you're going to have to compete with and contend with in your everyday life.
Let me give you a market condition example. Okay.
Yes.
You know how much I purchased my home for.
Yeah.
There is a manufactured home 2 blocks down from mine on a smaller lot.
I hope this proves me right.
That is a smaller home.
Okay.
It is on the market for $105,000 more than I bought my house for.
Oh!
$105,000 more than I bought my house for, which is a 2-story home, 2-bedroom, 1941. I restored the floors, original wood floors, full basement, double lot, fully fenced.
Gas heating, gas appliances, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You're living the life up there on the hill, bro.
But yeah, we have gas heating and the hot water and stuff. Yeah. So yes, a manufactured home that is unquestionably worse than mine,
which will automatically lose half its value the minute somebody buys it.
Is on the market for $105,000.
That's
more
fucking
than mine
crazy
on a smaller lot.
That is wild.
And someone's gonna buy it. It's only been up for like maybe 2 weeks. Guarantee someone will buy it, and we'll be able to check after that how much they paid for it.
Because I also want, we got to find out where this is at. Because I got to look. I'm really curious about that whole situation because that's not the way it's supposed to work.
My in-laws, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they just sold their house for almost $200,000 more than they paid for it. The market it's crazy.
It's rough right now.
Yeah,
I know. I got things going on that I'm like, I'm not doing that for a while. You see a bunch of fucking for sale signs start popping up here. Used to be
fools.
The day you put the sign in the ground, the next day you drive by it, there's a fucking sale pending thing attached to it. Fools. Nowadays, not so much.
Just wait.
Not so much. Yeah, when I was talking to my financial advisor dude the other day, he's like, definitely advise you not for another probably year at the earliest, 2 years probably. Yeah, that's when people should be looking to do some things there.
But looking at to sell for that house. I was like, well, I can't wait to sell my goddamn house because I'm going to cash the fuck out in this bitch. So
No, you won't. The entire economy collapsed by then. It'll be fine. Then just be happy you have a piece of paper that says deed with your name on it. That way when somebody tries to take it from you, you can kill them and be like, I own this land, bitch. It's deeded.
My house is so old that the original plot lines for it is a hand-drawn map. It's pretty awesome.
You find that a lot in Bremerton.
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Back when surveyors used to be fucking men.
Yeah, someone like drew a stump in the ground, you know. It's cool.
That's
it's super cool.
That's a legitimate point of observation to find a property line, by the way. Is it an old stump that's been there for fucking 50 years?
Yeah.
It's
super
legit.
funny, dude.
Raising minimum wage won't help. Stop printing dollars like they are stamps. Would you? That would help.
Yeah.
So we're both going to lose because we're at an hour now, and we made it to 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Well, next show we should both shotgun beers.
We will come up with some kind of debasing situation that we will both have to do on the next show. And if you have suggestions, ladies and gentlemen, please let us know on one of the socials. I am at Big Bird Off on all the things. My buddy here is Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, at Salt the Street on Twitter, or just hit him up on his new home base, which is the at Salt the Streets on Instagram. You just basically live there, which is awesome.
Pretty much.
Or join the Patreon. Hit us up on Patreon.
That's right.
Or saltthestreets.com or anywhere fucking else.
We'll always
or comment on this video. I don't give a shit.
We'll always answer the Patreon messages.
Indeed.
For sure.
Indeed. Can't believe we got 8 minutes into it. 8.5, almost 9 minutes in.
We just did
a
whole part 2 on this. It'll be great. We only have to talk about Trump for like 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Alabama and in Alabama, for example, it's $7.25 per hour. And that's actually the case across much of the industrial Midwest, in Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, which is the overall federal minimum wage, Louisiana, same federal minimum wage, Mississippi, New Hampshire even, North Carolina, North Dakota, Oklahoma. Now, look, in some cases, we've talked before about the minimum wage. We did a lot of discussion of this back on Rising, if I remember correctly.
Back on Rising.
Regional.
I saw a relatively decent Rising clip the other day.
Yeah,
it was very interesting. I might have it sitting in the grab bag. I might.
Minimum wage and all the discussion around that I actually think is totally reasonable.
Yeah,
but
sure.
there is no saying that $7.25 is actually enough in most of these places where it doesn't even meet the poverty line. And the problem, too, is everyone's like, well, if it's the minimum wage, it's like, why should we spend so much time on that? Well, unfortunately, we do have millions of people who actually do make the overall minimum wage, and so it would have a genuinely big impact. There's also been some discussion, too, around whether the corporations and some of them could absorb it. Everybody talks about small businesses. I've even seen previous proposals and discussions around like phase-in times for the level of employees and times that you have. So there are a lot of...
Maybe once you get so lost in the fucking weeds about the details of how this would impact the overall economy and how it's going to affect different types of businesses, maybe you should, as a federal government, decide this is not our fucking playground and we shouldn't be playing in it. We should just let the market kind of work out. And as a quote-unquote conservative, maybe you should have some base values that might reflect that, so you don't even support this completely unconstitutional, ridiculous concept to force businesses to pay certain employees an X amount of dollars per hour. I don't know how the U.S. government has the constitutional ability to tell a private citizen who's the owner of a business how they have to run their business and how much they have to pay their employees. And if you, for a second, identified as an actual conservative, you would brush off every one of these feelings-based, emotional-based arguments about how much more money people fucking need to be paid. Fuck you, Soccer. You're not a conservative. Take your goddamn fucking suit off. Put on a fucking sweater. I can't describe what like a granola crunchy hippie would be very well, but that's what I want to call him. So carry on.
Ways we can work
all
around
of
this.
that.
Like, there's a lot of discussion that we can have about making sure you absolutely not only minimize but completely reduce any impact overall on small business and small firms to the corporations that can obviously afford to pay them, people like Walmart, Amazon, and all these others. Even if Amazon is 15, it might even be $19.
We just forced the big corporations to pay out because they can afford it. Yeah.
Well, and also according
unconstitutional. I'm sure.
And their argument for corporations to get us all the way to this point is that corporations are people too, and they have rights just like anybody else do. So pay us more money into our super PACs because you're just a person. It doesn't really matter. So if these corporations that you're so dead set on being allowed to give you as much money as fucking possible, you're also going to turn around and stab them in the back and tell them that you need to pay more taxes. You need to have a bigger cost of business than the mom and pop shop who probably helps they actually care about their employees more. Like you're making two counter arguments here that are diametrically opposed to each other. Am I seeing that wrong? Feels about right.
Depends on where you are right now. But of course, sometimes they will actually raise their minimum wage to also stop from having to do healthcare, to increase churn and remain and have total control over their overall hiring process.
These are the fights that are most critical right now, given how our economy is, how it exists in the current moment. We have a tight labor market. That's a good thing for workers. That means that they're less afraid to take strike actions. They're less afraid to vote to unionize. They're less afraid to push back on their bosses in individual cases because there are jobs out there. So the question isn't, are there jobs available? The question is, are there good jobs available?
So this
and that's
to
where,
the argument that I was making earlier. I just fucking blew my load too quick. Not all jobs are good jobs.
No.
And that's, first of all, good is a subjective term, right?
100%.
So every job, I'm not even going to do it because I don't believe that. Not all jobs are good jobs. Jobs suck. A lot of jobs are really unfortunate. All of the jobs that I had up until this one, and even this one sometimes, they suck. They were shitty jobs. They were unfortunate jobs. Jobs are not meant to be good. They're not meant to be fun all of the time, especially the entry-level jobs in which you are doing services for other people.
Yeah.
Right? The first job that I had was working in the call center. Is this not a good job? Is it a job that no one should be doing? Should we just have robots do it instead? Is that how it should be done? Is my job just going to be better if you just double my pay? Is that what's going to make it a good job? No, that corporation sucks dick. That's why that job sucks.
Yep.
You can't reshape a corporation by making them pay their employees more money. It doesn't work that way. If they don't care, they don't care.
If anything, it builds more resentment to their employees.
It doesn't work that way. That's not how a corporate personal relationship works after a certain size, because that's it. It's the same, like the Dunbar's numbers principle. When you have 10,000 employees, you don't care about them.
Nope.
You can't, because they're statistics. They're no longer actual employees. They are numbers in your system. When you have 50 employees, you actually kind of give a fuck about almost all those guys. Some of them you're not going to like. You still care about them and their well-being because they're your employees. Yep. That's how that works. It's a Dunbar's numbers principle. It's impossible.
That's a great pull, by the way. That's a really good connection.
Yeah,
a Dunbar's number for a company.
And
it definitely exists.
The only argument against that I see is like, well, then we just shouldn't have big corporations. That's a fucking dumbass thing to say. That's just a stupid ass argument.
And also I could argue that point for longer and like with more fervor than like the argument for like raising a minimum wage for a corporation. Yes. I can argue that giant corporations are bad way better than I can like you should just pay more because you're a giant corporation.
Yeah. At least there are like antitrust and human rights points to be made that are legitimate from an oversized corporation, as opposed to
you could actually make real points.
Yeah, as opposed to just everyone should make more cash.
Yeah, baby.
Just more money in pockets. Yep. That's the same thing that led us to the fucking the stimulus checks, and they were like, I had no effect because this is the same woman that said they burned off. The stimulus checks burned off.
It all burned off, man.
The effect they had on the economy burned off.
Yeah,
she really said that. That's a real argument that she made, is that it burned off, so it wasn't having an effect on inflation anymore. It's impossible. That's literally a retarded thing to say.
What you could say,
you have to be choosing to slow your perception of the reality of the financial market to be saying something like that.
Indeed, which makes it retarded thinking.
It's literally a retarded thing to say. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, and oh shit, what was I gonna say? The corporation the burn off situation. I said the only thing that actually burned off all the stimulus money is because within like 2 months of getting that stimulus check, all that money's value disappeared within 2 months because of how fast inflation grew at that certain point. So it was literally worthless. Period. Done. We're moving on.
these fights over, all right, what's the floor going to be federally? What is the minimum wage going to be? What can you actually support yourself on at this point? I mean, this is the basics of the American, what the American dream and the American bargain should be. That if you work hard and you play by the rules, you're going to be okay. And right now, millions of workers, I mean, they're so close to the edge. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but we just got some dire numbers about the number of people who couldn't afford a $400, emergency.
Because that goes with that. There needs to be
fucking working, Crystal.
There needs to be a set of rules that you can follow. The modern world that we live in, that she's referring to, has a code of law that's so long no one could ever possibly hope to read it, let alone know every fucking law that's in existence.
Oh yeah,
it's impossible. You can't play by the rules when you don't know what the rules are, and when there isn't a set of rules. That's, I don't like repeating the word, but when there isn't a set list of rules that all people play by, she's fucking lying to you. And they have to lie to you for this argument to work. There isn't a way to make it honest, and that's why there's so much deception involved. It's impossible to make it an honest argument. So I think that this is nonsense.
It's total nonsense.
There are far too many hands in the pie of your life for you to possibly hope to be getting an untainted piece, and she is trying to deceive you in the opposite. So
did you just pull that analogy out of your ass?
I did.
Too many hands in the pie to get an untainted piece. That's
so I don't.
Episode title.
This is dishonest. The tainted pie.
Yeah. Well, you know what also this is too? This is a direct reflection on the failures of centralized control.
Yes.
This is because that's the world she's looking for, is a much more centralized marketplace, a much more centrally controlled economy. The reason that you're talking about all these issues is because these are the issues that pop up in a centrally controlled economic policy model. You get rid of that. Bring it out to Joseph here. He said the free market will fix all these particular problems, but only if it's actually free. 100%. Every aspect, every facet of the economy would be a better place if the government was not involved. We can have a conversation about like antitrust and giant ass corporations, but also if the government had never really gotten involved at that point, it'd be a very, very different world. And you wouldn't have a giant percentage of the citizenry asking for the government to get involved for all these extra perks and bonuses that no one else in the private market is actually getting.
Yes.
It is a monopolized, centrally controlled economic model that they all want, and then they all bitch about the problems that they create, which is exactly what this shit is.
And she's lying to you about a false line that is only supported now by conservatives that are also lying to you. That's how you know both groups are lying.
That's
because she's saying that, well, they believe this, but isn't giving you the context to why that isn't true anymore. She's just saying that was never true, which is a lie. The people telling you that it still is true are also lying to you because they don't want to admit that they're fucking your pie, American pie style. So
that's official. Tainted pie.
The tainted pie is, in fact, the name of this week's episode.
Expense. It's just insanity. So in any case, I think to me, the biggest takeaway is the distance between the political class, what they consider to be radical. I mean, I don't even know how many members of Congress, if any, have come out in favor of a $20 minimum wage, even the furthest left.
Because they all know it's insane.
And yet, 3/4 of the American people and 60% of the Republicans.
How dare they not
always
represent
a good reminder.
What, 900 people?
Yes.
How dare federal representation not demand federal legislation over the opinion of 900 people?
Probably came primarily from D.C. and New York City and Baltimore and Detroit.
Do you know how? It's a failure of democracy.
It's a failure of democracy.
Yeah, I don't know if she says that again, but if she doesn't, there was a missed opportunity.
What the actual divides are in this country. It's not what you would think if you were watching any other news channel.
Hey guys, if you like,
because we're not lying to you.
It's over.
If you watched any other news channel, you wouldn't hear the truth that the fucking truth bomb that we just dropped on you with this survey of 1,200 people. No one's gonna tell you about that. No other show is gonna tell you the truth like we just did. Let me tell you what he just said. But for real, No one will ever tell you the truth about that, like we just did. Jesus Christ.
I don't agree with it, but I think it's hilarious.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's just fucking talk about DJ Trump here for a second.
Okay, so yeah,
the indictment has come.
We're just even going to update it. I don't even want to dive into it. The indictment of Donald Trump for... Maybe we'll talk about it next time. I just so don't want to this time.
Yeah, but it happened.
We'll let some more stuff play out, and then we'll talk about it, because now it's just political bullshit.
It's all political bullshit. And the one thing I wanted to say about this, and I think it actually just speaks to your point about why it's not even really relevant to talk about, is the fact that these are all high-level legal proceedings. The Alvin Bragg case in Manhattan, he's not going to have another court date. Trump's not going to have another court date until fucking December. Okay, December of 2023, which means you're getting into prime time, fucking primaries, and everything's popping off. We're not going to have a second court, like his next court appearance for the document situation, which is what he just got indicted for in Florida in a federal court for the first time. Like, this is going to take forever to play out. If he wins the presidency, we'll just put it that way. If he wins election, he will be president by the time this court case is done. So there's really no hurry into all this. It's all playing out. It's, he's got, if he can maintain some kind of ability to keep lawyers on staff, because he has a problem with losing them all the time, this is going to go on for like well into the next presidency. So I don't even know what the fuck we're doing right now. It's just, it doesn't even really make sense. I have one clip I want to play for you because I think it's absolutely hilarious, and it illustrates the stupidity of the generalized progressive...
Pod Save America?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
So
drinking a Dunkin' coffee.
Of course he is.
Because he can't drink Starbucks.
So he's talking about the date of the indictment. This is how inflated their ego is.
Dan, care to comment on the unverified report that Jack Smith has delayed the indictment so that it comes right after we hit publish on this episode of Pod Save America?
I just hope when that moment comes, the appropriate people in America thank us. Because if big news only breaks after we pod, if we don't pod, no big news.
Dan.
This is why also I hate the term pod as far as podcast, because that man with the very pretty blue eyes is so full of, both of these guys are so full of themselves, man. Pod Save America podcast is unlistenable, it's unwatchable unless you are madly in love with these two dudes that are so in love with their own fucking ego and have their heads so far up their own ass they can't tell what day it is because it's dark up there. You can't even tell when the sun comes out.
Right.
But what's your take on their unconfirmed report that the reason the indictment came out when it did was because they were waiting for the Pod Save America guys to drop their episode about the indictment?
These guys are pieces of shit. I used to listen to this show
all the time. I hated it.
Not because I was like, I love this show.
No, it's
but
Oppo research.
Yeah. And I can't. It's just too much.
We have breaking points now, at least.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, we couldn't get through a 25-second clip of these guys if we were going to do like a breaking down Pod Save America. It'd just be over. Ooh. Don't entertain the idea. I don't want to spend 12 minutes of my life with these people anymore. And I've walked away from Pod Save America, the whole crooked media endeavor. I'm not doing it, bro.
I bet I could get
you know, if you want it, that's solo show for you if you want.
That's so funny.
Oh, yeah. So overall thoughts is basically you just don't give a shit about this whole Trump indictment right now. Just not worth your time.
It is relevant. There are relevant factors to it. I'm not going to say that it's not relevant. I am tired at this particular moment of my life of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I don't... The takes on it are so...
They're bad, bro. They're ideological at this point. They're team takes.
They're not... They're disingenuous. And I don't want to listen to a bunch of people say things they don't believe in.
Check.
So I'll wait until there's some videos to watch that are not people's takes on this particular situation.
Yeah.
And then I will make an opinion on it.
We've
talked about it enough times that I think people understand what our take is on the general situation of the documents, having them or not. I mean, the basics of it in my eyes, and this is part of the reason I don't care about it. You're talking about whether or not a dude who used to be able to access secrets is allowed to still have those secrets or not. And that seems like a really dumb fucking thing to be arguing about. And the fact that everyone is so up in arms about it, and they're saying, well, maybe he can't run, and we should make it so that he can't run, and all this type of stuff, you're showing me that there's something else to this other than just what's going on.
There's a little hair of TDS in there somewhere.
So I don't want to listen to you lie. I don't want to listen to people lie about this at this time. And because there aren't more people, I'm gonna give credit to Dave Smith because I heard like some clips from him they're saying the same thing, that like there's something else going on here, and the fact that no one else is talking about it, there's something wrong.
Yes.
So I don't even want to listen to conservatives talk about it because you're not even talking about the real issue. You're saying that this is, whatever. When a Republican is in office, you're going to make arguments about how the Department of Justice is independent. So I don't want to hear now about how Joe Biden's Department of Justice, he's going after somebody that he's supposed to be running against. Because if Donald Trump was in office, you wouldn't be making the same argument.
Yep.
This is not based in anything other than ideology, and I don't want to listen to it.
Ideology or persona fandom. Like, it's the most interesting thing I've seen at this point, which essentially made me walk away from the whole thing. Other than the fact that there's a recording now from when Donald Trump was giving an interview to some author about something, and he literally like pulled out it was like the war plans that Milley and the DOD had come up with for invading Iran, and he's like waving around and showing this dude on tape. It's like, yeah, like I this is secret. I'm not, like I could have declassified this and I didn't, and it's here. And really, he's just trying to make the point that, like, I have a bunch of, like, evidence to, like, to have something to push back against when they say, like, I was a war hawk who wanted to invade Iran. I was like, okay, well, still, that right there alone is not going to help your fucking legal case. That's problematic, buddy. Exactly.
You're making an argument you don't believe in, and I understand that it's because you need to defend yourself in a legal status, but that's
not even the argument being made right now.
Right.
Between the two teams, the two teams right now are and it's the weirdest fucking thing in the world, right? You have the rally around DeSantis troops, and you have the rally around Trump troops, and two of them are just going at it, fucking throwing haymakers right now, and it's gross. It's fucking gross because all you're doing is like getting behind this weird ass cult of personality situation. Your righteous indignation towards the state has completely faded away, and all you're doing is like, I want my guy. I want my guy. You guys are so fucking stupid here. You've lost track of the entire plot line, and now you're just in a fist fighting match. You're in a food fight for the popularity of the fucking Republican caucus. Who gives a flying fuck? Besides, there's only one real Republican candidate that's worth talking about. Vivek Ramaswamy. That dude's based as fuck. I love that guy. But anyways, but yeah, that's really all I have on the Trump stuff. It's stupid. I hate it. And at the end of the day, we will have actual legal consequences to talk about instead of all the drama in between then. So whenever there's something legal that happens, we could talk about it, and then we'll move on because it's all just fucking stupid. The state is going after itself. It's tearing each other apart. They're the left is trying to make sure Trump can't run. Trump's trying to make sure the left can't kick him out. It's all just throwing back and forth. At the end of the day, it really doesn't have any true effect on how you live your life day to day right now, because this is just modern day politics playing out, governmental politics, I should say, playing out in front of us. It's a giant drama. It's a giant soap opera, and we're all here to watch it. I, for one, am changing the fucking channel.
This is what happens when the federal government is too big. This is precisely what happens.
Exactly. And then we get into these lanes where we are essentially taught to think these are the arguments and the fights that we need to have the entire time. The federal government continues to grow, continues to get a bigger and bigger grip on what you can and can't do with yourself. There's more regulations involved. Nobody's talking about downsizing the government at all. Every single person, Trump included, will get in there and make the government bigger, period.
Yeah.
And in that situation, everybody loses. So that's my 2 cents on the Trump indictment. Don't give a fuck,
I like
basically.
it. Yeah.
So we'll see. we can wrap this segment up right here, unless you got anything else.
No, that's it. With that, we will call this an end to part 2 of episode 150 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We've been happy to have you guys. Of course, this segment is brought to you by Zeke, our executive producer. If you are still here, of course, this is brought to you by you. And who did I say? Leggings and Aprons, this second segment. So, of course, you can find us also at our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Obviously, I've had 2.5 beers. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Instagram at Salt of the Streets and our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there. Subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. If you become a $50 patron, you can become an executive producer just like Zeke.
Indeed.
So with that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you're ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you're ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you're ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 150, part 3. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin. I also forgot my charger for my phone. I meant to grab that.
This one back now.
Ooh, is it plugged in?
Yeah,
I like it.
Just been hanging out.
I got to keep that extra view going. Sorry.
No, you're fine. This part of our show and every other segment and every other goddamn episode is brought to you, of course, by Zeke.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The executive producer and our top Patreon contributor. If you want to be just like Zeke, you can go over to our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. You can join there and you can pledge as much as you want. We have various different rewards, and we'll change them up. Let us know what you want to see and we can do whatever you want. So
That's right.
We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. Okay, so Deborah.
Me nuts.
Deborah.
Welcome, Deborah.
Goddamn good to see you, Deborah.
It's been so long.
Little League is over. Will Wallace.
Nice.
Hello.
Woo! Yeah,
Everyone
Mr.
is
fucking
here.
Mom out there. Mr. I am so excited. The day after my birthday, William Wallace Batchy Pad or Batchy Party. I am
there
so
you
excited.
go.
I'm so excited, Will. It's
There
going to
you
be
go.
so awesome. And I'm pretty sure we never resolved the terms of our bet, so we're going to have to discuss that at our bachelor party, good sir. I
You and
promised
him?
him he'd be engaged or married by, it was like last Christmas or whatever, and then he was. So
Got him.
we got to talk, buddy.
Gotcha, Will Wallace.
All right. Anyways, sorry, I fucked up your thing here. Too long.
No, you're
too
fine.
long.
You're fine. Been far too long, Deborah. So, part 3. We're going to be talking about some Ukraine, some military type stuff.
Some international stories.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So, I know this, but you guys don't know because it was silent. I talked about the Ukraine counteroffensive last week. And some things going into it, some concerns that I had. I was going to, so stupid, I was going to say, go back, listen to the episode, but you can't.
Because for those of you who might just be catching this particular part and not the earlier part of the show, when I was out fucking around fishing, getting drunk a couple weekends ago, you held it down solo from your individual studio at the house, and that last segment or two was totally silent.
Yes.
For some, we'll call it technical difficulties. We'll say that much.
Yeah. So I talked about like some hesitancies I have with the idea of a Ukrainian counteroffensive.
I would love to hear them.
Whether or not, so in short, right? I'll try and kind of summarize it. The goal of our continued aid to Ukraine has been for Ukraine to be able to reclaim its own country, right? So part of that requires a counteroffensive if that's what the end goal is, right? My concern is that my main concern with the Ukrainian conflict is the loss of life, the continued loss of life, right? So my main goal is to stop people to be done dying.
So you're basically DJ Trump on this.
That's what I would like to be done. Yeah, is for people to be done dying. So I'm concerned with the idea of a counteroffensive because it doesn't stop the killing, which is what I think our goal should be as a world, right? Since we're on this as globalists, I think our concern should be as a world to stop people from dying.
Seems good.
So instead of a counteroffensive, I believe that our goal should be seeking a diplomatic resolve or some type of treaty at this particular point.
Based.
I have larger concern with the continued counteroffensive that they're already talking about strikes into Russian territory. This has already happened. So I don't have faith that the Ukrainian counteroffensive will stop at where the borders were pre-Russian invasion into Ukraine.
Yeah, if they can get to that point.
Yes. So I don't necessarily feel like this is a good idea. I understand the conceptual argument behind it. I don't think this is the right way that we should be going, but it's the reality of what we're doing. So
Yeah, and I have thoughts on that.
let's hear it.
Because I think, honestly, the only particular involvement we as the United States should have in this point is just essentially like on a diplomatic level, trying to continually push for peace talks and negotiations and stuff like that. We shouldn't necessarily providing military support or
Like the
anything like that, right?
Africans.
I'm not super into that. Like the Africans.
There is an African delegation in Russia
Oh.
on its way to try and
just
promote a peace
there
treaty.
you go. I was saying it's more like China because they're the ones out there doing any heavy lifting at this point.
Yeah.
But I would say if you were to remove our involvement as it were now, right? Because I think all of that is wrong, more or less. I would have zero issue with Ukraine trying to, if they had the ability to get into Russian territory and fuck them over too. I don't have any problems with that because Russia invaded Ukraine. I got no issues with it. If somebody invades you, you're at fucking war. Who gives a shit? If you can march to Moscow, march to fucking Moscow. I would advise against it because It's literally never been able to be done ever in human history.
Yeah.
But if that's what you wanted to do it. I don't care. But that means removing it would only work that way if we had never really truly gotten involved in the level we have now. Because now, again, we've heard it from Vladimir Putin and the Russian side at that point, that they're at war with NATO, they're at war with the United States, they're at war with the whole goddamn Western world at this point. So it doesn't become that simple. But on its own, I would have no issue with Ukraine going and fucking up Russian border towns because they've done the same to them. You're at war, bro. You invaded us. I don't give a shit if I go in and wreck your country. You've wrecked our country. But as a American who unwillingly has been brought into this war by our fucking piece of shit government, I don't want that to happen because that just escalates things and it makes it worse. And, you're not going to win that one, Ukraine. I'm sorry, but greater empires than you have tried and failed every time. So probably not a good idea. If it's about retaliation and just killing people because they killed you, I can understand it. But again, if we're in the situation we're actually in, I don't advise that, and I would not support that at this point in time because you're just our pawns on the board, bro, but this is our war, so I don't want that. The minute American fucking bombs start falling in Russia from Ukraine, that's a problem. And I'm not looking to deal with that problem, so I'd prefer if it didn't happen. But I can understand why Ukrainians would want to do that. And again, clean slate, I'd support it at that point. Somebody invades my country, I'm going to take your fucking country. Fuck you. I don't care. But that's not really the reality we live in, so I'm not into the concept. But like I said, just theoretically, I would have no issues with it. But yeah, if this is the world we're living in, where the counteroffensive for Ukraine is taking parts of Russia, for one, I laugh because that's not going to happen, and two, I don't want that kind of added fucking pressure on the Russian army at that point. I don't want them to feel that much more pressurized. Like, I get it. But also, there's bigger shit at stake here, bro. You don't need to be doing this.
Right. The escalations that took place prior to Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think, were enough. Mm-hmm. We definitely don't need consistent battles along whatever the Ukrainian-Russian border is, wherever that line is drawn.
If Ukraine takes over, like, some border towns in Russian territory, they're not stopping until they get those back either.
Right.
Which, again, I understand, but also, like, it's just prolonging the conflict even more. At this point, you're not going to convince me that Ukraine's going to get Crimea back, bud. Sorry, that's not going to happen.
Right.
That's a lost cause at this point. And if your end goal for this new offensive is to reclaim all your Ukrainian territory, well, I got a newsflash for you, bud. It's not going to fucking happen.
There's potential for some weird no man's land to be established where a group of people feel disassociated from the Ukrainians and the Russians because they have family members who've been killed by both of them over the last decade.
Because their entire generational family farm or whatever has been blasted to shit by both sides.
And now they want independence. Like, we don't want to be part of Ukraine or Russia. We want a different fucking country right in the middle of these two assholes.
That'll be the fucking Donbass right there.
Yep.
They don't want, at this point, they've been killed by both sides. So fuck both of you guys. Yeah. We're going to be an independent thing. Well, good luck. Good luck to that, too. I haven't seen any good news from this quote-unquote spring offensive.
No.
I do have... Where is it?
No.
I do have an article here from the Wall Street Journal about
Brian says it will never make it back to the border, as Deborah says, or is that illusion for public consumption while that money floats back to the big guy for his upcoming campaign?
Hey-o, the big guy. Yeah, that was if we weren't fully on breaking points today, I had a few Joe Biden things, but I might be able to work something into the grab bag.
Grab bag always has something.
It's always got something. By Africans, I thought you meant about Wagner. But let me pull this article up real quick because I think it also illustrates a different issue that's going on right now. So from the Wall Street Journal, Ukraine runs into Russian air superiority. And this comes on the end of us essentially allowing or approving NATO to be giving F-16s to Ukraine to help with
training the Ukrainians on the use of F-16s.
And up until this point, I thought the narrative, or at least the propaganda at this point, was to say like our anti-air defense systems that we've been sending them were so fucking solid, it has kept Russian air support from becoming superior. Like they've not been able to gain air superiority because of all the weapon systems we've been sending over there. I thought that was the deal, but now we have an article from Wall Street Journal saying like the Russians have air superiority. I think it's a really interesting thing. So Ukraine said its forces were advancing on several axes in the counteroffensives, but were struggling to counter Russian air and artillery superiority, hobbling its assault in the east and the south. Now into its second week, Ukraine's ambitious attempt to take back Russian-occupied land is proving to be a hard slog against dense minefields and well-prepared defenses. After Ukraine's first probing attack yielding mixed results, that's so terrible to say. Their first probe had mixed results. That means a bunch of people fucking died and no lines really moved.
Yeah.
Its forces have mostly paused their advance in recent days as commanders take stock of the past 2 weeks and analyze ways to punch through the Russian lines without taking huge losses, indicating that at this point they haven't punched through Russian lines and have taken huge losses. Russia has taken advantage of its superior air power and Kiev's limited air defense to strike Ukrainian armor columns and stop several attacks, destroying some of the sophisticated Western weaponry Ukraine is fielding. So in other words, this is wasted cash.
And that's the stuff I was talking about earlier, the Bradleys and the Abrams tanks being destroyed in the first pushes into these contested areas.
Yeah, and I think just speaks to the point that I'm making, that like this whole lie of having air superiority somehow because of our air defense systems over in Ukraine has just been a lie to this point, because if they're knocking out our entire columns of fucking U.S. and NATO-made gear, obviously we don't have air superiority. It's a good thing we're sending a few fucking F-16s over there. That'll be a super game changer.
Yeah.
Because the modern day fucking MiG fighter is just a dilapidated piece of shit, right? I'm sorry, but I highly fucking doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's a generally dope ass fucking plane. But the UK's defense minister said in its daily intelligence briefing on Saturday that Russia had bolstered its force of attack helicopters and occupied that place, Berdyansk, whatever it is, some 60 miles behind the front line of Ukraine's south, with more than 20 additional helicopters deployed there. So we're talking double digits alone right now, and mostly gunships. The move further strengthens Russia's...
Helicopters are a game changer.
They are indeed, because planes,
Brian
jets especially.
Brian be knowing about helicopters.
Brian be knowing about helicopters. Also, it's a real close race with the episode title. That sounds really nice. Brian be knowing about helicopters. The move further strengthened Russia's air power potentially in the region. Helicopters have successfully fired long-range missiles against Ukrainian ground targets that have had little protection from air defense system, the British defense ministry said. Quote, in the constant contest between aviation measures and countermeasures, it is likely that Russia has gained a temporary advantage in Ukraine. It said in a post on Twitter. So really, that's really the only point of this article, is just to illustrate that propaganda line about our anti-air weapons being so based that like Russia's air superiority has not been a thing. They send up jet fighters over there, and we knock them out with Javelin missiles, or I think that's the air missile. Or we have like essentially an Iron Dome type situation going on in the cities, and that's stopping the Patriot defense system, and that's stopping air attack from that place. Well, as it turns out, where it actually matters, they don't have air superiority. They don't have shit. They're getting our equipment is getting nuked with Ukrainian soldiers inside from Russian air defense. Surprise, surprise. It turns out Russia's military is not this dilapidated piece of shit like we've been sold for the last fucking year.
Just going to say all of this line about, well, I guess they weren't as strong as we thought they were. That's because they knew
bullshit.
This was coming.
Yes.
Of course, they know there's going to be a counteroffensive. If NATO is going to keep sending them money, eventually they're going to push back.
Yes.
And like you said, they're not going to allow them to go into Russia, let alone to Moscow or any of that type of shit. So,
no.
Of course, as soon as they start to push, they're going to say, no, this is ours now. That's what we said.
Yeah.
Is that this part is ours now.
Yes. The military equipment you're going to run into deep into enemy lines on the front line of whatever battlefield is going to be very different than what you can field as it comes close to your border. That's when you got all the strength in the world right there. You're not bleeding yourself out dry far out into the front lines. The vast majority of the Russian military is not involved in Ukraine.
I have to assume, and this is just good timing, right? From reading this book, the DA book. Part of the issue that the Germans ran into at the Atlantic Wall was that a ton of the people there were people who didn't want to be there. They were conscripts and people who had been picked up and in these campaigns as countries had been taken. So there's a bunch of Poles and French people who they don't want to do this. They don't have any need to be there. They've been conscripted. They don't want to be there.
They just bent the knee just to not get killed.
Same thing. For the last 6 months, 9 months, a year, we've been hearing about how most of the Russian army is conscripts. They're doing all this shit. I have to assume that the Russians learned at least a little bit from history, from military history. And if they're expecting some form of attempted invasion into their form or their part of the country that they're taking, I would have to assume, under those same assumptions, that they've learned something from history. That's why they're putting the conscripts on the front lines, and the people who are waiting to defend their actual territory probably aren't conscripts.
Yeah.
They're probably people with some battle experience who know what the fuck they're doing.
So your regulars with the training or your special forces.
So they stand a chance of actually setting up defenses that won't be penetrated. Yes. I don't know that for a fact. I'm assuming that because there are no accounts of Vladimir Putin being a dumb person. He's an educated person, especially when it comes to warfare, military. These are things that he knows about. I have to assume he learned a little bit from shit that happened on his back doorstep. Yep.
Yeah, I mean they've been Russia as a nation. When it was an empire and when it was the Soviet Union, knows what it's like to fight multi-front wars at the time. This is only a single front war. This is not something that's like, bending the realms of experience for Vladimir Putin or the generational knowledge passed down through the Russian military ranks.
Right.
It's not. This is it's a different type of warfare. And yeah, if you believe that the bulk of their military prowess is out on the front line, you've never even played a fucking military strategy game.
Yeah.
Because the bulk of your defense is going to be, let's say, you move the front line 10 miles one direction. You move your back line up 5 miles. And then you hold that strong. That's where your fucking supply lines come out of. That's where all the hard logistical points are based. You have a lot of regulars there. They might be rotating back for rest or whatever. Your front line is always going to be static. There's no reason to have the bulk of your force up front. You have the bulk of your attack force up front.
Right.
But as far as like your overall military power is hanging back. Because if there's a counteroffensive and that front line gets destroyed, you don't have anything to fall back on. You want a harder wall behind the front line to stop any potential advance. And that's like 101 basic fucking grand strategy when it comes to warfare. It doesn't take a super smart person to think that that's how you should do things.
Right.
Have multiple layers of backstops for an enemy force to run into. And then you turn around and you counteroffense again. It's 101, bro. It's so fucking stupid to think that like all the Russian forces are on the front line and all the Ukrainian forces are on the same line. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
That Russia was so blinded by greed for territory that it threw its entire military into its initial advance.
We need that fucking
Ukraine.
farmland, bro. We need it so fucking hard.
That seems like a silly thing to think.
It certainly does. It certainly does. Did you see the Ukrainian dam explosion thing? The whole you saw the clips of it running. Well, we've got another Nord Stream pipeline situation going on here, right? This is from the BBC, but the Ukrainian dam, what we know about the Nova Kakhovka, that's what I'm going with, Nova Kakhovka incident. It's a giant fucking dam in what was Ukrainian territory, but is now essentially occupied by the Russians. That got fucking blown up. It was sabotaged, and then there was a massive flood. It knocked out tons of fucking homes. I mean, it was a bad deal, man. Huge fallout. I saw a big old map with like the actual areas, the tributaries that places got flooded out. Tons of farmland got fucking submerged at that point. Tons of houses, the whole 9 yards. And then the big battle, just like with Nord Stream, was like, well, who done it? Was it Ukraine? Was it Russia? And I'll tell you right now, nobody fucking knows. It could have been both. I mean, if it was in Russian-held territory at the time, it would not make sense for the Russians to blow it up, just like it didn't make sense for Russia to blow up their own fucking pipeline. If it was in Ukrainian hands, it wouldn't make sense for the Ukrainians to blow it up either, because their people are just downstream and they're all going to fucking die.
Right.
Mind you, it is also a power source, so it's a strategic asset.
Hydroelectric dam.
Yeah, and so like you're going to be doing logistical damage at that point. And then again, that they go, okay, why would Ukraine sabotage itself again? But then again, why would the possibility of Ukraine being behind the Nord Stream pipeline make sense? Well, that one actually does make sense, because it's not their fucking problem necessarily. It's mostly Germany's problem. But in this case, who knows who blew up the fucking dam? But it was a big strategic move. Somebody done it, and there's definitely going to be fallout. Everybody loses at that point, because even if Russia maintains control of the territory, they don't get to use the strategic resource that is the dam. And if the Ukrainians capture it all back, well, now you got an entire portion of your country that's flooded because you decided to blow up your own goddamn dam for some reason.
Right.
So I don't know, but it was a big deal. Like last week or 2 weeks ago is when it happened. But as far as strategic moves in the overall Ukrainian battlefield, that was something I saw. It's nothing too crazy. It kind of hit real quick. It was the talk of the town on Twitter for like 2 days, and then it just disappeared again, because I don't think it actually truly matters that much. Trying to think if there's anything else about Ukraine that I particularly wanted to bring up. Good, zoom tight.
Thank you. There was a new U.S. aid package.
Yes, another 300 some million, right?
Yeah, this one is 325 million.
Just drop in the bucket.
NATO is talking about a new aid package, as well as, solidifying their unwritten agreement with NATO or with Ukraine for defenses. And so I wanted to ask you,
so fucking stupid.
What is the difference effectively between? Let me find my thing to make sure that I have that correctly. What does it say that we're willing to solidify the loose agreement that we have with Ukraine, but are unwilling to do so with the one that we have with Taiwan? When the levels of aggression prior to the current warfare in Ukraine are relatively similar between Russia and Ukraine and China and Taiwan. The type of shit that they're doing, military flyovers, drills, all that type of stuff is the stuff that China is doing outside of Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it say that we're willing to do this with and I'm not saying that NATO needs to accept Taiwan. That's obviously there's different groups, there's a different deal. But
yeah, but as far as U.S. involvement goes,
yes,
it's essentially the same.
We're willing to get all behind Ukraine, but we're not willing to even, we're going to shame Nancy Pelosi for fucking going to Taiwan on a trip to Asia.
So a couple initial thoughts. It probably illustrates the fact that we actually care more about Taiwan falling to the Chinese than we do about Ukraine falling to the Russians. Don't really have much to lose there in Ukraine. If Ukraine is essentially swallowed up into the realm of influence of Russia, not really that big a deal, especially after that new Baltic pipeline got brought in from Norway over to Germany, right? Because the whole goddamn thing in Ukraine it's not about democracy. It's about fucking gas. It's really what it is. And Russia's control, the Gazprom fucking monopoly over in Eastern Europe. That's really all it's about. I don't understand any other reason why the U.S. would give two shits about it. They're not a member of NATO. They're not even I'll take it back. I understand why, because that's what we did back in the day, and we've had our fucking USA fucking brand in the Ukrainian government since we helped the coup back in 2014, and so this is just ours, and you can't have it, Putin, so fuck off.
Yeah.
But compared to Taiwan, that's a totally different, more kind of realpolitik situation. It has much more deeper consequences if Taiwan falls to China and becomes part of the CCP instead of, the old school Chinese Republic or whatever the fuck it was. There's going to be a lot more economic fallout for the United States. We won't have good ties with a island nation directly off the coast of China, which could be very useful in a proxy war.
So then why would we be willing to put this support behind Ukraine and not behind Taiwan?
I think we have much more realistic military support behind Taiwan because China does a bunch of exercises over Taiwan. They do a bunch of flyovers and all that. And then as soon as they're done with that, then we go do ours. We just did a massive fucking military exercise in the fucking strait over there last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. As soon as China got done with theirs, we went over like, well, we're going to fucking spread our BDE now. We got aircraft carriers. We're running this. We're running that. That is so much more of a realistic hot conflict possibility directly between us and another nation compared to Ukraine. That's why I think it's so much more different. There's nobody that's going to get involved. There's no way logistically you can funnel the amount of weaponry and money into Taiwan that you can into Ukraine.
We already
it's
have
so
those
much
back doors
easier.
built into Ukraine.
We've been a massive military base in Germany and all over Europe since World War II ended. You know, we have a massive unit over there, particularly because of NATO and like that whole anti-Soviet wall that was built.
Right.
So we have massive military presence over there. And so if shit hit the fan, there's hundreds of Abrams tanks ready to roll. There's fucking thousands of troops ready to roll, helicopters and fucking F-22s and bombers and all that shit. So it's all ready to go. Not the same case in Taiwan. Basically, it's all naval power in Taiwan. So it's a bunch of going out there, doing joint exercises, doing a big show of force, and then going back to our little area between Taiwan and Japan and doing that whole thing. And then China comes in, they do it too. But the realistic military conflict that could occur is far worse when we're looking at Taiwan. I mean, I have a story I was going to hit earlier, but we have remember the CHIPS Act when that was passed?
Yeah.
A bunch of incentives and shit like that for chip companies to like build things up in America and all this. Well, there's a fucking American-based chip processing company that just invested $600 million in factories in fucking China. Like there's in everything as far as our military and our overall, kind of economic advantage and our technology and everything that we kind of have come to rely on for our economic power throughout the world is all based in like high-grade microchips that all essentially come from Taiwan. And so if Taiwan falls and the CCP gets control of that, we got massive fucking issues economically.
Right.
And militarily because all that high-tech shit all got Taiwanese fucking chips in them. So the stakes are just way, way different. That's the major difference between those two and why we can just send a bunch of money and gear over to Ukraine versus if China actually tries to invade Taiwan, that's a shooting war. And that's the kickoff of World War III. If fucking Russia, if Putin decides to throw a couple tactical nukes across the border into Ukraine, into some farmland that's already been destroyed, just to nuke a few thousand soldiers or something like that, that's not going to start World War III yet, right? It just won't. But if there's a single fucking Chinese soldier that makes it to the beach in Taiwan, World War III pops off. Because we just can't afford we can't afford to lose them, essentially. That's the way the establishment would see it anyways. Because we just don't have the backing here. The vast majority of all our chip power in the United States goes to one place and one place only. Video games. Yeah. Essentially. It's high processing video cards that are done for like, video editing and games, 3-dimensional animation. There's tons of applications for them, but they're all passive.
Because we don't have that many imports from Ukraine. Like when the grain crisis happened, most of their
that's
grain
Europe
goes to like Middle Eastern countries and shit like that. That's India and like that type of shit.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Right.
All that shit. That's that part of the world, which, is not really going to affect us that much.
Right.
But Taiwan's another story. That's all. Who owns most of our debt? China. Where does 90% of all the cheap-ass goods that we buy come from? Fucking China. Where do all the chips come from that make all of our high-tech shit actually work? Taiwan.
Right next door to China.
Big fucking problem, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the difference, I think, comes from.
Okay.
At least that's my opinion. I don't know.
No, I like it.
I'm not super tapped into that world, but it just makes sense.
And then I have the Allies pressuring Biden to accept Ukraine into NATO. So there's continued pressure for that.
Yeah.
To which the obvious question is, this is what got us here, is continue to expand NATO.
Yeah. NATO fucking around.
And this kind of comes on the heels of a more dominant. I wish I wrote down what morning show it was, but I think it was on Wednesday. One of the daily shows was saying, there's a common thought now that, NATO membership for Ukraine is the only real way to end this war. Is for Russia to know that Ukraine is either in NATO or they're going to be in NATO.
Yes.
And I don't think that that's true. I don't see how that ends the war. I just don't buy that narrative, but that seems to be what's being spun now.
Yeah.
So that's how we end the war, is make sure that Putin knows that Ukraine is going to be.
You can't have it.
Yeah.
We did the coup, bro. It belongs to us.
Yeah.
Well,
we already couped it, bro.
We already couped it.
Yeah.
Fucking idea man over there. Another fucking episode title. You're just going to have to pick out of a hat today. Just stating for the fact, for the record, right? NATO was established to prevent the spread of the Soviet Union, correct? Yes. Does the Soviet Union exist anymore? No. So this has become an entirely different form of military alliance.
Actually, it does in our hearts, comrade.
It does. It does. That's right.
It does in our hearts.
No. I mean,
that's all. Go ahead.
all them fucking Antifa pukes. I mean, they would
That's
love.
Right.
They love for the years of the Soviet Union.
Union is alive, comrade.
How many fingers am I holding up? Is there 5 or 4, bitch? But it's NATO has essentially taken on a different role. NATO is now, it's a weird military alliance, yes, but also NATO represents the Western world. Right.
Yes.
Everybody's spheres of influence. That's NATO, right? That's why Turkey's kind of loosely involved, and and Erdogan is a part of NATO from Turkey because we need them in our realm of influence, right? They're the thorn in the side of NATO. Nobody likes that, Turkey's a part of NATO because they always have problems when we want to expand NATO. Erdogan goes, no, bitches, we're not going to do that. I have issues. No, Finland, you can't become a part of NATO. No, Sweden, which we'll talk about in a second, you can't become a part of NATO. It's always Turkey. But we need them in our realm of influence because otherwise they're 100% going over to Russia's side.
Right.
In that world. So the Cold War's still on. It's Eastern versus Western. If you get Ukraine to join fucking NATO, there will still constantly be conflict. It's not necessarily going to stop Putin from trying to fuck with it. It'll just be more nerve gas attacks on high-ranking officials in Ukraine. People are still going to be
cyber attacks and shit.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
It won't be open hot conflict. It'll be both sides supporting various civil wars. In which case, there's just more and more murder on both sides, left and right. Everybody just keeps dying. So it won't necessarily fix anything. It might prevent larger conflict just based off of Article 5 of NATO and the joint support for if somebody gets invaded or not. But once people are a part of NATO, there is the world is like, we're not going to invade because we're not doing that. Belarus isn't going to march into Ukraine from the north if Russia's not already in a war with Ukraine.
Right.
If they're a part of NATO, lines will just hang out where they're going to hang out, and their realm of influence will probably shift back to the Middle East like it used to be. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the world has to gain from Ukraine joining NATO. It wouldn't necessarily stop the conflict. It would just maybe shift it slightly to a different form or a different location, but it wouldn't really change. And at this point, I mean, the fucking NATO president or whoever the hell represents it, I think we showed it in a previous episode, their tilt is that, Ukraine will be a part of NATO eventually anyways, at some point. That's the path. They're on it. So regardless of how this whole thing ends, whatever's going to be left of Ukraine, I could see a world where there'll be an Eastern Ukraine and a Western Ukraine.
Yeah.
I could see some Cold War shit like that happening. The Eastern Donbass and Crimea will belong to fucking Russia, more or less. It'll just be called Eastern Ukraine. and then we'll have Western Ukraine.
They don't even get their own name?
No. It'll just be East and West, because otherwise, how do we make sense of this to the public? Well, Eastern Ukraine needs to be liberated because they're controlled by those fucking dictatorial fascists over in Russia. That's not a good thing. And then all the support will be put behind Western Ukraine so that, we have Western powers, we have Western allies. Western Ukraine's where it's at. Kyiv is like the hot popping capital right now. All the young upstarts and the entrepreneurs are starting businesses there. It's a whole 9 yards. Throw your money into Ukraine. Go invest. Go be fucking profitable and an entertainer.
I got it. That's where Trump finally gets his wallet, in Ukraine.
Yay! It's the return of the wall.
That's where he gets it.
Except it will be the Ukrainian wall this time.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
But he's going to say, Mr. Zelensky, build that wall. And then a bunch of people are going to say, oh, yeah. Cheers. And
it's all fucking happiness. So stupid, man.
They're going to be like, we need to keep our Nazi ways over here. Keep that progressive shit over there with Russia.
So I have a tweet. I have a tweet to show you. It's pretty fantastic. I think this pretty much.
We can all agree that there are Nazis in Ukraine, right? We're not saying that Ukrainians are Nazis.
But there's a lot of Nazis in Ukraine.
We can all agree that Nazism is alive and well in Ukraine, right?
I think the New York Times would also agree with you at this point.
Oh, Jesus.
This was fantastic. This is from Defiant L's.
Less than a year, huh?
Less than a year. July 2nd, 2022. New York Times headline: How the Russian media spread false claims about Ukrainian Nazis. June 5th, 2023. Nazi symbols on Ukraine's front line highlight thorny issues of history.
You fools.
That's fucking fact right there, okay?
You fools.
All the people in Ukraine that are doing all the fighting and dying on the front lines are all hardcore fucking Nazis, bud.
Baby Nazis.
I hate to say it. They're not a big fan.
Y'all are wild.
They're not fighting for Zelensky. Half of them fucking hate him. Why? Because he's Jewish. That's why. And they know he's a fucking puppet installed by the United States government. They're not a huge fan of that. But what they do care about is nationalism.
Nationalism.
They are fighting for their home and their families and their friends and their ancestors. It's kind of a Nazi thing, which, But that's the reason they're out there. They're not fighting for democracy and fucking, their bullshit president that was installed by a foreign power. They don't give two shits about that.
Right.
No, they're much more localized. And yeah, you hate to say it, but a lot of them are direct ancestors of literal, actual Nazis. Sorry, bud. That's the reality of the situation. Even the New York Times can actually have a come to Jesus moment a year later and be like, well, it's a thorny problem.
Yeah.
It's a thorny problem that there's a bunch of Nazis out there holding it down, bro. Sorry.
They do be doing that.
It's where the people live, bro.
Yeah, they do be being Nazis.
They do be being Nazis.
Yeah. Let's
Jesus.
see what else I have on my little things.
Here's the video of the fucking dam breaking. Here we go. Okay. This is what happened after. Yeah, this is the video of just what it looked like.
And then we're going to extend this out into some different countries, more general military stuff, as long as you're cool with that.
I'm super cool. I mean, just see it. So it blew up right there, and then just massive amounts of water as this drone comes in. You're talking hundreds of thousands of homes get flooded out, properties, people having to evacuate areas. I haven't heard anything about the death toll numbers on this, which might indicate a previous evacuation type order.
Because there's houses and shit around here.
Yeah, and primarily the issue is downstream, because all those rivers that are running now are going to be about 25, 35 feet fucking higher, and there's a lot of houses involved at that place. But part of the reason about that, I forgot to mention, we were talking about the dam situation. That dam situation is that this particular reservoir that was held back by the dam and stuff like that is the primary water source for where? Crimea, which is held by the Russians. Hence the conversation about whether this may or may not have been a Ukrainian kind of self-own, just to own the libs type of thing. You know what I mean? I'm going to take a self-own just to own the libs. We're going to blow up our own fucking dam because why not? We can rebuild it in a couple of years. We're all corrupt. It doesn't really matter that much. So fuck it. Maybe we'll deprive Crimea of their water source.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was that video. It was pretty wild. It's a lot of fucking water, dude. A lot of water coming down. All right, what is this that you're showing me? Why Saudi Arabia defied the U.S. over OPEC oil supply cut?
Okay, so
you're telling me the Saudis defied the United States?
So this article, I'm sending you a third one, and I'm sending them all in order, and this will
good.
perfectly create the narrative in which I would
up.
like to persuade you all to believe.
Are you trying to establish a narrative, Donovan?
I am being honest about the propaganda I'm spinning you, telling you I'm trying to deceive you. No, okay, so this article is from October 7th of 2022, right? So this is a little bit of a throwback so that we can remember. No, the first one was correct.
Yeah, no,
why
I'm
Saudi
queuing
Arabia.
up.
No, you're good. So this article is from October 7th, 2022. If you go back to whatever the most recent show was that we did at that time, we covered this when it happened because
yes,
because it was a large topic, right? Because Joe Biden was like, I'm gonna go over and I'm going to talk to them, and I'm going to make sure that OPEC knows that they can't be cutting oil production because we need it.
This was the official fist bump situation, and yes.
And then he leaves, and like 2 weeks later, they're like, yo, we're cutting oil production.
MBS is like, go fuck
yeah,
yourself,
like,
bud.
y'all have us fucked up. We're cutting oil production for sure.
I hear what you said about my mama.
Right. So this is just to remind you that this happened, right? That we discussed this. We'll read like a little bit of it. This is a CNN analysis, of
CNN business, bro.
Right, of why Saudi Arabia defied the U.S. over OPEC
because they mean
cuts.
business.
Saudi Arabia's energy ministry once famously said that the kingdom derives pleasure from keeping everyone on their toes. That is likely how White House officials and Democratic politicians were left feeling when the kingdom led OPEC to announce a mammoth oil production cut this week, causing fears of even higher inflation just 5 weeks ahead of the midterm elections.
Pause button.
Yes.
Editorial note. What does mammoth oil production cut mean? How about you give me a percentage, CNN business? You're
mammoth,
a fucking
dude.
business, right?
It's
give me a
mammoth,
percentage.
bro.
Give me a number to work off of. This just tells me it's bad. It's big and it's bad. It's an extinct animal worth of fucking oil production.
That's all
cutting.
you need to know.
Mammoth is a big animal.
What they're trying to say, let me interpret this article
Please.
for you. What they're
I
trying
have a hard
to
time
say,
understanding CNN's propaganda.
We all know that oil comes from the bones of dinosaurs, right? So what they're saying is
Fossil fuels.
That's true, right? That like
in some capacity,
breaks down into the oil, and that's like, well, okay, so
it doesn't
that's right. Before I make this joke,
it doesn't all come from that.
But if some of it comes from that, okay. So what they're trying to say is, if you turn the bones of a mammoth into oil, that's how much they're not going to make every day.
That's a stretch, bud.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
You're shilling for CNN business right now, and I'm highly upset about that.
Listen, you're just not insider enough in the oil market to know how much a mammoth of oil is, okay? It's more than a barrel. It's more than a barrel. It's certainly more than a barrel.
It's like how a lot of... Like I think it's in the UK. They weigh things how many stone something is.
Yeah.
Like fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I don't care if you put it in kilograms. We can go metric.
Right.
We could do that. But you can't call a fucking mammoth of oil. That's not a unit of measure, bitch.
A stone is like several pounds too. Like
I think
12
it's like 12 or 15.
Yeah. It's super weird.
Somebody was just talking about a stone on a fucking podcast the other day, right?
Maybe.
It's like yeah, okay, whatever. Either way.
Yeah. They'd be weighing fighters
a mammoth
like that.
of oil.
This guy weighs 12 stone. What the fuck does that mean?
And then we'll really change it up. It's not a unit of volume. It's a unit of weight.
Right.
A mammoth is 4,000 pounds of oil. Or 320 kilograms of oil.
It's so stupid.
Yes, it is.
Oh, shit.
Fuck you, CNN. Carry on. So the mammoth oil production cut.
Yes.
Yay. Okay. We remember that. We talked about that.
On Wednesday, OPEC plus the oil cartel led by Saudi Arabia and Russia agreed to slash production by 2 million barrels per day, twice as much as analysts had predicted, in the biggest cut since the COVID-19 pandemic. An intense pressure campaign by the U.S. to dissuade its fist bumps. That was the intense pressure campaign, was to dissuade its raise. I'm not gonna shake your hand, but I'll fucking bump you. Dissuaded its Arab allies from the cut ahead of the decision seemingly fell on deaf ears. Russia is already pumping below its OPEC ceiling, and the bulk of the cuts will be made by the Gulf producers. Okay, so
I said, so many problems with this.
This is just to remind you that this happened, right? This is just to kind of lay the line for you. So the next article that we have is from Reuters, and it says Exclusive. Saudi Arabia doubles second quarter Russian fuel oil imports for power generation. This is from July 15th, right? So what we're seeing is that Saudi Arabia has cut its own oil production, so it's not exporting as much oil.
And it's
now importing twice as much Russian oil, right? So we'll read a little bit of this and we'll go to the third article and it will...
Before you read,
yes,
in case it comes up, I'm going to assume that the reason that they're doing this is because it will cost them less to import the oil used for power generation than it would for them to process their own and use their own.
You are partially correct.
Fuck yeah.
Then the third article will fully create the narrative for everyone.
Nice.
Because these articles are spread out enough. Like this one was from April, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that...
This one's from July.
Okay. Oh, the picture's from April. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the first one was from October of last year. This is from July of last year.
So this is a thing that if you're not... I'd be keeping my eyes on the Saudis. You know what I'm saying? I keep my eyes on the Saudis. The same way that you be watching the Russians.
I watch the Russian bear. You watch the Saudis oil princes.
It's the same way that I'd be watching the Saudis.
Also, you need to be watching that fucking movie about how the Saudis fucking got lit up. It's got Antonio Banderas in it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I'll pull it up in the grab bag. I'll remind you of it.
Deal. Okay. So we'll read
it's
a little
not
bit
a
of this
bad
one.
movie. It's the first non-bad movie suggestion I will offer to you.
I like it. I like Antonio. He don't really make bad shit. You know?
He's great.
Yeah. Even like... No, he don't really make bad shit. So this
even
is
the B movie is fire.
Yeah. Moscow, London, Dubai, July 15th. Saudi Arabia, the world's largest oil exporter, more than doubled, which we could be if we weren't fucking around.
Certainly could be.
I got some shit to say about that.
Me too. That was I was on that till the first article.
Saudi Arabia, the world's largest oil exporter, more than doubled the amount of Russian fuel it imported in the second quarter to feed power stations to meet summer cooling demand and free up the kingdom's own crude for export. Data showed and traders said.
There you go. We're freeing it up so we can use our own shit.
Russia has been selling fuel at discounted prices after international sanctions over its invasion of Ukraine left it with fewer buyers. Moscow calls the war in Ukraine a special military operation. The increased sale of fuel oil used in power generation to Saudi Arabia show the challenge that U.S. President Joe Biden faces as his administration seeks to isolate Russia and cut its energy export revenues. While many countries have banned or discouraged its purchases from Russia, China, India, and several African and Middle Eastern nations have increased imports. Biden was on Friday visiting Saudi Arabia and was expected to seek an increase in oil supply to global markets from the kingdom to help lower prices that have aggravated inflation worldwide, instead of just fucking pumping at home. When I was meeting with a financial dude on Friday, or on Thursday.
Did he say drill, baby, drill?
No. He asked me when I was filling out the paperwork, he was like, this one is like, you know, if there's anything that you don't want me to invest or anything that you want to avoid.
You're like, put all my money in Saudi oil, please.
I said, bro, if we're going to drill, I want to be involved. He said, that's right.
Oh,
if we're drilling, I want some of it. I want to be involved. He was like, okay, I will keep that in mind.
We need to come up with like a new patch. It's like an oil Nazi.
Yeah.
You know, like I want to like nationalize my oil trade, and I just want it to be my lifeblood.
Yeah.
I want U.S. oil to be number one, baby. Let's go. Drill, baby, drill. The picture of Sarah Palin on it.
This is a little spare capacity for Saudi and others to increase production in the short term. Saudi Arabia has also maintained its cooperation with Russia in the alliance of global producers known as OPEC+. The two are the de facto leaders of respectively OPEC and non-OPEC producers in that group. Data obtained by Reuters through a Refinitiv Icon ship tracking showed Saudi Arabia imported 647,000 tons, 48,000 barrels per day of fuel oil from Russia versus Russia and Estonian ports in April-June this year. That was up from 320,000 tons in the same period a year ago.
And also, this illustrates, too, why it's such a waste of fucking time to ship oil when you can just pipeline that bitch.
Yes.
Hence why we're in Ukraine, by the way.
For the full year 2021, Saudi Arabia imported 1.05 million tons of Russian fuel oil.
How many mammoths is that?
Dude, so many.
It's like 500,000 plus mammoths worth of oil. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that mid-hit.
Saudi and Russian oil ministries declined to comment on the increased imports. Energy analytics from firm Vortexa found rising flows of Russian origin fuel oil cargoes through Egypt and Estonian imports boosted imports. Vortexa said. So we can move on to the third article now,
fucking
because the point is that Saudi Arabia is importing more Russian fuel oil. So this one is from oilprice.com, and this is just kind of the best article that I found. I found other ones that are validating this because I have never heard of this website before. So just before this, and like, what the fuck is oilprice.com? There were several other articles. This one was the best written and most detailed. So that's why
we got to remember at this point, like, we need to be trying to like go to GoDaddy all the time and scoop up fucking based ass domain names.
Yeah,
because that's a legitimate way to make money, bro.
Yeah,
is you get like DuncanTrussell.com,
right,
and then just hold it, and then you get a phone call from Duncan one day being like, yo, dude, what do we got to do here? Well, you know,
$200,000 and it's yours. It's yours forever.
I will be like, hey, go to the Tacoma Comedy Club and play a show there, and you can have it.
You're way nicer than me. Like, I want to be paid out. I need to be free for a little bit.
I want some fuck you money.
This third article is called Saudi Arabia is profiting from its record-breaking diesel trade.
Fucking surprise, surprise.
Wait, okay. All right, Saudi Arabia is making money from diesel trading after the EU embargo and Russian fuels, as the world's top crude exporter is now importing record volumes of cheap diesel from Russia and exporting record levels of its own diesel to the higher-priced Asian market in the Singapore hub. Trading and ship tracking sources have told Reuters. Okay, so there's this weird racket that's going on that it's I would have to do more research to find out exactly what we're benefiting, because at this point it's easiest to say without further evidence that we're playing an unwitting role in this circular racket in which we enforce we force nations to purchase Saudi Arabian oil at a higher market because we will charge them money and tariffs or sanctions if they buy Russian oil. We're forcing them to buy Saudi Arabian oil by threatening other countries around the world with sanctions. We're telling them, if you buy Russian shit, we will fuck you for it.
Yes. Now, part of that is...
And at the same time, Saudi Arabia is making money by buying that same Russian oil, telling us to eat shit.
Because the minute we embargo it, it becomes less valued.
Yes.
And this would work generally... This would work out generally for America, and it has worked out for America since the fucking original oil embargo during the Carter days, right? And then once everything got laid out to be like, you can't be trading oil in anything other than the U.S. dollar, we don't really give a fuck what happens, right? The minute we start sanctioning the shit out of Russia, dropping the oil price from Russia, we fucking shot ourselves in the foot, because now they're going to trade in ruble. They're going to trade in whatever fucking currency they want to at a lower price than what they could trade it in the U.S. dollar.
And we'll still buy it from the Saudis in dollars.
A fucking man.
Yes. So that's why I say unwitting, is because I can't at this particular moment figure out what we are gaining from this, because it seems like we're just losing. We're not increasing our own oil production.
We're not.
We are spending more money than we did before on fuel, both as a nation and as individual citizens. So
we are technically raising our production now that it's too late.
Yes, but we're still paying what here is $4.27 at Costco to fill, for a gallon. So
a lot of that, I should have shown that in the locals, but a lot of that is due to state policy at this point. We're the number 2 highest gas state now in the country again.
Yes.
Next to California, which is not a good place to hang out.
But there was a time not long ago in which our gasoline was $2.50 a gallon. This is an achievable goal for us.
The sad thing is I remember that because it was like a year or two ago.
Yeah. It was just during COVID. Like when I had COVID.
You just drive and it just goes up.
Yes.
And it just goes up and it goes up. The fucking homie place down the road, the Gliding Eagle, it's now more expensive to buy gas than it is to buy fucking diesel.
Yeah.
Which is the reason I didn't buy goddamn diesel when my truck got stolen.
Cheaper gasoline is an achievable goal that we can reach. That's
real quick.
This is something that we can do. We're choosing to not do this because the government doesn't care about this.
Because we want to support globalists.
Yes.
The global market.
So while we are losing money from Saudi Arabia, we're also bleeding ourselves into Ukraine by just continually shipping millions and millions and millions of dollars of equipment over there.
Which then does what to the military-industrial complex? Because the vast majority of the money we send to quote-unquote Ukraine ends up where? Lockheed Martin.
Right back at home.
Yep. Raytheon, Boeing, all the weapons manufacturers, the military-industrial complex get a fucking paycheck because of this, and it's literally no difference when you look at that relationship to the oil market, it's no difference. This is, if we can foment conflict around the globe that we can profit from just due to oil prices and the oil trade, we be doing that because that's how we essentially control the market. That's how we maintain our control on it. And now that we fucked it up so goddamn bad with Ukraine and Russia, that they're bringing the BRICS nations into the thing, and China's doing things in yuan. The Saudis aren't trading all in dollars anymore. It's all fucking over. The racket is over. Yeah. And now we're gonna start paying the price real goddamn soon. But it's because of this shit right here. We tried to influence the market too much, and the rest of the world decided OPEC Plus, which I got a thing about OPEC Plus, but we'll save that till after you finish laying out your narrative.
This is it. This is the last article I have. This is the narrative. The Saudis are fucking us again. That's all. And they're doing it when no one is really paying attention because, like I said, the best article is written by a woman who's probably from a Soviet bloc country by the look of her name. Probably. That's just an assumption. That might be racist. I'm just assuming that.
You fucking racist pig, you.
And no one fucking cares.
I'm going to Google Translate this shit.
No one fucking cares because go Ukraine, Yeah. I saw a Ukrainian sticker on someone's car yesterday that had Ukrainian words on it.
I don't speak Ukrainian.
It didn't even have English letters to say, like, support Ukraine. There was Ukrainian fucking words on it.
So let's take a guess that this name is Ukrainian.
Okay.
And we'll plug it in here. And we'll just play it.
Кольорова п'ятниця.
It's definitely Ukrainian.
Shit.
Let's check Russian just in case. Russian? Might even be Romanian.
Красочная пятница.
It could be, who knows?
Yeah, how do you know?
Could be either. Yeah.
That's a fucking name, dude.
That's a language I'm never going to pick out, bud. I'm sorry.
God damn.
Yeah, that's a whole deal.
That one said Bulgarian detected if you go or
you
closed
Bulgarian
it,
detected?
That's what it said, yeah.
Fucking we'll pull up Google Translate again. We'll go Bulgarian. Fuck it. We have the technology. Bulgarian under B.
Bulgarian.
There it is. I could spell.
Светана Параскова.
Holy
there it
shit.
Is. Hang on.
Светана Параскова.
Svetana
Paraskova.
So Svetana Paraskova. Oh, fucking Christ. Paraskova. There you go. That what you just said.
That's who wrote this article.
Oh,
so my point being, it came from fucking oilprice.com, and this woman wrote the best article that I found.
Yes.
And it came out almost a month ago, 18 days ago. So
that's an interesting timeline because we looked at things that were essentially a year, 9 months old to where we're at now, which is just a couple weeks ago.
That's what I be saying. I do be saying that.
You do be. Okay, so now I want to rage against OPEC Plus for a second.
Let's hear it.
So I would also, just at the top, I feel like you remember how there's all this ESPN Plus, Daily Wire Plus, Hulu Plus, whatever the fucking thing is. It's always Plus, right? Well, I'm fairly sure OPEC was the first one to go OPEC Plus.
That's a good bit.
And I'm pretty sure that's where that comes from.
That's a good bit.
Because it was because OPEC stands for something. It's oil producing
European countries.
We'll go with that. But I don't know. You should Google it real quick to make sure I'm not an asshole. But then
I like an acronym, dude.
And there was a certain amount of countries that were a part of OPEC, and then as technology increased and we could do things like shale oil and fucking fracking and all this good stuff, the amount of countries that could be a part of OPEC increased. And they just changed it at that point, OPEC Plus, to
Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries.
There it is.
God damn.
Yes. And
that's lit, bro.
And there was a OG list of petroleum exporting countries that grew at that point, and it wasn't just Russia, Saudi, fucking Canada, and the United States or whatever. And it became something totally different, right? And actually, we weren't even there because we were an exporting country. We were not an exporting country up until, I don't know, maybe a year of the fucking Trump administration at that point. We started export oil, which at the time you could correlate it to the lowest gas prices we had in the nation at that point. Like states could have had higher this, that, and the other thing, but the average overall oil price, the price per gallon at the pump, was the lowest at that point because we were a net exporter of fucking energy, quote unquote, aka oil and natural gas. Not the case anymore. So we may have had the ability to try to become a part of OPEC Plus and then maybe come in there with our BDE and, you know, continue some top dogs, you know, slapping people in the face. But we're not an exporter anymore, so we can't do that. Now we have to rely, Jimmy Carter style, on adversarial nations that we have to, through globalist means and arms sales and proxy wars, try to influence how they do things for us on the market.
Would be lit if we had another Iranian hostage crisis.
Would not be lit, bro. That would be bad. We just did a fucking Iranian fucking hostage deal. It didn't go so well. Bro. It would not be lit. I don't want more Iranian hostages. It's a bad deal. That's how you get trades like Brittany Griner, man.
Get Ben Affleck
and Brandon Griner, whatever her name is. You've seen all the topless pictures of
I think she's just gay, right?
Have you seen... I'll show you some things, bro. It might alter your reality on Brittany Griner.
I kind of think
might
she's
be Brandon
just gay.
Griner.
I don't know whether or not she's trans.
I don't know. It's a tough call. Once you see these pictures and videos, it's rough to be like, I don't know.
Attest.
Well, you will be able to soon. It's a weird deal. I get serious problems these days with this. But anyways, back to OPEC Plus. So I made my point about, I think they're the OG Plus company, which is kind of cool, but also it's fucked out the Daily Wire would adopt something that OPEC started. So good for you, Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring. I hope you guys enjoy where your plus came from.
That's a really funny political bit if you could find out like how much money those companies get from the Saudi government. Mm-hmm. That would be like a super sweet, solid bit.
Well, and especially because like one of the OG like supporters or founders of one of the silent partners that established Daily Wire, Saudi oil money guy. So it would be fucking sweet.
That would be good.
There'd be a political bit in there somewhere. I should like develop a bit. I couldn't deliver it, but I could, you know, me and you were fans of comedy. We could probably structure some bits.
Yes.
You know, that'd be interesting. I should fuck with that. But
and that's a good one.
But yeah, part of this whole thing.
Some of these local open mics. I don't want to be a comedian.
No,
that sounds like a really stressful life.
I thought about it for a minute. I'm in a very strange point in my life. I was like, you know, if I like committed to writing,
I'll go and watch you.
Maybe. Don't
I'll
do
go
that.
And watch
You're
you.
not invited.
I won't watch anybody else. I'll watch you.
No. You're not allowed to attend anything I would do in a comedy setting until I'm recording like my second special. Okay.
I'll hit up an open mic with you. I'll hit up an open mic with you. If you're gonna go and do it, I would.
It's a new era in tag team.
Yeah.
It's a new era in comedy. We could do a tag team bit. It'd be fun.
If you were gonna do that, I would try and write a couple of minutes to go with you. Like I don't have the dream to do that, but I would write a couple minutes and go with you.
I need you to dissuade me from wanting to do that. That's kind of what I don't want.
Oh, I think it would be a good time. I know. I think that would be a good time.
Watch me go up and just bomb.
I think that would be a good time.
Fuck all that noise.
I would be really interested to hear the bits that you come up with. That's what I would.
Well,
there was a small time in my life where when I worked at the mattress store that I was like, I think that I might want to be a stand-up comedian. And they were doing these at the Cloverleaf like once a month. There was some group that was hosting a thing that was like a storytelling hour, and so you could go up and tell
a story.
But it was like essentially an open mic, so you could kind of do whatever you want, you know. And so I went and I checked it out, and I watched. I didn't like try and sign up or anything like that. And then I wrote a couple of bits, and they just were all trash. And I was like, I don't think this is really a thing.
Give us a little bit
that I care that much about.
Joseph, you're an asshole. No, I feel like I just figured out our bet failure.
Oh no! Oh no! We have to both go do it.
No. We don't need to do that because
that's hilarious.
The listeners couldn't be in. But
I
think
we have to write a couple minutes to try and do on the show.
I think we should. Mind you, we have a piece coming up in a couple weeks, so we're going to be concentrating on that, right? Mm-hmm. But I think it would be really interesting to try to structure a bit.
Yeah.
Just a joke in a story manner, right? So set up punchline type of deal. Like I think it would be really interesting. It'd be a fun exercise for us to like both, and then on the next episode. So we got 2 weeks to do this.
Yeah.
Fucking, you know, they write a new minute every week on fucking Kill Tony, we can come up with a bit that's not even a minute long, just one fucking joke.
Okay, deal.
That we have to tell on the podcast.
Deal.
Next episode. Here we go.
Deal.
We're doing it, man.
We're writing bits now.
Fuck. Mine's going to be about OPEC. No, it's not. That's terrible. That's a terrible bit. If I was Steven Crowder, there'd be a bit there.
Yes.
If I was Dave Rubin, there would be a bit there. But I don't. If I was going to do comedy, it would not be political comedy. Some of it might social issue type shit, but
political comedy is tough. So I have a little thing that I wrote here about the Saudi oil money. The Saudis are not our allies and likely never have been. The talk about sports washing and false cries about women's rights abuses are a cover for the true human rights abuses and rape of our economy that our supposed leaders are complacent in at best and complicit in at worst.
Yeah.
I love the planet. I love the environment. We need to drill our fucking souls out to defeat these pieces of shit around the globe, help restore the U.S. economy, and incentivize oil companies to reinvest in nuclear and legitimate sustainable energy.
Okay, I want you to look at the chat right now. Realize how fucked we are. Deal.
They're into it.
So there it is. We both lost.
We'll do it during the grab bag. We'll give everyone the whole show to come in.
It'd be better to be slightly liquored up anyways.
Yeah, we'll do our bits during the grab bag. So...
Challenge accepted.
So that's my take on the oil money.
Yeah, I have like a super problem with this whole OPEC thing, particularly because we have proved before, we've proved in the past that we can become a net exporter of natural gas and oil to the rest of the world. So we could be self-sustaining and not rely on these fucking pukes for this shit. We could not have to deal with fucking oil embargoes or massive sanctions on Russia and whoever deals with Russia because they're selling. If you buy oil from Russia, we've sanctioned them. We're going to sanction you too. But you wouldn't have to deal with that if you had a solid market capability at home. If you did not have to rely on the rest of the globe to support your overall economy, you become somebody that's essentially got fuck you money in that world, right? It's the same equivalent. I'm going to get roasted for this because it definitely doesn't apply, but it's a good kind of general idiom. But, like, what's the best offense? A solid as fuck defense.
Yeah.
If you're able to become a badass oil exporter here within the nation, none of this shit fucking matters. And you can help throw your dick around in the world to help control these people because you're a massive player in the market. The minute you're subservient to another country like that or a group of nations, they hold, and oil is gold. Oil is God at this point. We invade countries. We change. We fucking do nation building for black gold. If we can do our own shit here and have all that stuff sitting in the bank and have that power, none of this shit fucking matters anymore. We don't have $5 a gallon fucking gas in Washington State. We'd have $2.50 gas because our state government's still a bunch of commies who are going to make it more expensive. But like the market value would be like $1.50. Bro, you could totally do that. If you weren't so fucking in bed and have this globalist dick down your throat so bad you're choking on it, you'd be fine, and we'd be good to hook at this point. We don't have to deal with these fucks.
We have
they can
the
go
technology.
out. We have the technology, 100%, and the technology would be exponentially better if we didn't have this back and forth every 4 to 8 years where it would just be like, I'm pro-oil, I'm anti-oil, I'm pro-oil, I'm anti. Let these motherfuckers just run wild. Let the tech sit there and develop. The R&D can sit in 10 years, in place for 10 years. They can come up with some new sweet fucking technologies, and then boom, next thing you know, gas is another $1 lower.
Yeah.
We just made it. We made it like printing fucking gold, man. Let's go. You could totally do this if you weren't so involved in this bullshit WEF, World Economic Forum, fucking globalist agenda. We wouldn't have to worry about that. We could just take care of it at home. Nice save there, big guy. And that's my big thing about this whole OPEC Plus thing. We don't need to rely on them, dude. We do not need to do that. Every time somebody spends a fucking week building an article like this or spends any time at all, you should show that off to the people, bro, because that is a fucking Big Bird level beer show Friday pour right there, baby.
Bad.
You should have seen my pour yesterday. It was fucking fire. It was perfect.
It's good.
It was so good. So fuck all these people. We don't need to be doing this. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, bro.
No.
It's stupid. I hate it. I hate everybody involved. They're all a bunch of goddamn communist, globalist piece of shit, and I hate them all who just exist to make our lives more goddamn expensive. I hate them. They stank and I hate them.
They stink and I hate them.
They stink and I hate them. Pretty sure that's like a South Park line that I've been using for a long time. Oh, fuck. So how are we doing on time?
Oh, we're all right.
Yeah, we're fine. Because I had a whole nother thing, but I don't necessarily want. We can maybe grab back that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm worried about symbolism.
Do you want to talk about the Intel agency buying up all the stuff? I have an article here if you want me to send it to you.
Oh, I have a thing about U.S. Intel having to release COVID stuff. But yeah, 100%. Let's do that, whatever that is. Send me an article, maybe?
Yes. You're the one that told me about this. This was the intelligence community buying up all the personal data.
Oh, look at that. Hey, everybody.
Whoa.
Look. My mom's camping right now, horse camping, doing horse riding. She just sent me that picture.
What's that horse's name?
That's Dancer.
Dancer.
She's a pretty girl.
Horse names are really
nice
intricate,
spot,
right?
man. So this is out like Spokane area, super eastern Washington. Real nice looking spot. Every picture she sent me has got that nice kind of tree-like forest, but lots of grass involved, no underbrush. You can walk through it. It's a pretty sweet deal. Hence why I like hunting back east. That's the way forests should look, by the way. Very pretty. TechCrunch. Oh, I did tell you about this, and I fucking hate that I didn't even remember that. U.S. intelligence confirms it buys Americans' personal data. When did I talk to you about this? Because I'm trying to remember what podcast I was listening to that brought that up.
I think it was Friday when I got back from going to all the stores.
Oh, yes. Okay. Carry on.
Okay. Newly declassified government report confirms the first time that the U.S. intelligence and spy agencies purchase vast amounts of commercially available information on Americans, including data from connected vehicles, web browsing data, and smartphones.
Connecting vehicles? Ew, I don't like that.
By the U.S. government's own admission, the data it purchases, quote, clearly provides intelligence value, but also raises significant issues related to privacy and civil liberties. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified and released the January 2022 dated report on Friday, following a request by Senator Ron Wyden to disclose. Hate that dude, but he's pretty base when it comes to like personal information and shit.
Like, right?
Yeah.
Because fuck him. Also, false valor.
Right. False valor. Got him.
It is Wyden, right? Oh no, it was Connecticut guy. Maybe. I don't know. Fuck it. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm taking off talk.
To disclose how the intelligence community uses commercially available data. The kind of data is generated from the internet-connected devices and made available by data brokers for purchase, such as phone apps and vehicles that collect granular location data and web browsing data that tracks users as they browse the internet.
Also, all of your smart appliances at your house.
We have told you before. I don't know where this came from because I'm sure we're not the first people to say it, but we have said it a million times on the show before. If something is free, it is because you are the product.
Period.
They are buying or selling your information and making money off of it. They're selling your, the government is buying and these companies are selling your that one's on the way out.
No, it's still good, bro. It's peach rings.
They are selling your purchasing history. Of this one goes your location data, the sites that you visit, the things that you look up, the things that you talk about. If you have your voice assistant on, if you have Siri or the Google thing on, if those things are able to be activated by you saying, "Okay, Siri," they're listening to you all the time.
And how about all the metadata collected by these apps that we don't even think about, right? Yes. The colloquial thing that I hear about all the time on like Tim Cass is like Facebook knows when you poop. You're not telling Facebook you're pooping or whatever the fuck, but they know when you're going to sit down at certain times a day and you're going to spend 10 to 15 minutes on your phone doing this, that, and the other thing, and you're not moving while you're doing that. Like there's so much data that various AI models can interpret that we're giving away data that, for one, there's enough data that we can comprehend that it becomes a problem already, but there's so much more data out there that we're giving away that we don't even know we're giving away. We can't comprehend what it is that we're doing. There's so many veins of this stuff that can get in, that the government itself could use. They don't know when they could use it, but at a certain point, they're going to have enough data to build something up that when they do need something, they'll be able to find anything they want out about you.
Yes.
Anything they want. a question they may not even be able to comprehend right now. They might be able to comprehend in 2 years. They'll be able to figure it out because you'll have that much more time collecting all sorts of data on you, location, speed of moving around. I mean, all this stuff to find out how much you're driving, where you're driving to, just things that we can't even fathom right now because they're things that we do every day, all the time, that we don't even really know we're doing them. But an outside observer like an AI can build a record of movement and habits and things like that we don't even know we're going to give away, that's going to be worth something to somebody in the future. And if the U.S. government is buying it, if the U.S. intelligence communities are buying it, they're banking that it's going to be worth something to them in the future.
Yes.
So we can come up with all the reasons that we can now, but know that there's exponentially more reasons they're going to want it in the future. Based. I don't like giving myself a self-base, but
it is what it is.
Tim was saying that they can predict when you will poop before realizing you have to poop. Yeah. That's because it's just patterns of movement, non-movement, location. There's strings that a computer is going to be able to draw that we can't draw because we don't even think about them half the time. It's like when I go to work every day in the morning, right? I have two possible ways to get to work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, initially, you know what I mean, right? I can go left or I can go right.
Right.
I do not think about which way I'm going to go ever. This is counterterrorism training at work here. I just don't think about it. I don't care. The difference is like 2 minutes. It doesn't affect my life.
Right.
I just get up to the stop sign and then today we're going to go this way. Today we're going to go that way. Well, I hate to tell you that, but after maybe 2 years of algorithmic tracking, it's going to tell somebody where I'm going to go that day. The randomization gets removed because probability outweighs it at that point. And then even though every day I think I'm going to go up to that stop sign and take a random left or right, the day the feds want to pick me up, they're going to know which way I'm going. Because the algorithm will detect what the odds are of me going that way. That's the kind of stuff we don't think about, but this stuff is going to do.
And
that's why they're buying up that info.
And it's also the type of stuff the federal government has AIs to analyze, so that when they buy the generalized data that, like you're talking about, that we can extrapolate this further information from, they don't need to do it themselves. They run it through an AI, and it will tell them the same thing that Google is telling whoever the fuck is reading that. That there's a 90 or a 73% chance he's going to turn right today because most of the time he turns right, but occasionally he turns left.
And you as the human, and even an army of human analysts aren't necessarily going to figure that out because you remove the human problem from that. And then it just becomes a game of numbers. It's not good, bro. All this smart tech, you better goddamn believe the U.S. intelligence communities are getting a hold of that. They have gotten a hold of it. And they will do with it what they please whenever the time suits them. And I hate to say it, but you're going to be on the wrong end of that situation.
Yes. They are not here to protect you.
Every institution hates you and wants you to die. Eventually. Sometimes they just need to extract your money. Yeah. Not when you sit down. So you're saying subconsciously you have decided which way you turn tomorrow yesterday.
No, he's saying that AI can predict which way he's going to go based off of
the overall probabilities of me going one way or the other.
The trends that he doesn't recognize because to him it's randomized, but there is a trend, even if it's just because there are 5 days in a work week that you're going to work. You have to be doing one more than the other because there is an odd number of days. So there isn't even a chance that you're doing it an equal amount of the time because you're going in 5 days a week, sometimes 6, most of the time 5, whatever it is, right? But so you have to be doing one more than the other.
Yes, based off of information gathered previously and over a time period.
Yes.
But that's easy because your phone, your smart device, you have let's say you got satellite TV in your car.
Yeah.
Right? Even if it's not
Satellite
activated,
radio.
you have
He's a
satellite
satellite
radio,
TV.
satellite TV. You know, hey, satellite radio in your car.
That's my bit. I'm just kidding.
You got, that's cheating. That's a bad bit, by the way. And then the audience is going to vote who had a better bit. And then if you didn't have the winning bit, you got to do another point of suffrage.
We have to upload that clip too, and then put in the thing like vote who had the best bit, and
Thank God we're going to be multiple beers deep by the time we do this.
We'll have to edit it down to the point that we can make it a reel, so that we can put it up on Instagram
and see who
have
plays
a little
better.
vote thing. Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things that go into like when you post reels, bro. Right? There's times, there's days of the week. You know, I mean, there's no even playing field here, so I don't even know how you're gonna attempt to make this a battlefield. I don't even know.
Since I run the Instagram more, I'll let you pick what day and time it goes up.
That's cool, because
And
I'm
then
just going
I'll
to
put
defer
it
to you. Like, whatever. Here's my bit. Just post it. I don't give a fuck. Leave it alone. Anyways. That's where we're at. I don't know. I feel like I kind of might have bogarted some of this article.
This was your topic. I just had the article.
Oh, thank you. Good. Because my phone died. I didn't plug it in.
Yeah, no, I just had the article.
Sweet. Well, that's good. I think we can wrap up
Yeah,
part
the
3. We'll
only
get into some
other-
fun stuff.
The only other stuff I talked about last week was
the silent segments.
Yeah, there was controversy brewing over
I like a good controversy.
supposed and then denied AI experiment run by the Air Force. And so
The fuck? I don't
there-
trust the Air Force, bro.
So you can look up an article I'm talking if you want. There was a guy, I don't remember exactly what his rank was, but he was a higher up of the Air Force, and he was saying that it's some panel, and he's saying that they ran an AI test in which they told a computer that was running a drone that was like, you need to
Dragon Lady spy plane?
no, you need to put an Air Force AI test.
Drone test?
Yes. So they told it that it needed to take out like these land to air missile sites.
Okay.
But before it did that, it needed to be, there you go, trying to kill its operator. Yeah, that's the
Whoa, that's fucking intense.
And
Why the story of an AI drone trying to kill its operator seems so true.
right. So the first articles coming out were just quotes from this panel in which it was this guy saying they had done this test and the AI drone needed to get clearance from a human overseer before it could strike a target. Over time, this AI realized that sometimes it was told not to strike a target that it knew that it needed to strike. And so it realized the only way to reach its mission
was to kill the operator, which was preventing
Yes.
it from reaching its original mission.
Yes. So it does that, and then they change it.
This is what happens when the government tries to run AI.
They change it and they put in the code like, that's bad, don't do that, right? So it runs the same test and it reaches the same conclusion. And instead of killing the tower operator because it's told that it can't do that, it takes out the communications for the air control tower so that it can't communicate with the drone.
That's fucked.
So
I don't like that at all.
after these initial articles come out,
We're going to die.
there's more articles that come out that's like, no, this guy misspoke. He was saying that he's like, after the panel, he said, we didn't run this experiment and we don't need to realize this is a possible conclusion. I was just putting up a hypothetical of a thing. So I don't know what the truth is, but that's where we're at the last time I checked, is that there's confusion on whether or not this really did or did not happen. But at first it
definitely happened.
At first it certainly sounded like it happened, and then they're like, no. We would never do anything like that.
Of course not.
And we don't need to, because we know it would be bad, because that's silly. So I don't know. But that's one of the things I talked about on the last episode, that went unheard.
I'm not into it. All right, give us our socials. Let's get out of here because Daddy's got to pee real quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into some more fun stuff.
Right back. We'll call this into part 3 of Salt of the Streets, episode 150. Excuse me. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
You can find us, of course, at our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter.
and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. And you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, along with our Instagram at Salt of the Streets and our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, subscribe, help us make more, better content just like this. This segment and all of the other episodes that we've ever done has been executively produced by Zeke. And if you go to Patreon and you subscribe at the top tier, you can also become an executive producer. This segment has also been brought to you by, I don't think I picked one at the top, but we'll say that it's Location Skate Shop. So Location Skate Shop, shout out downtown Bremerton. Go there if you need anything. With that, we're back in a few minutes for part 4. Thank you guys.
Bye.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back. I got
Thank
you.
for joining
I
us,
got
everybody.
you. I got you.
My name is Donovan from Salt of the Streets. This is episode 150, part 4, the official grab bag.
But I also take that. Thank
There you go. This is Colin.
I'm Colin.
And we are happy to have you guys here. Of course, this segment and every other segment is brought to you. You have to turn it on 5 clicks. These newfangled ones will turn off after like 5 minutes of non-use.
Smart.
Yes. This segment, every other segment, is brought to you by Zeke. Every other episode that we've ever done is brought to you by Zeke. He's the executive producer of the show. And of course, if you go to our Patreon, you subscribe to the top tier, patreon.com/salt of the streets, and subscribe to the top tier, you too can become an executive producer and hear your name up to 8 times a show. It's going to be incredible, maybe even more than that. I mean, minimum of 4.
Zeke
could be 9 or 12. Who knows?
Zeke's the man, executive producer
Yes,
himself.
there are other benefits as well. And of course, if you go there and you become a patron at any level and there are things that you would like to see in there that you do not see, let us know. We're always willing to add more things. What?
When you said, do you Nazi?
Oh.
I was like, that's hilarious because you just said Nazi, but also
We'll talk about
Nobody else Nazis.
We'll talk about
No, we don't talk about Nazis in the Patreon. The patch is not, it's Nazi free.
You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Instagram at Salt of the Streets and our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
Indeed, I am.
We're in the grab bag. So we're going to start with some Joe Rogan talk. Rogan
Yes,
is trending.
he's
right?
trending
So-
right now on the Twitter's machines.
So there was a Vice article that comes out that says Spotify has stopped even sort of trying to stem Joe Rogan's vaccine misinformation. Peter Hotez, who's a big vaccine guy who's been on Joe Rogan before.
And Twitter's already fixed it. Look at this, look at this, look at this. They've already fixed it. It's not even in the trending tab
Well, there
right
you
now.
go.
For fuck's sakes, Twitter.
So-
Elon, you got to fire everybody and redo everything. There's too much hidden shit that's happened on Twitter since he took over. It's just, he doesn't have control. There's too many fucking, what do you call those? There's cells within Twitter that are still acting against him.
Yeah.
It's not okay.
So Peter Hotez quote tweets this and says, "It's really true. It's just awful. And from all the online attacks I've received after this absurd podcast, it's clear many actually believe this nonsense." And this is in reference to Joe's episode with RFK Jr. Have you listened to that yet?
I haven't.
Neither have I.
Yeah, but
Sounds like I'm going to
I probably will tomorrow. It is controversial. It is substantial. It's all the different things. Apparently, this is one that we definitely need to hit at some point.
So Joe Rogan sees this and he quote tweets that one and says, "Peter, if you claim what RFK Jr. is saying is misinformation, I am offering you $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit." And Peter Hotez quote tweets that and says, "Joe, you have my cell, my email. I'm always willing to speak with you." So Joe says, "This is a non-answer. I challenged you publicly because you publicly quote tweeted and agreed with that dogshit Vice article. If you're really serious about what you stand for, you now have a massive opportunity for a debate that will reach the largest audience a discussion like this has ever had. If you think someone else is better qualified, suggest that person."
Holy shit. Joe don't
Yes.
fuck with Twitter like that, bro.
No.
He's really upset that he actually posted that. He's got to be
then-
super pissed off at that.
And I think there was something that came after that as well.
Oh, please tell me. I need the goods.
Let's
I need
see,
the. This is a fucking. Twitter is my modern day soap opera. This is what I live for. Are you kidding me? This is sweet.
Peter Hotez said, "Joe, if you're serious about addressing vaccine, plus the fact that 200,000 unvaccinated Americans needlessly perished during our awful Delta/BA1 COVID waves, including 40,000 in our state of Texas because they fell victims to vaccine disinformation, I want to have that discussion." So
you cannot prove a negative, big shot. I'm sorry that you're already going into this debate hamstrung because you're a fucking idiot. But you cannot prove a negative. You can't prove that those people didn't die because they were vaccinated or not vaccinated. You cannot prove that.
And then Peter Hotez says, "And I'm open to a number of different options, but to be pressured to give you an answer on Twitter now with a take it or leave it demand, that's not how I work. Honestly, I don't even think that would be in your best interests."
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm happy to come on and have a meaningful discussion. I respect you and your show and don't want an adversarial relationship. I think we can make some progress.
Okay. So he's being a bitch.
Yes.
Because the only ask was for you to come on the
He
show and
doesn't
debate.
want smoke. He's not prepared.
He's not.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't have his respirator on. He can't handle the smoke. Because that's he's turning that whole thing around to be like, well, I'm not going to explain myself on Twitter. Bitch, I'm not asking you to explain on Twitter. I'm asking you to come on the show and debate RFK. I told you I would give you how much fucking money to whatever charity you want.
$100,000. Oh, and then Joe quote tweeted that and said, "Again, I'm going to ask you very clearly,
Yes.
Are you willing to debate Robert Kennedy Jr. on my podcast?"
And I'm not going to do that. Blah, 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 blah. What
Yeah.
a fucking bitch. It's funny now that, like, so Joe might not be trending anymore thanks to the fucks over at Twitter that still fuck up the system. But it asked me who I want to follow, and it's Professor Peter Hotez. Hilarious, isn't it? Oh, this is the dude. Okay, so let me just say this because it's grab baggy. I'll just show this here. This comes from Brandon Caserta. He was one of the guys hemmed up in the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot.
Okay.
And who just did an episode of the Culture War podcast over at Timcast.
Nice.
Highly recommend everybody watch this. Very, very interesting conversation about, like how the feds essentially will create entire networks of informants to entrap one person or two people or something like that. It's something we've all been kind of witness to over the last few years. We've talked about a couple of the situations on the podcast itself, but this is an actual guy that went through it and got acquitted in the court process, and he talks about his whole story, the whole journey, joined with a documentarian, a gal that's making a documentary about that whole thing, and I'm like an hour and a half into it. I've gotten about half of it down. It's fucking fascinating, and considering the topics that we do talk about on here, primarily with, government corruption, overreach, the FBI and the CIA essentially trying to like jail anybody they possibly can and entrap them into that. It's so perfect. The whole conversation is so fantastic. So I highly recommend everybody go watch that.
So I have another update really quick.
Oh my God. It's happening so fast. I'm so excited.
3 minutes ago, Rogan tweeted at him again because Rogan has a screenshot from a tweet in May from Peter Hotez of Peter Hotez quote tweeted Tucker Carlson's video about like we're back, where he's going to go to Twitter. Mm-hmm. And Peter Hotez says, I'm quite concerned about the Elon Tucker link. Then fold in Rogan and RFK Jr. and it becomes a pretty formidable coalition with neo-fascist leanings. In some ways darker or perhaps more dangerous than Trump, in my opinion. Awful. I just hope Team Biden is preparing. So Joe tweeted that and said, are you sure I'm not part of a because he quote tweeted Peter Hotez's tweet saying, I'm happy to come on and clear the air. And Rogan said, are you sure I'm not part of a coalition with the neo-fascist leanings? Seems like that's what you really think or what you're projecting to the masses.
Whoa. Are we sure Rogan didn't get hacked? This does not seem like his usual Twitter scam.
Crazy.
Yeah. He done pissed somebody off. Oh my gosh. I'm really excited about this. Look at this. This is breaking grab bag news right here. This is going to be fantastic. I really hope we got to follow these people. We got to make sure if this actually happens, oh my God. It'll be 2 weeks between now and then. So like the next time we're together, this might have actually happened. I guarantee you RFK Jr. would be there at any time to come do this fucking debate with this person. I would love to see that. But,
oh, hold on.
Oh, holding on.
There's more here because there was apparently a tweet that was deleted because Rogan.
Who deleted the tweet?
Hotez. When he quote tweeted Rogan saying the $100,000 offer. Okay. First, Hotez said, be serious, Joe. That's what you throw out for your hunting buddies on a weekend. A $50 million endowment, which you /Spotify/RFK Jr. can easily afford. Not for me, but so we can continue making low-cost, patent-free vaccines for the world's poor, preceded by RFK Jr.'s public apology. So he then deleted that, and so Rogan had that screenshot and said, by the way, Peter Hotez, I saw this tweet that you deleted, and Hotez said, yes, Joe, I thought it was over the top, unnecessarily provocative, so I took it down right away. But I've been hurt by the public /untrue statements you guests have made about me being a pharma shill when all I do is make vaccines for the world's poor. I don't take big pharma money.
Oh my God,
Mehdi Hassan is now getting involved in his shit.
Yeah, I just retweeted some of your stuff.
He's a fucking fool, dude.
You're like in the Twitter zone right now. Yeah, nobody needs to listen to Mehdi Hassan or anything that he has to say because he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There's the actual Rogan tweet there, bro. I'm just so fascinated about this. I cannot wait to listen to this fucking episode. I'm probably gonna listen to it tonight, to be honest with you. I got nothing else going on tonight. It's gonna be a while, but
Potter the Husky YouTube, you guys made it to my front page.
Yo!
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! We're doing this.
What's up, Twitter? That's awesome.
Fucking doing this, bro.
Oh, that's just what happens when you live stream for 5.5 hours. They instantly just pop you up a little bit in the algo.
That's why we do this.
All right. So the very first thing I want to bring up is something that you brought on yourself this morning.
Yeah, I was taking a shit when I saw this.
And Twitter knows that you're shitting.
They know it. So does Google.
So I'm not going to play this clip. It's because it's almost 5 minutes long, but I listened to the whole thing this morning, right? And this entire conversation, you got Lotus all over you, bud.
Yep.
There you go. Have some paper towels.
Down to my feet.
Jeez, down to your feet. Oh, that's all right. I'll just shampoo the carpets later. It's not a big deal.
It's mostly on me.
That fucking $5,000 vacuum that I got screwed over into buying at some point in my life because I'm a fucking piece of shit asshole. Well before we started. These days I'd tell this dude to take a hike, but I got hit up by a traveling fucking salesman that sold vacuums. I even forget what the name of the vacuum is now, but it's like, it's super it's hardcore. It's a fucking hardcore vacuum.
Yeah.
And it was like thousands of dollars. It was so stupid. Rainbow. What's up, Rainbow? Why are we talking about rainbows?
I don't know.
Nobody brought up rainbows.
Maybe a lotus? Is there a rainbow lotus?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know. Anyways, it has a shampooer thing, so I can change up the whole how the vacuum thing works and make it into a shampooer.
Whoa.
Hence why it was like fucking $35,000 or $3,500 for a fucking vacuum.
Christ.
It's a bagged vacuum too.
Oh, the name of the vacuum. Is it a rainbow vacuum?
It's not a rainbow.
No.
Nope. It's really, oh my God. It's been around forever, and I don't understand why I'm not recalling it, but I'll show it to you after the show today. It's fucking wild. It's a Hyundai.
Yep.
It's a Hyundai.
Okay,
so the whole point of this Alfred Hitchcock interview from 1974 was essentially like asking what he's afraid of, right? And he said he's essentially afraid of the police.
Yes.
And then he goes down this conversation and he tells us like this hypothetical story about like an officer coming by and giving you like a $2 parking ticket.
Yeah.
And then essentially like that escalating to the point where like you spend the rest of your life in jail.
Because he says he's so afraid of the police that he doesn't even drive. And
yes,
he says
that's
the thought behind that is because if he doesn't drive, then he can never get a ticket.
Yep.
And the guy's like, well, what's the deal with that? Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so he tells this whole story about
because it seems irrational, right? Even in 1974, especially 1974, people are driving. It's just not like horse and buggy time.
It's like if I get this ticket and I don't pay it, then I'll go to jail. And while I'm in jail, if something happens, I get into a fight and I have to defend myself and I kill somebody.
And then I'm going to be in jail forever.
I'll be in jail forever because I'm going to be found guilty of murder. So then now, for over $2, I will have been in there, and the people in the jury will just say, we should have paid the $2.
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
How did this? Because it was from Iraq veteran 8888.
Yeah.
On Twitter. That's why you got that.
He
in
has
your
a good
feed.
YouTube channel. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out fucking Iraq veterans.
Do lots of gun reviews and stuff like that.
Good shit. I'm glad. It was the wildest. In a million years, I did not expect you to. He will get a jaywalking ticket. That's the way the Fed works, right, Joseph?
Yeah,
that's the way the state operates.
He just has a driver. He just rides in the back seat.
He's
so.
Alfred Hitchcock. He's not driving anywhere, bro.
Right.
No Ubers or Lyfts to take, so you better hire yourself a driver.
He has a driver.
That makes more sense than I wanted to make. All right. So the very first thing we're going to do today, good sir, on the grab bag, brought to you by Big Bird, motherfucking Offie, list of conspiracies. So this is a tweet from Connor Boyack, president of Libertas, author of 40 books, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. He's some dude on Twitter. I saw it. We're working on a Tuttle Twins book for teens, a guide to true conspiracies. Here's a list so far. What would you add? And so, may still have to cross the road. You still got to cross the road, bro. You're still going to get the jaywalking ticket. Joseph, I'm going to hire you real quick to write my bit for me so I can win next episode. So we've got a list of conspiracies here. So I want to run through here because I recognize most, but I don't. The goal here is I'm going to name you a conspiracy listed in this table of contents. Okay. And I want you to give me, if you know it, give me the most elevator pitchy thing about what this is.
Okay.
So what is this thing? So the first one on the list of conspiracies, because I remember now we have audio listeners.
Yeah.
And even I will say this. I was talking to somebody that recently became an audio listener, right? And she was telling me that essentially she loved the grab bag segment. And I was like, I'm really surprised because I feel like it's meant for YouTube, and she was a Spotify listener.
Interesting.
And I was like, okay, well, that's very interesting. So I want to be mindful of our audio listeners out there. But it's a list of conspiracies. They got no page numbers yet because they're still in process of writing the book. But the first one is the NERA and the Iraq War. I don't know about NERA, but the Iraq War definitely was a conspiracy.
Right. Yeah. I don't know the first name. I don't know that name, but I'm certain because I don't know, like.
I'll Google it real quick just to.
I don't know.
Because it might make sense to us if we saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know the deep stories behind, between like
like Saddam Hussein and that type of shit. Like I don't, so.
But as far as Iraq war goes, is that a conspiracy? And if it was, tell me about why you think it's what the conspiracy was.
Yeah, you could call it that. I mean, to the same effect that that the Vietnam War was, or any long-term war that we're involved in. That
kind of like false flaggy type situation.
Yeah, we armed people that we ended up going to fight 20 years later.
And the conspiracy was the
weapons of
we
mass destruction.
We caused the problem, and then we had to come up with WMDs to go to war.
Okay. Right. Initially, yeah, we outfitted the Mujahideen with weapons and training so they could repel the Russians from their invasion into the Middle East. After that, those same group of people became and armed or grouped up with the Taliban and various other terrorist groups to supposedly help plan the 9/11 attacks, in which 2 of our towers were taken down and all the things. And then they had weapons weapons of mass destruction, and they were gonna,
there was the whole anthrax thing.
Yeah, Hussein is gassing the Kurds. He's in mustard gas, and so that's the first Desert Storm that we went in there and did that type of shit, and then we just never left until.
Funny how, because the whole mustard gas thing, essentially, I think in my mind, predated the Syrian Assad is gassing his people type of thing. And then the minute we turned around and tried to say Syria gasses people, like the general, I don't know what it was exactly, but we'll just say the public at large, for lack of a better term, did not support the idea that Assad was gassing his own people enough so that we could go directly to war with Syria. We had to go around it through a proxy war. We still got there by the end of it, but like the whole gas attack thing on the civilians didn't work from Saddam to Assad. Yeah. Assad, the Syrian president at that point. And then we found another way, and then we just did proxy war shit, and then we still have troops in Syria. So but so they got it at the end of it. But what was the evidence of WMD? Amen. There was no evidence, bro. Come on now.
No, just reports.
Reports.
Intelligence
reports tell us,
Yeah.
And then all a lie, sorry, weapons of mass destruction, a freaking video of a truck.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, so we did Iraq War. Now, Operation Mockingbird.
And Mockingbird, I believe, has to do with implanting stories like propaganda stories in the media, I believe is what that has to do with.
It was like direct CIA involvement in what stories the media ran with, and and along with fake stories and all that for propaganda. Yeah. Operation Paperclip.
Paperclip is using Nazi scientists in NASA so that we could go to the moon and do all the shit
and come up with a nuclear bomb.
Correct.
It was the World War II era. Get all the Nazi scientists over here.
Oppenheimer. So quite obviously not a traditional American name. Did in fact help us create the nuclear bomb.
I love our audience. Deborah, Joseph, we live for you guys. Come on now. Okay, Gulf of Tonkin.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Easy, you know that one.
Yeah, it's the false flag event that brought us into the Vietnam War.
Operation Sea Spray.
I actually don't know that
I don't know that one either.
Yeah.
I don't know that one either. Let's see. I'll go ahead and talk about the other one because I know you know that. So just Google real quick. Okay. Operation Sea Spray. Definitely a conspiracy theory proven true. Amen, Joseph. But Project MK Ultra, bro, this actually got recently brought up because of the death of the Unabomber.
Yes.
I don't remember
Ted
his name.
Kaczynski.
Ted Kaczynski. Because there was a fringe aspect of online libertarianism that really was like, yo, Kaczynski was based because of his manifesto and stuff like that.
His views on technology.
Yeah, talking about technology and the fact that it'll be used against us and the fact that we're here now and all those things. He wasn't wrong about that. He wasn't wrong about that. He wasn't wrong about a lot of things that he said in his manifesto, but also
bombing people some wild shit.
Yes.
Leaving random bombs outside of buildings and shit.
Yeah, just because you can identify something in a psychopath's manifesto that are true doesn't justify the existence of the psychopath and his bombing reign of terror and all that good shit. So we could still say fuck Ted Kaczynski, but also some of the ideas that he was upset about were not wrong, and that's okay to understand and to identify. CIA again, Deborah says. Mockingbird, that's right.
Yes.
It's just, a lot of this stuff, we got to go back to the creation of the OSS after World War II.
That's
and
the CIA precursor, baby.
Yeah, that's right. And then just really just get in there. But MK Ultra, you're talking about the Manson killings.
Yep.
That's MK Ultra.
Ted Kaczynski.
Yep.
Yeah, and so these were
the dude who shot JFK, and then the guy that killed the guy. The
Jack Ruby is the name
Jack
of the man
Ruby
who shot. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, who killed JFK? The whole fucking.
It's a three name.
It is. For fuck's sake!
This is like my thing.
Harvey Oswald.
Lee Harvey
Oswald.
Yes.
There it is. Fuck.
Yeah, and so MK Ultra were government LSD testing in which people were like, not just given doses of LSD, they were given like
thank you, Deborah. Lee
doses of LSD, like immense amounts of LSD, and then in some cases turned onto the public. Sometimes they were just observed. Sometimes they, so there's question about like sleeper agent type of stuff, whether or not they were able to accomplish that type of thing. Yeah. But it unquestionably fucked with the people's minds that were involved in those experiments.
Yes, and I should have asked about this. I should have thought about this when you were creating the new stack for the book club. I should have tried to offer this as a book in there. But Chaos, Joe Rogan talks about it all the time. He had Tom O'Neill on the podcast talk about it, the author of it. But it goes through because he started to do a fucking piece in a magazine or something like that about Charles Manson and the Manson murders and all that stuff. And then it turned essentially into like a massive MK Ultra type of thing. And this is like the definitive work to date on the CIA and the secret history of the 60s. It's all about MK Ultra and all that good shit.
Well,
I got to check that shit out.
This is a tip for you and everybody else who's listening to the show. The best way to get a book into next year's book club stack is to buy me that book. Not during book club time. It needs to be a book that's bought throughout the year, so I put it on my shelf. And when I'm going to craft the next year's stack, because I always start with my own books first. I start looking through all my own books, the ones that I want to read and things that I think would fit into the book club and things that are going to be like the right page numbers. So that's the best way to get it into the book club.
It might be too long for the book club.
To buy it at any given... Well, we've done the double month thing now,
did,
so it's not yet.
You've broken the barrier.
900 pages, it's not too long for the book club.
It's 528 pages.
Yeah, that's not... And I mean,
that's probably a 2-monther.
This one is 520 something.
So that's a 2-monther if it's a thing.
This one is 583, and I am currently. It is
either this or I'm going to buy it on Audible and then just write a piece on it next month.
It's the 17th of June, and I'm on page 276. So I'm over halfway done, or just about halfway done with this book.
That Ambrose shit writes itself, doesn't it? So good. I read the Band of Brothers. The actual Band of Brothers book that he did. It was so fucking good.
Operation Sea Spray was a 1950 U.S. Navy secret biological warfare experiment in which 2 different chemical bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area and California in order to determine how vulnerable a city like San Francisco may be to a bioweapon attack.
That's fucked. Okay.
Starting on September 20th, 1950 and continuing until the 27th, the U.S. Navy released the 2 types of bacteria from a ship off the shore of San Francisco, believing them to be harmless to humans. Based on results from monitoring an experiment at 43 locations around the city, the Army determined that San Francisco had received enough dose of nearly all the city's 800,000 residents to inhale at least 5,000 of the particles. This is within the range of effectivity of anthrax.
Bro, okay. I don't even want to think about... Because this was the 1950s, you said?
Yes.
The tech involved to surveil and be able to like do an experiment on that many people. I'm terrified to even try to get into the logistics of how the Army made that happen. But fuck, dude.
On October 11, 1950, 11 residents checked into Stanford Hospital in San Francisco with very rare serious urinary tract infections. Although 10 recovered, Edward J. Nevin, who had had recent prostate surgery, died 3 weeks later from a heart valve infection. The urinary tract outbreak was so unusual that the Stanford doctors wrote it up for a medical journal. None of the other hospitals in the city reported similar spikes in cases, and all 11 victims had urinary tract infections following medical procedures, suggesting that the source of their infections lay inside the hospital. Cases of pneumonia in San Francisco also increased after Serratia marsens was released, though a causal relation has not been conclusively established. The bacterium was also combined with phenol
and an anthrax simulant and sprayed across South Dorset by U.S. and UK military scientists as part of the DICE trials ran from 71 to 75.
So now we know why San Francisco is a wasteland.
There was no evidence that the Army
generational decay
had alerted health authorities before it blanketed the region with bacteria. Doctors later wondered whether the experiment might be responsible for heart valve infections around the same time, as well as serious infections seen among intravenous drug users in the 1960s and 70s.
For fuck's sakes, bud.
So that's what sea spray is.
Okay,
MK Ultra Tuskegee experiment. They injected the Tuskegee Airmen with sexually transmitted diseases like syphilis, I think.
I think it was syphilis.
Just to see what was going to happen.
Yeah. It was fucked up. And we wonder why. Okay, Operation Fast and Furious. We know that one.
Yes,
Fast and Furious.
That was during the Obama administration. That's right. They took American guns with serial numbers and sold them to the cartel so they could try and track them. Those guns were then used to kill American citizens.
Operation Popeye.
I don't know this one. I just looked it up. Operation Sober Popeye, Project Controlled Weather Popeye, Motor Pool Intermediary Compatriot, was a military cloud seeding project carried out by the U.S. Air Force during the Vietnam War in 67 to 72.
This is where modern day chemtrails come from, I think.
The highly classified program attempted to extend the monsoon season over specific areas of the Ho Chi Minh Trail in order to disrupt North Vietnamese military supplies by softening road surfaces and causing landslides.
And now Saudi's using it to like make forests in the desert.
Yeah, the chemical weather modification program was conducted from Thailand over Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, and allegedly sponsored by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and the CIA without the authorization of then Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird, who had categorically denied to Congress that a program for modification of the weather for use as tactical weapon even existed.
So that's okay. So this is really interesting.
This is when the big black book projects really started, was during Vietnam.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense because a lot of our modern day conspiracy theories do have their origin in some kind of reality, and so chemtrails comes from Operation Popeye.
Yeah.
Operation Northwoods, we know that one. That was the whole drone passenger airplane thing to try to get us to invade.
That was during
Cuba?
JFK.
Was it Cuba?
Yes, that was during JFK, and they proposed to him Operation Northwoods, in which they would use remote-controlled airplanes to crash into American buildings to lure us, into a war.
Oh, man. Okay, and then sugar fat studies, we know that much. The U.S. government they essentially looked at the sugar companies to do their own research on what sugar does to you and what fat does to you.
Corn
and then
syrup.
then those companies then bought and paid for all the studies, bribed a bunch of the scientists or whatever, and said
which ones they would use.
Yeah, I said, okay, those are good to say that fat's bad and like carbs are good. So that was the sugar fat. So that's why everybody in America is obese and our food is poison. The Great Reset, that's Klaus Schwab, that's the WEF. That is stuff we have talked about time and time again on here. I believe I even brought it up today. Operation Ajax, I know nothing about.
This one is from August 19th, 1953. Operation Ajax.
They were killing it back in the 50s.
The British long exercised colonial power ran through Anglo-Persian Oil Company. In 1951, as British colonies began to wrest their freedom from the empire, Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh nationalized the oil company in a similar act of anti-colonial defiance. In response, the British turned to the U.S., appealing to American fears of Soviet influence. So in August 1953, in Operation Ajax, two intelligence agencies, MI6 and the CIA, overthrew the popular democratically elected Persian government. The Shah became a U.S.-backed autocrat who Iranians saw as a puppet using American arms and policing techniques to loot Persia's oil wealth. So
that's what that movie's about.
I just didn't know that that's what it was called.
Me neither.
Right.
Like I knew that happened, but also I didn't remember that.
I did not know it was called Operation Ajax.
Fuck, it's something in the Falcon. I'm just gonna fucking search that. The Falcon. Nope. God damn it. I'm going to have to look it up through Antonio Banderas. Okay, so the next one was Operation Earnest Voice, which is another one that I didn't really quite know what it was.
No.
So I would love for you to, because you're basically, you're winning the game right now because you're looking all these up and I have no idea what they were.
Operation Earnest Voice is a communications program by the United States Central Command. Initially, the program was developed as a psychological weapon and later thought to have been directed at jihadists across Pakistan, Afghanistan, and other countries in the Middle East. OEV was first used in Iraq. In 2011, the U.S. government signed a $2.8 million contract with Intrepid web security company to develop a specialized software allowing agents of the government to post propaganda on foreign language websites. The aim of the initiative is to use sock puppets to spread pro-America propaganda on social network services based outside of the United States. So this is just modern day leafleting.
Yeah,
is what it is. It doesn't work anymore for us to fly around and dump boxes full of pieces of paper over top of towns because no one reads them.
So we do it on social media and things like that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And we'll make it look like somebody else did it. Main characteristics of the software, as stated in the software development request, are 50 user, quote, operator licenses, 10 sock puppets controllable by each user. Sock puppets are to be replete with background, history, supporting details, and cyber presences that are technically, culturally, and geographically consistent. Sock puppets are to be able to appear to originate in nearly any part of the world. A special secure VPN allowing sock puppets to appear to be posting from randomly selected IP addresses in order to hide the existence of the operation. 50 static IP addresses to enable government agencies to manage their persistent online personas with identities of government and enterprise organizations protected, which will allow for different state agents to use the same sock puppet and easily switch between different sock puppets to look like ordinary users as opposed to one organization. 9 private servers based on the geographical area of operations the customer is operating within, which allows a customer's online persona to appear to originate from. These servers should use commercial hosting centers around the world and virtual machine environments deleted from each session termination to avoid interaction with any virus, worm, or malicious software.
So it's like a constant use of VPN type things to be from the country you're going to spread disinformation and
yes,
immediately followed up by a new account at the same place and blah, blah, blah. That's
and you can have 50 people with licenses that have 10 sock puppets a piece, so that's 500 active at any given time.
Which is fucked up because it's basically just an updated, modernized Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, so
except instead of through the media, it's through social media.
And I mean, 500 accounts is more than enough to be switching consistently and enough to get something trending. You know?
You get something trending, or you organize things like on Facebook. There was all those things back during 2016 and stuff with the Internet Research Agency.
Yeah.
That like formed all these Facebook groups to have opposing Facebook groups and put them in the same place. It's like very akin to that kind of thing. Okay, so that's Ernest's voice now. USS Liberty.
The USS Liberty incident was an attack on a United States Navy technical research ship by Israeli Air Force jet fighter aircraft and the Israeli Navy motor torpedo boats. The combined air and sea attack killed 34 crew members, wounded 171 crew members, and severely damaged the ship. At the time, the ship was in international waters north of the Sinai Peninsula, northwest of the Egyptian city. Israel apologized for the attack, saying the USS Liberty had been attacked in error after being mistaken for an Egyptian ship. Both the Israeli and U.S. governments conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded the attack was a mistake due to Israeli confusion in the ship's identity.
So more like, that one's real similar to like Gulf of Tonkin type of situation, except it might have been an accident that was, seize on the chaos type of thing.
Yeah.
And
looks
then,
like there's a pretty lengthy Wikipedia entry about this. So I think there's probably some more details that go along with that.
Then poison booze, that one's real easy. That was the government essentially putting poison in booze throughout the country to enact prohibition. Because you got to remember, prohibition was not just a law, it was a constitutional amendment. So they needed 2/3 at that point. So you really need to do that. So it would make sense for the government to be poisoning things like that.
Needed people dying.
And then, of course, unconstitutional surveillance. That is Ed Snowden. He was the one that really blew the whistle on that one.
The intelligence community is buying your personal data from various companies that you're accessing all the time.
We literally had talked about that today. The fact that they're literally trying to do that in the open. So I would say that's pretty good. I'm very excited about this. They want to make this book for like a younger audience, from the sound book for teens.
Especially because some of these I knew about, but just didn't know the names of them.
Yeah, right? Like we knew all those things. So I'm super down with that. That's legit. I like the fact that these people are writing this book. I'm very encouraged by it. I'm very excited to see what comes out of that situation. Let's see. Which one do we want to do next? There's too many now. So okay. Let's do this one because we talk a lot of shit on.
We're burping on mic now. We're in the grab bag.
Hey, it's either that or it's a Friday show. I don't know what we're talking about. I do that all the time. Did I tell you I got? Did you watch the beer show last night?
No.
Oh, I
had
got
it
bro.
On so you could get the view, but I was doing family stuff, so I wasn't
Phoenix
listening.
Ammunition fucking got me. They posted like a picture of like a news article type thing. Turned out it was from like years and years ago. And when I went to go look it up, it was like, oh, this happened fucking years ago. It was about Blackstone, an investment group, an asset management group like that, who primarily works in like more actual businesses, investing in smaller businesses that are up and coming compared to like BlackRock, which is more real estate focused and things like that.
Yes.
But yeah, I got because I thought that shit was like breaking news, and then I started looking at the dates. I was like, oh fuck, this happened years ago. Fuck. But also, it still happened, so everybody be fucking worried about it. But I got live yesterday, which was hilarious. But we talk a lot of shit on Eye Patch McCain, aka Dan Crenshaw, right?
He's a piece of shit.
Yes, but I will say as a representative, sometimes he comes through. Right, he does a good job, and this was something I saw on Twitter. It's a video. It's from a hearing, kind of about like around like the gender stuff, particularly with kids, hormone replacement therapy. It's getting real big. There's big push on kids, and people are asking like, "Where's the studies? We need to look at this. We can't just be blindly affirming all child's genders and things like that," which has resulted in like Washington State passing the law that allows kids to we're like a sanctuary state for child.
We covered that a few
gender.
episodes
Yeah.
ago.
So, but anyways, this is him grilling somebody over that, and
we're gonna have Josh in again. School year's over. We're gonna have Josh back.
Let's go. And then obviously, we'll talk a little history because that's me and Josh's thing.
Yeah,
he's awesome. Okay, so a little redemption for Eye Patch McCain.
You've said that we've cherry-picked data. How do you mean how do you mean that?
So it is very unscientific and flawed to pick a single study or a single statistic and to discuss it in isolation.
Totally
like
agree.
the federal government did during COVID, right?
Yes,
that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and it's
but
the same exact thing.
Unscientific.
And now it's opposite.
Yeah.
Because
talk about all of the evidence as a whole.
Totally agree. So it's good to look at systematic reviews, right? That's the gold standard of evidence when you're trying to understand whether something works or whether it doesn't. So the British Journal of Medicine looked at
What are the fucking dweeb staffers he has behind him?
Yes.
I love that more than anything these days when I watch C-SPAN videos. Who are the staffers that are giving him the stuff to talk about?
Also,
because that's how that works, right?
Let's talk about his eye patch for a second.
It's legit.
The eye patch is sick, right? Also, this might be fucked up, but we're in the grab bag. We're doing it, right? So there was the one picture when he had Chris Evans who met him, and he had the Captain America glass eye on.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think? God, I wonder if I know anybody with a fake eye, because I'm interested, like, why the eye patch as opposed to different glass eyes. If you can get cool ones that fucking look different, like, I'm sure that's distracting, you know. But if you're popping in different glass eyes, like, why not just rock a glass eye? You know,
it's probably like choice. I wouldn't want it.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's uncomfortable.
I definitely. It might be. You know, I mean, I don't know, but also
he's at a very World Economic Forum eye patch. He looks like a Bond bad guy.
Can
like
you?
A Bond
Okay,
villain
okay.
Doesn't have one that goes across anymore.
Yes.
It's just a solid piece that sits in the eye.
Yes. So picture this: Klaus Schwab in his fucking spaceman alien outfit. You've seen that, where he's like looks like a cult member.
Yes.
But now, throw that eye patch on him.
I wonder how it stays.
You could not get more. I wonder how it stays. Don't ask him how he keeps it in.
Is that a fucked up question? How do you keep your eye patch on?
No, it's a line.
I don't mean for here. I mean like if you meet
It's
him.
a line from one of my favorite movies from the 40s. It's Frank Sinatra movie about the OSS in not Laos,
Cambodia.
dealing with the Kachins. The Kachins back then, fighting again, and then like the whole thing. But
adhesive, Deborah says.
No, but yeah, there's a whole thing. One of the guys wears a monocle. He's like a British dude, and they're sitting down at dinner, and they're like, our goal tonight is we're not gonna come in here and get fucked up. We're gonna drink long and slow and consistent, and we're gonna make this a fucking night. And the first thing they do is they sit down, and this gal, Gina Lollobrigida sits down.
Okay.
And, you know, a 1950s Italian dime piece and love interest of Frank Sinatra at that point. And she goes, you know, like, he like reaches over. He's like, don't ask him how he keeps it in, you know, because the monocle. And she goes, well, how do you keep it in? And he's like, oh my God, okay. And so then they do this whole thing where he punches him in the face. He falls over and he's like, I still fucking got it. But don't ask him how he keeps it in. There's like a little compression type thing that goes on here.
Yeah.
He sticks it on. And it's like, you ever had those roll up sunglasses from the fucking eye doctor back in the day when they dilated your eyes and you put those on? Or like a wrist fucking slap bracelet or whatever. It works the same way. It's got a little bit of compression on there. So it just slightly pulls in, and then it just enough to grab the skin and hang on. And then you look like Samuel L. Jackson in all the Marvel movies.
That's wild.
So anyways,
that's
we carry on.
Systematic reviews with the conclusion that, quote, there is great uncertainty about the effects of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people. Journal of Endocrine Society came up with the same conclusion, even the American Academy of Pediatrics. They all cite the lack of evidence. And so here's the thing. If you're doing a therapy, and it's, you know, temporary, whatever, fine, maybe let's try it, let's see if it works. But when you're talking about permanent physiological changes, do you not agree, just from an ethical standpoint, that you might want extremely strong evidence of the benefits? And there is no systematic review that states that there is strong evidence of benefits.
So he's talking about, again, just because we got a little sidetrack, he's talking about, you know, like gender-affirming care, as it were, hormone replacement therapies, things like that, and having zero ill effects on young people going forward. There's no studies, there's no nothing. You know, there's a bunch of studies looking at all the evidence, and in these quote-unquote, you know, reputable journals, they all say, like, this, there's no evidence to say that this is a good idea. That's the question he's asking.
Sir, are you aware of how the quality evidence grading system works and how it's applied?
Yeah, we read through it. That's why I'm citing these journals. So which journal says something different? We should have that debate. Tell me a journal that has done systematic reviews that cites different evidence, that cites strong evidence for benefits of these therapies.
The standards of care were developed based on extensive...
Standards of care.
You're not telling me any journal, you're not telling me any study. Don't say standards of care.
Yeah, so...
Tell me one.
The standards of care.
That's the standards of care. That's not a journal.
That's not. So
the policy that we've written, that's what says that it's good.
It's not really a policy. This is just, it's a generalized practice, the standards of care at the time between whatever consenting authorities decide to say this is what we do. And the only people that are going to be doing those are like the activist type doctors and psychologists you see in documentaries like What is a Woman? You know, when there's a bunch of people doing gender transition therapies on younger people, those are the only people doing those.
Or people
so who do you go to
with the AMA if you're a doctor who doesn't have
in
a
like
choice.
California and stuff like that, and then they're obviously going to like affirm all that shit too, and they're going to be on there. And so that becomes what is the standard of care, which is not a peer-reviewed study in any capacity or a fucking meta study or anything. Like, you can't even get to the bullshit study type of study that studies other studies because there are no studies going on. This is just what the people that are doing the thing are doing.
Right.
And so I hate to give it to Eye Patch McCain, but when you look at his line of questioning and how he's getting to the points that are needing to be pulled out here, it was pretty good. He was pretty good right here. And you can't deny that. And that's solid, and I'm glad that is happening. Talked a lot of shit on Eye Patch McCain before. This does not change my opinion on him whatsoever.
Yeah.
But as far as this particular situation is involved, he's asking the right questions, and he's playing the right game, because he knows as well as anybody else what the game is when you're talking about congressional hearings and stuff like that. You're there to get the right talking points, to get the right things out, and he did a good job, I think, in that clip. So we've been talking a lot about the RFK Joe Rogan episode, right? And none of us has watched it, so this is going to be great. But this is a compilation somebody made. There's a lot of these now floating around where they cut up scenes from various episodes of Rogan and put people in having weird ass conversations and shit like this. And this is RFK Jr. having a conversation with Alex Jones. So imagine that, and here we go. Let me pull it up. Boom.
But beyond that, it's a microwave relay system that can manipulate.
I find radiation opens up your blood-brain barrier. And so all these toxins that are in your body can now go into your brain.
So he's just agreeing with him, right?
Yeah.
But like saying it way better.
Every time I bring up a f***ing subject, you know all about it.
Yeah, of course. What is it?
You know, I'm not going to get into it. The point is that
they took male frogs, gave them atrazine.
God fucking damn it! I'm getting pissed now.
You're making the frogs gay. That's such a good clip, dude. Oh my god, it's so funny.
That's awesome.
He's like, I'm about to say turn the frogs gay, and he tells me exactly what I'm going to say. And God damn it,
that's so awesome.
That's so funny. We're bringing some levity to the fucking grab bag subject here, right?
Internet forever undefeated.
This is going to be amazing. Okay, so
also,
this one.
Did you guys know, since we're talking about RFK,
let's do it.
A lot of people talking shit about his voice, right?
Yeah.
Y'all know JFK had the same shit, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah, him and JFK had to have the same.
It's just not as developed because the CIA killed him when he was young.
So part of it is because JFK, he had training from his father to become a politician. So he went through like tons of speech training to help deal with that.
Okay, like speech therapy, probably.
But if you listen to also the audio recordings from 1960s are just not as good. So it's not as noticeable, but he had it handled a little bit more than RFK did. And it lends to the odd cadence in his speech. If you listen to a JFK speech, there's a little bit of like weird. There's look up.
It was like super mass holy. If you've ever spent any time in the Northeast, it's like super niche, kind of like New England redneck thing.
Yes.
There's something to that, the way they spoke like that.
So look up the clip of why we go to the moon, right? JFK, we go to the moon because, or we choose to go to the moon. That's what it is. Yeah, let's watch some of this. This shit might fucking give me some tears, to be honest.
YouTube.
There's some of this stuff. There's also
we choose to go to the moon.
Like a clip of George Bush at Ground Zero.
I don't like that one.
When that one almost, I mean, if
I get it.
Depending on the day, I will drop a tear when he's giving his speech, because I know you know, but now we have to tell everybody else.
Yeah.
When he's given a speech at Ground Zero, and he's using, I don't even think he's using a bullhorn. I think he's just talking.
He's just talking.
And someone says in the background, like, we can't hear you, and he says, but I can hear you.
Yes.
And it's just such a fucking perfect, like, America moment. There isn't a more perfect thing that a leader of the nation could have chosen to say at the time other than, I can hear you. I know what just happened. We're all in this together as Americans. I can hear you. I mean, it's a masterful,
so good, dude.
Masterful choice of words.
Yeah. It's so, okay, so let's just reflect on this before we dive into this, son. Because it's an interesting topic. You know, you and I mean, I have my own thoughts about the validity of the federal government and things like that, man. But at the end of the day, you know, when you think about like in a utopic view or like a perfect world, what the office of the president is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, yes, he's supposed to be the executive that executes the thing that the legislative branch does. Cool. But also, you know, when it comes to foreign policy and just vibe of the nation stuff, like he needs to be a leader.
Yes.
Right. And he or she. I feel like, well, like, because like never before, but also like Tulsi's a leader. I'll say it. Tulsi Gabbard. Say what you want about her politics. I have my own choice words about that. But like when she talks, she's powerful. She's present. You know, there's a lot to that. She could be a leader. George W. Bush in that moment was a leader. Don't ask me about that. I got no ends of shit to say about how terrible the Bush era was. George Bush is probably single-handedly, his administration is single-handedly responsible for where we're at today. Major player.
Huge hand. Yeah.
Major player, right? So tons of shit to say about that. But at a certain point, when a leader needs to step up and be the figurehead, be the leader of a nation, whatever, you know, embodied moment that you need to need to fulfill, whatever, where you need to be large. You are not a human anymore, bro. You have to be a voice of a nation. That's not you as a person. You cannot be a person at that point. You have to do that thing. It needs to be powerful. It needs to be profound. It needs to capture everybody. George W. Bush did it in that situation on 9/11. I hope JFK does it in this "We choose to go to the moon" speech. I feel like JFK did it a few times.
Lincoln did that type of thing.
In the movie,
and
it was fantastic.
Well, what makes me think of that is last night I was reading. I was up late. Jordan's doing baking stuff, so I was reading, and then I was reading about the beaches of Normandy being stormed, right?
Ooh.
So I started to watch.
That's powerful.
Saving Private Ryan, because I was like, I just want to let me get some visuals of this now because I'm reading about
That's
it.
the first 15 minutes of the movie.
Right, and then there's a scene.
Powerful.
Right when the mission to go save Ryan starts to kick off, right?
Okay.
And
after he grabs Upham, that poor bastard.
Yeah, at battalion headquarters, there are all the commanding officers that are discussing it, right? There are the ladies writing the letters, and then she goes and talks to her commanding officer, he goes to his, and then he goes to his, and then they're talking to the general.
Oh, man.
And they're debating whether or not they should go, and this guy's dead, we don't even need to go there.
And he's got brothers over there. Oh.
The general pulls a letter from Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
And he doesn't say who it's written by until the end, but he starts to read it, and 3 lines in, you're like, it's fucking Lincoln. There isn't another person who writes
like
this
that
way, especially from the government. Like, this is Lincoln. And then he reads the whole thing. The last third of it, he has it memorized, and it's about...
Because he puts it down.
Yes, it's
powerful
about a mother,
fucking movie.
A mother who lost 5 sons in the Civil War, and Abraham Lincoln wrote this letter about, there's nothing that I could say to you that is going to overwhelm the grief that you are dealing with. All that I can hope is that you understand that your sons died for something bigger than them, bigger than you, bigger than all of us, and you deserve this. And so the last third of it he reads to him. He doesn't even read it. He has it memorized.
Yeah.
And this Abraham Lincoln. And I was like, fucking goddamn right, dude.
Yeah.
And it's that type of shit. There are some presidents and some world leaders that have had that thing. They haven't just been the president. They have been a fucking leader.
So George W. Bush this shit, right? He had the 9/11 moment, but we have Dick Cheney, we've got Halliburton, we've got the whole thing, the wars in the Middle East. So fucking terrible. But there's that moment where they step above. Lincoln, no difference, man. Like, the more you learn about Lincoln, to realize, the Democratic pushback against Lincoln, when he was like a fascist or an authoritarian.
Right.
He wanted to be king and all this. He suspended habeas corpus for a portion of the country, which is all sorts of fucked up.
We talk all the time about that scene in Lincoln
there's
because
so much.
Because Daniel Day-Lewis is a fucking champion. But that one scene in Lincoln where he's sitting in with all of his cabinet and they're talking about how they're going to get things done, and he has a monologue about how he is circumventing the Constitution to try and get this thing accomplished. And I don't want to do this, but I have no choice to do this, and I need you to find a way to justify me doing it because it's the only way that I can bring an end to this war.
Yeah, baby.
And it's such a fucking perfect, just a beautiful, beautiful scene of that. You have to hope there's a conversation that somewhat ended like that at some point in time, because it perfectly encapsulates what we hope the internal conflict was happening, of somebody who recognizes a role that needs to be filled, but it calls for a level of authority and might that has never been used so far in the nation, and he is concerned of the way that it will be used in the future if he sets that precedent.
Yes.
It's fucking perfect the way that it's
so
written.
good.
It's amazing.
So fucking good.
If you have not seen Lincoln, you have got to watch.
I'm gonna fucking watch
Lincoln.
that shit tonight,
It's
bro.
So
I'm on it.
good.
I wanna
Daniel
watch it
Day-Lewis
again.
is
the
incredible.
goat. He's the goat, bro. Daniel
Yes.
Day is the thing. But anyways, so that's the thing about this whole thing. Like, regardless of their trepidations as far as administrations go and what they do, there are some people that are just natural born leaders, and I think Lincoln represents that, which is why we remember him like we remember him.
Even all the terrible things that did exist about him that are real.
If we were doing this podcast right now and Abraham Lincoln was the president and we were in that time with all the technology, we'd be saying the same shit about him. We'd be fucking cutting on him left and right because he's an authoritarian. He thinks he's a king. He's doing this. He's suspending, constitutional rights and all that shit. But also, and this harkens back, if you'll allow me a second, this harkens back to the ages of like the Roman consuls. There were times at which, particularly during like existential war times, regardless of how you got there, blah, 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 well, that's a different thing. But like, there would be a time where the word dictator comes from this, where one of the consuls would say, I need to be dictator for a while because we need to get some shit straight. And I'm going to be a dictator for this long, and I'm going to be solely in charge, and we're going to do what I fucking say because I'm the goat. I'm out here commanding armies. We're doing this thing. It's kind of like
so we need a fucking dog
our own
right
version of being the dog right now. JFK, Lincoln, Bush at certain points. But I don't know if you can carry that directly over, but that's, I think, where the concept comes from, because even as a republic, you can identify that as like a homie being a G at the time when he needs to be a G, to step up, take control, fix everything, and then fucking back away back into the ether, bro.
No, I think the metaphor is good, and I think it extends to JFK if we think the same deal as Bush, if we look at his cabinet. You know, the people that were there were lying to him intentionally. The people that were already involved in the defense, in the Defense Department, in the military, who carried over into his administration because they were already involved in Vietnam. They were lying to him.
AKA the deep state.
They knew what the reality of that war was, and they knew that he wanted to end it, and they knew that that couldn't happen if they wanted to keep doing what they were doing. He's the same person that said that he wanted to tear down the CIA. He's the same person that said that he wanted to end the fucking Fed.
Which is why JFK Jr. or RFK Jr. right now is terrified for his life.
These are the reasons that he was killed, and these are the things that make him stand out as a leader, and it's why all of his faults, all of the adultery, the drugs, all the things you can attribute to him, that's why we still look to him as someone who was a fucking leader for the nation when we needed it. He was a dog when we needed it.
Because when you really think about it, when the nation needs a leader, the nation doesn't need a leader that's the person. Like a person, an individual, a single human being.
Yes.
Because the nation itself is not a person or anything like that. It's an idea, it's a concept. It's about, ideally, it's about freedom and liberty and people just figuring it out and doing their thing, right? And so when the time comes, there are certain times in history, which is really awesome to think about, actually, in retrospect. It's kind of a white pill moment. It's kind of a white pill moment to realize you could step back from all the bullshit that all these people have done and essentially held the country together at certain points in time because they had an out of body moment where they were no longer John F. Kennedy.
Right.
They were a leader. They were the president of the United States, which is what it should be.
Yeah.
Right. The president of the United States in the perfect world should be the person, even an anarchist, would like to give consenting authority to. You know what I mean? Like the true president of the United States should, when a leader needs to be present, when the nation needs a leader of individuals, they can rise above everything else to become the leader of a massive group of individuals who all have the same common goal of like the most individualistic lifestyle. I mean, this is like the most difficult persona to embody if you're doing it right.
Yeah.
And a few of them motherfuckers have for slight moments in time, for small blips, not during their whole presidency, no, nothing, but for like 4 or 5 minutes of their entire life, of the nation's entire life, they were able to rise above themselves and become like a true leader to tell everybody what they needed to hear.
And that time, even for the founding fathers, it was never
Getting
their
profound up in this bitch.
And I think that you're right. I think that you're right, because even with the founding fathers, it wasn't their whole presidency.
Mm-mm.
They were John Adams is suspending free speech for certain times. Like you can't fucking say that about the leaders of the nation.
No,
that's crazy shit.
Fuck you.
Yeah. So but that time, I think. This is such a beautiful thing that we're doing right now.
Exactly.
the part of where we're at in the nation, and this is coming from 2 fucking anti-government guys.
Amen.
Part of the reason we're at the struggle is that time in which presidents have been leaders and not individuals has shortened and shortened with every president that we have had who has been worthy of holding that position. Not president, but of leader. Because we've had tons of shitty presidents that weren't leaders. They were just presidents. They were guys that filled the office. They did the thing they needed to do, and they moved on.
Yeah. It's not good.
That time frame in which presidents were leaders has become shorter and shorter the longer we have been a country.
And that, good sir, is what makes us the most pro-America anti-government show you know.
Let's watch this clip.
Fuck, that was good. Let's do this. All right, so this is JFK. We choose to go to the moon.
Yes.
I should probably turn the volume on. Oh, God, that was fucking gorgeous.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal?
Yeah, because when you think about how young he is, right, he shouldn't talk like that.
Right.
I can get where that RFKJ, whatever
Yes.
disease that it's a genetical disease
something
at this point, I would
having to do with your
imagine.
vocal cords, and
Yeah.
so and also, like I said, because of the video quality is not as good, the audio quality is not as good. You don't pick it up as well
Yeah.
as when he's
Well-
in Joe Rogan's studio.
Yeah,
you
well,
know?
and because he's so much younger.
Yes.
So the disease hasn't had that long because
Yes.
once you listen to that RFK podcast, if you listen to RFK on anything, I listen to him on a few things now at this
Yeah.
point. He's been on a lot of good shit lately. He knows what he's doing. You give it about 5 minutes and you don't hear it anymore.
He starts rolling. Yeah.
You know, you don't, and I don't know if that's him or if that's the listener that adjusts to the way he speaks.
Probably both. I
Yeah.
think that he
'Cause it doesn't
warms
go
up.
away.
Yeah, no, I think he warms up after a
Yeah.
while, and you just get used to it, you know,
Yeah.
because it's not that big of a deal. If you're hearing clips, you notice it, but those
Yeah.
are 30-second clips.
Yeah.
If you're listening to an extended period of time, just like someone with a lisp or a fucking accent, you get over
You
it.
get,
It's
you
not-
figure it
yes.
out. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to restart because we're a few seconds in, and I'm not going to say anything until the end. It's only 2 minutes long. I just
Do
want
it.
to take this in as a whole.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic?
Yeah.
Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon.
Look at all
We
them
choose
suits,
to
bro.
go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
Amen.
Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept,
Mm-hmm.
one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
And the others too. Love the way he talked, dude. It's so funny. A bunch of dudes
We
in
shall
whites. It
send
looks like
to
a
the moon.
fucking modern day neo-Nazi rally. What's going on there?
240,000 miles away from the control station in Houston, a giant rocket more than 300 feet tall, the length of this football field, made of new metal alloys, some of which have not yet been invented,
Oh, shit.
capable
Well,
of
they've obviously
standing
been
heat and
invented.
stresses, several times more than have ever been experienced,
Mormons.
fitted together with a precision better than the finest watch, carrying all the equipment needed for propulsion, guidance, control, communication,
Elon's like, bitch, hold my beer.
Yeah, less computer than your iPhone.
food, and survival on an untried mission to an unknown celestial body, and then return it safely to Earth, re-entering the atmosphere at speeds of over 25,000 miles per hour,
That's too fast, bro.
causing heat about half that on the temperature of the sun, almost as hot as it is here today.
Fuck the
And
atmosphere.
do all this, and do all this, and do it right.
That's
and
right.
do it first. Before this decade is out, then we must be bold.
And this was the
Like-
age of American exceptionalism, which
Bro.
we were still capable and willing of living out, embodying this principle that we were born with as a nation. What he's talking about, the very concept that he's speaking to, and what he's saying is we are taking this exceedingly difficult challenge because we are uniquely qualified as Americans to accomplish this task. We are doing something we know will be exceedingly difficult, we know is near impossible, and we will fucking accomplish it because it is difficult, because we know we are qualified, because it will be the best test of our talents and our capabilities possible. That is why we're doing this, because we don't settle, because we shoot for the fucking moon and the stars beyond it as Americans. That's why we're doing this. And this is the shit that we don't hear anymore. We hear fucking Joe Biden in front of a bunch of trans people on the lawn saying these are the bravest people I've ever seen in my entire life, who during Madden Shane's he said, you've literally given out medals of honor. You've literally
Yes.
handed out medals of honor to people who have served and literally, as it says on the medal, gone above and beyond the call of bravery. And these people here are the bravest individuals you've ever met in your entire life.
Yeah.
These two human beings, JFK and Joe Biden, are not even comparable on any level in the slightest. The ideas that JFK embodied as president are something that we should all look for when we are trying to embody what our founding fathers instilled and fought and died for. This is what we should try and live up to, not what we have now. What we have now is a shadow of what a far cry of a history student would think that the nation should be. It's nothing.
This is what America is JFK and this type of idea. It's not an ideology. It's not some type of propaganda. It's this is what we are capable of, and this is why we as Americans established our own nation. This is why we believed for so long that we were capable and qualified uniquely of westward expansion, of manifest destiny, even though it's fascist and racist, of going to the fucking moon before anybody else did. This is why we do those things. It's because it is fucking hard.
And JFK was the type of person who, at the moment required, he could do that in 2 fucking minutes. You did it in less than that just now. It was pretty profound. It was very powerful. I'm very excited to cut that clip.
It's gonna be a good clip.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I wanted to point out a few things. Right? He never mentioned the Soviet Union.
No.
He never mentioned like the adversarial nature of we need to get this over on the other guy. We need to do this because they're bad. None of that. No, this was tapping into the true concept of American exceptionalism. Even the deepest anarchists could identify with that. A group of individuals banding together to prove the greatness that individuals can prove. And we did that shit. And like you said before, we did it with far exponentially less technology than we have today.
Yes.
Which we might be able to like, well, Elon fucking he shoots up rockets all the time. Blah, blah, we might be able to do. That did not exist back then.
Right.
Like the fact that
when Apollo 11
doing
failed,
that,
they did the math on the window.
Word. And whether or not we actually landed on the moon or not, conspiracy theory all in itself.
Yeah.
That right there. That is there's no pro-government. There's no government involved in that. There's no geopolitical adversaries involved. There's no none of that. That is directly speaking to the spirit of what America is, what America should be.
It's what Trump wants to be.
Yeah, but he ain't, which sucks. But that's what he wants to be, and that's good on him for at least recognizing the fact that that's what it is.
Embody. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not pro-government, it's pro-America.
It's pro-America.
We can do this as Americans.
Yes.
And
we don't need a goddamn government to be Americans.
That's what the appeal has always been to Donald Trump and what continues to be to him is that he's not talking about he uses government tools to achieve those goals because he's not he's just a guy, so he's doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
But his messages are pro-America. They're not pro-government. They're not pro-globalism. They're pro-individual in America, that you can accomplish these goals because you are Americans, not because you're fucking Canadian or Mexican or any of that type of shit. It's because you're fucking American.
You know how I know this is as base as it is because Joseph was like America, baby.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Back when, as a nation, understood how special our nation is. Yes, we as a nation understood how special our nation was. Yes. And that's, again, you can convince the deepest, darkest anarchist to be on board with all of this. This is good. This is good shit. That's how you tap into that shit. Very few people have been able to do that, man. Very few people. Joe Biden ain't doing it. You know, I don't know if Trump could do it, but I know at least he wants to be that kind of person. But, you know, that's why we have JFK or RFK Jr. I think that's probably why RFK Jr. is getting the fucking speed he is at this point with all the don't be sorry, I didn't mean to show you that. You're not supposed to have any. There's no fucking spoilers here, bro. Looking ahead. Freedom will have to be paid for. There's only one currency that can buy back America, and its great Constitution that guarantees that freedom.
He's talking about the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Tree of Liberty needs to be watered from time to time, correct?
I believe that is what he is referring to.
And you get into like a whole kind of rabbit hole with where that conversation goes with the Tree of Liberty needs to be watered from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots alike or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a very profound message, and I think it's a very pro-America message, to be perfectly honest, because there's one thing America does not abide, and that's tyrants, especially as America within the borders of the United States. We're not going to get into geopolitics and tyrants abroad. That's a whole different concept because they're not Americans. That's not where that stuff enters. Americans, I said it before in this podcast, and I'll say it again, but like the best defense makes the best offense or something like that. that's when it comes to like national values and morals and how a group of individuals that can be loosely connected through the bounds of a nation can be tied is through like those deep rooted concepts of, we need to, if there are tyrants that arise amongst this field of poppy, the tyrant will be brought down so that the field can flourish. I mean, it's going to happen, and it's going to cost blood and treasure and whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's truly what America is we are a group of individuals who decide to be free. And if a tyrant arises amongst us, we will cut them down so that the people can be free. We have a serious problem these days because the group of individuals that want to be free have become the mere percentage of the population. There's a massive population out there that wants to be ruled because it can be easy. And you can't necessarily fault them 100%, but it is un-American. The concept of America is to be a responsible individual who takes care of yourself and your neighbors and your community. Other than that, like anything over that is tyranny. You don't get to decide. Nobody gets to decide what we as a community need to do to flourish. We can figure that out for ourselves. People like JFK at moments, even if it's in 2-minute clips, Lincoln, even if it's in a couple-minute speech to get on there, I mean, they make a profound impact on that. They speak to the true American soul, which is the embodiment of freedom and liberty. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, and that's why we try to do the show that we do at this point in time. That's what is pro-America. It's freedom and liberty and people fucking figuring it out, man. It's not always pretty. It's not always great. There's sometimes the fucking tree of liberty needs to be watered with blood of tyrants and patriots. But at the end of the day, it breeds a free society, a truly free society. And that's what's important. And at times they can get it. Which is weird to think because also I got tons of bad shit to say about JFK. I got tons of bad shit to say about Lincoln. I got tons of bad shit to say about Bush. But every now and again, got to have a leader steps up, man. That's why I like playing that fucking Eye Patch McCain clip.
Yeah.
He was on point there. I got nothing bad to say about his performance at that point in time. He did exactly what I think a representative of the United States should do at that point in time.
We'll give you
did a
props
good job.
when you deserve it.
That's right. Okay, so now that I can put away my Patriot boner, I'm going to ruin your life with the fact that synthetic human embryos made without eggs or sperm have been created in a quote-unquote scientific breakthrough. We just made people, bro.
Wow.
We officially have we've reached God mode.
How did they do that? Did you read the article?
I will read the article right now.
What the fuck?
It's like, synthetic human embryos are made in scientific breakthrough. Human embryos made without eggs or sperm have been created in a scientific breakthrough, which is bound to raise serious ethical and legal questions. Where's the rest of the article? Sorry, I forgot to click the other extension. From the Daily Mail. Human embryos made without eggs or sperm have been created in a scientific breakthrough, bound to raise serious ethical and legal questions. They were produced in a joint project between Cambridge University and the California Institute of Technology and resemble embryos in the earliest stages of human development. They do not have the beginning of a brain or a beating heart, but do indicate cells which would go on to form the placenta and yolk sac. Scientists believe that their finding could provide significant insight and aid research into rare genetic disorders and the biological causes of miscarriages, because we're not even getting into the flaws of like the human birthing canals and the human reproduction process. We've created the life already,
but I question
now we can see where shit goes wrong.
I also question there's got to be, in the world of billions of human beings, there have to be people who are just not compatible to create life together.
This is
right?
This is true.
And there's no measuring it. There's no whatever. It's just a thing that happens. You just happen to fall in love with somebody that genetically you're uncompatible. The life that you want to create is not something that can survive.
Did you know that not that long ago, you have to, before you got like approval to be married, you had to go have tests done at the doctor to make sure that there was no like blood incompatibilities or genetic.
I did not know that.
To a certain point where like if two people were not allowed, like to the scientific standard at the time, if both you two were incompatible genetically, you weren't allowed to get married.
Okay, so that's crazy.
That's,
I did not
yeah,
know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
that was not that long ago.
That underlines my point of
exactly.
there's only so much miscarriage research that can be done without human beings being involved.
Yes.
Because there's that factor that we probably can't measure or attribute now, but in some world, in some time, we will be able to figure out it's these things in your blood.
Exactly those things.
That when two people have these things or these things or these things, you just can't make a baby that's going to survive. You're just going to miscarry almost every time. There's a 5% chance. There's a whatever, right?
100. Yep.
Eventually, we're going to be able to figure that out. Like how,
and we've gotten way closer today than we did back then.
There's only so much shit that we can learn. And I don't know, dude. I don't.
You don't like that?
No, that seems like a bad idea.
We're making non-real humans.
Same deals. I get it. I understand. That seems like a bad idea. The same way that we're like, hey, don't clone things. This is the same thing as that. We only did it with like goats and shit, and they're still like, don't fucking do that. Don't. That's not cool. That's unethical. I can't tell you why, but it gives me a bad feeling in my belly. You shouldn't be doing that. This is the same thing as that. You shouldn't be fucking doing that.
Do you remember? Did you listen to the podcast, the Joe Rogan one, with the guy that lives up in Alaska? He's got this big ice melt. He's got tons of property and shit, and he finds like hundreds of mammoth bones and all these different.
You told me about
it. It's a wild ass shit. But they are currently right now.
Sounds like eugenics. How do you decide which ones are not going to survive? Eventually, you have to kill off a bunch of embryos. You're like, fuck it. We're just going to kill a bunch of things that could potentially be life that we created. You're aborting a life that you like. That's fucked up.
Okay, so
this is the same thing as that like religious people have with in vitro. You know, you're only going to take so many of the embryos that you create, and other ones you fucking dump out. Like that's this. What the fuck do you do? That's not cool.
Because there's a thing right now. Like there was a story the other day. I forget.
It's like, oh, it's cool. It's like a rat
but
that we make because we made it in a lab. So it's not a fucking conflict of moral interest because we made it. So it's fine.
So check this out. Right, currently, right now, there's a scientific process in which multiple Americans have done at this point a good deal where they will. It's part of in vitro. It's a branch off of in vitro. They will harvest an egg and a sperm, generally from a husband and wife, right, who will want to have kids in the future, but not right now. And they allow those things to form and become embryos that will survive if put back into uterus. And then once they become embryos, they freeze them.
Right. That's an
so
idea
there are
thing,
people out there that have
that's what I was talking
they
about.
They have 8 to 10 essential potential babies
that
are
what I was
on
talking
ice.
about.
And they will, if they don't claim them.
Right.
They don't
take
go
one or two
anywhere.
and then they're gone.
They're gone.
Right.
And the rest of them just die. It's the same thing.
Right.
It's very, very strange.
There are people that we work with who are very religious who I have heard question that same thing. I'm like, that's immoral. Like, you shouldn't be doing that, And it's consistent with what their general ideology is. Like, it's not inconsistent, so I understand.
But also, I have mixed feelings.
I get it. I totally get it. This seems super bad. Like,
it's usually like a jumping off point from the surrogacy debate.
Because I can already see the arguments being formed of like, well, now we don't need to subject people to human trials of drugs because, we can just make fucking clones and it's fine, This is like Star Wars, 2023, where we're like, well, we can just make a whole army of people that we can use to do whatever we want.
Army,
and it's not a problem,
The Caminos are at
work
here.
And we have CRISPR, so we can make sure that they're dormant and that they're going to listen all the time and that they can only get so smart and they only have certain skills. We can enhance certain skills. We can do all this. We can make sure they're not going to get these tropical diseases. So we can send them to various parts of the globe because
babies to order, bro. I want this, that, and the other thing.
These super soldiers.
I'm going to build me an NBA star as a child.
Yeah.
these super soldiers are already immune to this set of tropical diseases, so they can go to the Philippines and fight in whatever dirty, nasty war you want, and they're not ever going to get sick. It's going to be totally fine. Why you guys got to
go super soldiers, man? Deborah's on your side.
Because it's the fucking government doing it, man.
Exactly.
This is definitely. I get that it's 2 institutes, but they're definitely funded by the government. This
100%.
is totally a government.
This has got what's that like black money research thing? DARPA. This is DARPA. 100%. This is
you
DARPA.
shouldn't be doing this.
But also, that dude on Rogan from Alaska or whatever, he's discovering all these extinct species and that they didn't even know existed up there. That's a whole cool thing. Well, at the same time, for the first time in history, we are cloning a mammoth.
Right.
And so there's going to be a mammoth around. So let's take this concept of this synthetic human embryo being created, right? And we'll carry that over into the modern day implications of that, where we can essentially resurrect specific extinct species because we have their genome, so we can bring back the dodo bird.
So I get it, right?
Do we want to fuck with that?
The Jordan influenced part of me has serious hesitation about fucking with the natural order of the planet, right?
I get it.
If there are animals that have become extinct and we didn't kill them, there's a reason. The buffalo, we did that. We totally did that. We fucked up.
It's fine. We got bison now. It's not a big deal.
I get it. Like that type of thing. We fucked that up.
Yeah.
I get fixing a mistake that we actually verifiably made.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a thing that died way before we got here, there's probably a reason you shouldn't be doing that. And we weren't alive a million years ago. Whenever the mammoths roamed the earth, I have no idea. We weren't alive then.
We fucked with them.
We don't know. Oh, so we whatever.
You like our ancestors.
We as humans now in 2023,
we ain't never
as
fucked with that shit.
Scientific human beings, we were not alive then. We did not know. We do not know why they died. The events that precipitated that, the circumstances around that. There could be very good fucking reasons for that. If we overhunted them, which let's take a throwback, right? When I was taking college classes in high school, I took an anthropology class that was way beyond something I ever should have taken. It was it was like anthropology 247 or something. Way beyond any type of high school student should be taking.
Okay, Professor Donovan.
We had to write a paper at the end of the year that was about just something anthropology. You just had to pick a topic, right? So I picked the overkill theory. And it was the overkill theory is that we hunted a bunch of these animals to death.
Yep.
A lot of mammoths. Right?
Market hunting, we call it. Yeah.
We did that. We killed them as our ancestors because we just overhunted the fuck out of them. So I wrote a 17-page paper on this because I thought...
Where's that on the patch, bro?
Because it was supposed to be between 7 and 10 pages, and I thought it was supposed to be 7 and 10 pages single-spaced. And it was supposed to be double-spaced.
Oh, that's bullshit.
So when I double-spaced
how can you write a paper?
So I wrote like a 9-page single-spaced paper, and when it was double-spaced, it was 17 pages. And the professor was pissed. She was furious.
I have to read 2 papers at a time for your one paper? Fuck you.
She's like, and it's all be like, it says right here on the fucking syllabus for the thing. And I'm like, dude, I get high all the time. I know.
I missed double space. My bad.
I just wrote a 9-page paper. Let's give me a little bit of credit for a 9-page single-spaced paper.
Mr. fucking underachiever Donovan in school, you should be proud of me, bitch.
That isn't full of filler words.
And
like,
she's pissed?
She was pissed.
Fuck her.
But
that's like a slap on the wrist at best. Bro, I said this, you misreading this, but I'm glad you took the effort. I'm very glad I will intake this. And I will fuck 10% off your grade because you missed the details. You didn't follow the details. But also, if the substance is good, you get solid B+.
So 5 years later, I was very upset and in denial because the overkill theory was completely turned over. Like a bunch of people decided they're like, "Oh, that's actually not true." And I had just written this super long paper about how it was totally true, and I was like, "I believe in it, and everyone should believe in it, and this is legitimate." And then all the scientists are like, "No, that's wrong.
We changed our mind.
We didn't do that." Yeah, at the time, it was totally right.
Oh my god!
And then 5 years later, they're like, "No."
Oh my god! So that's so funny.
For like 2 years, I was like, "That's not real. That's not real. I don't agree with that. I'm very well researched in the subject. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, and I can guarantee you, we definitely hunted them to death."
I wrote a high school fucking paper twice as long as it should have been, bitch. I did so much research on this.
I was in high school. I was doing.
That's right. Your AP shit.
I was doing running starts.
Yeah,
I was
same
taking
shit.
the college courses.
You were taking the AP classes.
No. Classes at Olympic College, and they count for high school credit.
Which is okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what an AP high school
Like
class is supposed to be. It's supposed to like double up.
Right. Yeah.
That's
This
fucking
was
wild.
the heavy class.
Okay, so the real question is, what grade did you get on that paper?
I passed that class, so it had to be
Passed the
decent. Yeah,
class.
it had to be decent because that paper was a good portion of your final grade.
Oh my
So
God.
it had to be at least decent. I just remember her telling me she was not pleased that it was so long.
She was
And I
just
explained to her
really
what had
pissed.
happened, and that's when she was like, "Well, it says in the syllabus that it's supposed to be double spaced." And I'm like, "I
Yeah.
understand that. I obviously didn't fucking read that.
I'm sorry I
yeah,
missed that.
I obviously didn't read it. This is apparent now that I'm giving you this paper." Yeah.
It was supposed to be between 16 and 18 pages, according to my logic. So, like, I understood the rule. I just missed that one
Because we handed
That's
them
all.
in like in paper, so I gave it to her, and it's like
It's
this
it's
thick, yeah, and
twice
she's
as
like,
thick as
"What the
everyone
fuck?"
else.
Like, she's like, why? So she looked she looked at me, and I looked at her, and then she looked at how many pages it was because they had to be numbered pages. And she's like, "Why is this so long?" And I'm like, "Well, I thought it was supposed to be single spaced, but
Pause button. Did you, when you turned it in, was it double spaced?
yes,
So you knew at one point
Yes.
you're like, oh fuck,
yes."
I wrote too much. I got to double space this, hit print, turn it in.
Yeah, I think I did like a final check to make sure I had all the stuff because you also had to have a certain amount of like bibliographic citations.
And shit,
they
yeah.
had to be, it was in a different style, a different format than all the other papers I had written because it was scientific and not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a general writing paper. So I
Different
also
format.
had to have like embedded citations and stuff. So I think that I went back over the thing to make sure that I had enough citations and then was like, oh fuck, this is supposed to be double spaced.
And then you were like, reread that. Oh fuck.
Yes. And so I don't.
And I can't cut it down in one day.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it was before class. Like I'm like, we didn't have a desktop at home. My mom had like a shitty laptop, so I would, and I took the public bus, like the city bus. So I
that's
always
right.
had time after class. So I would spend time in the computer lab at the college writing my paper.
At one point in time, I'm going to be comfortable enough to make fun of you as a poor kid. But
Oh
today's
yeah,
not
it
the
is what
day.
it is. I don't like. I embrace it because I think it made me who I am.
Yes.
But there's a lot of really
You're a good
funny
human.
shit. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff. Jordan
Tragic,
will-
yet hilarious.
Jordan's thing usually revolves around food, like
Yeah.
grated cheese is a big thing. She came over to my house and we're like grating our own cheese like off a block.
Well, first
And,
of all, go ahead.
it's how you should do it, right? We
Yes.
know that now, but at the time,
The block of cherry gold I got in there is a block of cherry gold.
Yes.
You can't find cherry gold shredded because
Right.
that's what the plebs eat.
Right.
We as a superior class of humans shred our own cheese because
And-
that's the way you get good cheese.
and pre-shredded cheese costs more. Like it doesn't melt as good.
Well, you got to pay for the expense. They're
it's a
going
whole
to
deal.
pre-shred it
It's
for
a
you, so you
whole
don't have to
deal.
shred
So-
it. I got 2 bags of shredded cheese in my fridge right now.
So when you don't have money, you don't ever have pre-shredded cheese. You only have blocks of cheese. So
And then
that's
you shred it.
Yes. So
It's for the poor and the
Yes.
elite alike.
Like I think it was either the first time we had nachos or the first time my mom made lasagna. It's the same deal. She's like, I'm not fucking buying pre-shredded cheese. You're gonna shred 3 blocks of cheese, and I'll make 3 pans.
Also
of lasagna.
based, yeah,
It's- it is-
don't do that.
It is what it is.
It's good. There's 2 worlds you're living in, bro.
I never questioned it because it's always how we did it. you
And
know?
that's, I argue,
Yeah.
as a supporter of like child labor and things like that, I argue for this point. I think people
Yeah.
should shred their own fucking cheese.
It was only as we got older and I had girlfriends and stuff that they came over and they were like,
This
don't
is
have-
weird.
Like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm going to shed the cheese.
Be like, bitch, I
Or
ain't
I
mid.
would ask them,
I'm not a mid
Yeah.
dude, bro. I'm not mid tier.
Yeah.
No.
Or
no,
not
I fucking
knowing,
shred my own
like-
cheese. I'm classy as fuck.
Right. Or not knowing, I would be like, do you want to shred the cheese? And they'd be like, what do you mean? Like, will you just, you take the cheese grater and you put it in this big container. And
I
you
love
just,
the dichotomy going on here. This is hilarious.
Yeah. I told Tammy, I don't remember what she said to me. It was about how Yasko says my name. Because Donovan,
When, or Colin.
Right, exactly. And so Tammy called me that in the kitchen.
I got
the
called
other
Drew
day.
the other day.
She's losing it, dude.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
So Tammy called me Donovan the other day when I was in the kitchen, and she laughed about it, and I was like, "Oh, I'm like totally used to it." And she was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, I was in high school. I dated like a ton of brown girls," and she said, "Really?" And like she was like very surprised, and I was like, "Yeah, I mean like." almost exclusively. Like I mean, I would have to count them up, but like almost
like my wife. The first white chick I ever dated.
She was shocked. Yes, I dated one other white girl right before I dated Jordan, and that
sure was highly problematic.
That's
I'm sure.
That's the girl, dude. So this is the girl when I was trying to run away
Best
from
grab bag
all
ever.
of my problems that that's when I was going to enlist, and I like proposed to this girl and had like bought her a ring and the whole deal, and was like, I'm gonna enlist in the military and we'll get married and you can come with me to wherever I'm gonna be stationed at.
Based.
And she was like, oh, I'm totally into it. And
there
then,
you go.
And
You
then
could have been a baby daddy, bro.
Like a month after I proposed to her, she was like, I can't do this. She was younger than me. She
And you proposed to her?
Yeah. Oh, I bought a ring out of the whole thing because I was working at the call center, and there was a Navy recruiter who was living in my basement.
No.
And I was like, can you get me into like cool guy shit? And he was like, I can totally do that. And so he was running me through, I want to do EOD. He was running me through Special Forces physical PT qualifications. I was hitting the quals, bro. At the end of high school, I was hitting
the teams, bro.
I was hitting the quals.
You be on the teams?
I was trying to be in the teams, and I was trying to run away from my problems. So in Bremerton, you're like, what do? You join the military.
I do that.
And we had the Navy recruiter renting in the basement, so it was just natural that.
That's fucking. I did not know this.
Yes,
I'm so excited.
Can you get me in the teams? And he said, I can get you in the teams. And I was like, I'm fucking going,
bro.
Then. And
we're going to the teams.
And this all started in high school, and like Jordan and I's saga begins because I asked her to prom in our senior prom, and I was dating this girl at the time, Ariana.
Classy lady.
And Ariana was like, yeah, I'm cool with it. And then as the date closed,
also, she'd not have been cool with that.
No, she's like,
you married the other chick.
Right. So as the date closes in, she's like, I'm not okay with this. This makes me
good for Ariana.
So I had to tell Jordan, like, I can't take you to prom. My girlfriend's gonna be really upset. So Jordan had to find a new date, like 2 weeks out.
You bitch.
It was really bad.
You're a bad person.
And the best thing is that Jordan and I are still hanging out. Like, we're friends. She understands, it's like whatever. And so we're hanging out like 2 days. She's going to ask another guy to go to prom with her. And she's working on this thing to ask him.
Did she talk to you about who she's going to bring?
Yeah. It was, and I didn't, it was a guy who'd already graduated. Like, it was just a friend thing because her and I weren't going together.
If this is a movie, I'm making fun of you.
So she was putting together this project to ask him to go to prom with her, and she's house sitting and I'm sitting up with her.
And also kind of sad, Jordan, because he obviously already didn't have a date to prom.
Up. Yeah, it's really fucked up.
This whole story this is a movie.
She's working on this project and I'm sitting up with her. It's super late at night and I'm like, I want to go to bed. Like, why are we still up doing this? Like, why did you wait so long to ask this dude to prom? And she looks at me, she's like, fuck you.
Exactly. Yeah, fuck you, bro.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And then
can we make this a Netflix pitch? This is a good movie. I want to watch this movie.
Maybe Jordan and I got together in October, and you graduated in like June. So it was 2 months after graduation that girl broke up with me. After I had proposed and like done all this stuff, and was like,
were you heartbroken?
Oh, I was crushed.
Yeah.
I was devastated. But that girl had driven a wedge between Jordan and I, so I wasn't hanging out with her anymore, right? And so the day that girl and I broke up, my homeboy Daniel was living with me at the time, and so him and I are getting fucked up. We got a bottle, and so we're sitting in my house, we're drinking, we're getting fucked up.
It's a bad day, bro.
Yeah, and he's like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do? And I'm sitting there and was like, I want to call Jordan.
Ooh.
And so I called Jordan, and she came and hung out with us because she had already come to my house during that time. This is so much personal stuff.
I'm so excited about this.
She had already come to my house in this intermittent period when we weren't hanging out, and brought me outside, and she was like, I'm in love with you. And we're best friends, and I don't think that it's okay that we don't hang out just because you have a girlfriend that is like feels weird about this. And so like, I'm not going to give you a choice of whether or not I'm going to be in your life. We're going to be friends. And less than 2 weeks after that was when this girl and I broke up, and I hung out with Jordan for almost a week and didn't tell her that Ariana and I had broke up. I just continued to hang out with her, and I think Daniel mentioned it one time, and Jordan asked me about it, and I was like, we totally did break up. Like, the day that I asked you to come over here, we had broke up. And then we probably didn't go like weeks without hanging out, or like without hanging out, and then that was it. We've been together since October.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
And you have 2 kids together,
Yeah.
and you're, God damn it, Donovan.
Yeah.
You're
October
I'm
of 2013 is when we got together.
I'm going to take offense at the fact that I didn't know this already.
Yeah.
That's
That's
Okay.
the saga, dude.
Oh, we need to. Okay, I got so many. You don't like. You need to write that as a movie. That's a screenplay. That is a movie that's a story that needs to be told. And the fucked up thing is, it's like a rom-com, but it's actually real.
Yeah.
Which is fucked up. And you guys end up with 2 fucking beautiful children with, Donovan style names.
Right. Yes. Perfectly unique.
That is. I'm so glad you said that. That was. I didn't know that was going to be a segment in the grab bag today, and I'm super excited it was. That was good shit, buddy. Thank you for sharing.
That's the saga.
I like that.
I was that close to
That's
the teams,
healthy,
bro.
You were
close.
And thank you, Jordan, for not allowing me to have a buddy in the teams.
Yeah,
No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't even know you right now if you went to the teams.
No, I had hit every qualification except for the swimming. I just had not done the swimming, so I was hitting the mile and a half, the push-ups, the pull-ups,
if
the
we
things.
if we would have been friends by then, you would have hit the swimming, and then I wouldn't know you anymore because you'd be out there doing team shit,
crushing the teams. Yeah,
Shit.
EOD. Super wanted to be EOD.
That's fucked up, bro. Because that's like I'm gonna walk up to this bomb and I might die.
I was so depressed. I was so crazy depressed that I was like, fuck it. Like if I go out there and I fucking get blown up, then I'm fucking dead, and I just don't care,
Yeah.
But I also was like, but if I don't die, I'm a fucking hero for the rest of my life because I've disarmed numerous bombs in a different nation, and now I'm gonna come home. Yeah, it was real sadistic fucking thinking.
No, I like it. It
but
works.
that's when you're 18, 19. That's
That's the way
like
you
how
think.
your brain works.
Yep.
Is I'm either gonna die or I'm gonna fucking be a hero.
That's
It's weird shit.
100%.
It's weird shit.
It's
yeah.
weird shit.
So
fuck, bud. Well, speaking of like, you're either gonna die or gonna become badass shit.
Let's go.
Let's get back to it. Just because I don't know how to segue otherwise, but there's been a trend going online on Twitter right now saying, without Googling, name a famous historic battle, right?
Yes.
So, okay, without Googling it, name a famous historical battle.
Well, the Battle of the Bulge.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
fine.
writing the D-Day. So
Yeah, I'll say like Waterloo. It's
Right.
a big historic battle, but none of those battles compare to this particular battle between Hezbollah and some other nameless dude his size. So I ran across this, and it's awesome. Deborah says, sweet story. It was
Thank
a very
you.
sweet story.
Thank
It was
you,
a good
Deborah.
story. That was a great story.
Thank you.
You could make that funny if you wanted to. You could turn that into a bit.
Oh,
If you want to get super personal. But anyways, here we go.
I remember this.
Do you remember seeing this?
I do
Look at the
remember this.
fucking look on Hezbollah's face, bro.
Yes.
It's like I'm a fucking angry bitch.
Because they were going to fight, I think.
Yes.
And then I think the other guy backed out.
He's like, come on.
I
He's
would.
like, I'm fucking you, dude.
I've never bought a pay-per-view before. I would buy this pay-per-view.
Okay, so then that being
Multiple
said,
people I know went to see midget wrestling last weekend.
would you go see?
Did you hear what I just said to you?
I did. And I want to show you something close to that. Oh, I might not have pulled it up. I thought it was so offensive I didn't pull it up. But I can, which is hilarious. Fuck, okay, there's the black bear. We're not going to do that till the end because we need to end the stream in glory. And hashtag internet is... Oh, what does Bridget always say on her show when she shows the funny fucking videos? I can't remember. Fuck. Okay, so here it is. This is if it's not pay-per-view little person wrestling, it's what about little person slapboxing?
Ćwiartson odpowie swojemu przeciwnikowi, no mówię, 45 kg. Większy. Różnica.
Oh god!
Powiem ci, że mocny.
His whole face is rearranged, bro.
Christ.
There's this face there. There's his face there. Like he is rearranged, bro.
Yeah, I've been watching bare knuckle boxing lately. That's like
So
it's
fucked.
it's starting to really gain prominence.
Uh-huh.
Like there's some really big fight leagues that are behind it, and so it's really pretty legit. And there
Bare
you
knuckle
can
boxing,
you
I
can
like
YouTube it. Yeah, there are 2-minute rounds. It's crazy,
bro.
It is some, I mean, savage shit.
Because, like, there's an argument to be made in UFC about getting rid of gloves.
Right.
Because at that point, you punch harder, you do, different things.
Yeah,
you
I
get
don't
gloves
think
on.
it's
So,
better.
like, bare knuckle boxing.
I don't think it's better.
It's that savage.
We'll watch some when we're done.
Okay.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a shameless plug essentially for YMH.
Let's go.
Because we're both YMH fans, and this is the trailer to their new
It's
show
Lauren
coming
Compton.
out.
Okay.
Lauren Compton, who is, I didn't know she existed until now, and she is, for fuck's sakes.
Hello.
So this is the trailer to the new show, which premieres on Tuesdays now.
Let's go.
On YMH Studios. So follow YMH, Your Mom's House, on YouTube, and you'll get access to all these shows. Donald and I watch them. We watch YMH Studios a lot throughout the week, and this is a new show I'm very excited about. And you haven't seen this trailer, right?
now. No, I have not.
And every day but Tuesday until this comes out, because just pay attention and you'll understand that. So shout out Tom Segura and Mom Jeans.
Yes.
Christina Przinski.
You bet I'm coming up in May.
That's right.
Welcome to another episode of First Date with me as your host, Lauren Compton. This show is to find out what it's like to date the person
Danny Brown?
in the hot seat.
Tommy?
Are they dateable? We're going to find that out. I'm going to point out your red flags.
Here's one right here.
Oh, no!
Can I just act like I couldn't see her?
My guest is Danny Brown, Johnny Mitchell, Tom Segura. Do you have a sex playlist?
Just put on like some Bjork. That's a good one. You asked me how many times I paid for sex. Well, it's mostly in pesos. So actually, yeah.
I have some appetizer questions. Has a girl ever gotten you in a fight? How do you feel about open relationships? Do you get jealous easily? Have you ever had a threesome? Have you ever been embarrassed on a date? Would you ever date a girl with an OnlyFans account? Let's say you don't want to be with someone anymore. Do you give them a reason to break up with you?
Like I remember one time a girl called me a bitch, but it was in a playful manner. But I never saw her again in my life. She goes, I was offering myself.
Oh my God, I can't wait to
I was
watch
like,
this.
what?
Oh my God.
June 20th.
I can't wait to watch this.
This Tuesday, next week, the first episode of First Date with Lauren Compton is premiering on YMH Studios. So
it's gonna be
everybody,
so good.
please go see it because it's going to be awesome. You don't even have to go anywhere. All you got to do is pull that bitch up on YouTube.
That's going to be amazing.
Okay. We'll just play this one real quick because it's hilarious. So this is exactly what's wrong with most people, is that they underestimate the power of Mother Nature. And I'm just going to say that and then play this. Yo. It just gets launched, buddy. It's blowing, it's real hard. Everybody's standing on the stanchions just to make sure that this giant canopy thing doesn't go anywhere. And then it lifts off, and some motherfuckers hold on.
Oh, no.
Far too long.
That's what I was
dude.
looking at, too, was if
Far
everyone let
too
go.
long.
Oh, that's horrible.
There's just the only... Okay, so there's two dudes that have a really hard time right here. So a couple of these dudes wait way too long. There's a guy back here, I think, that lets go. Yeah, he lets go over here. And he's...
God.
I mean, he's up there.
That's far.
But he might be okay.
Yeah, you won't die, but you'll get fucked up probably.
The motherfucker's still holding on. He's not... It's not going to be okay.
Because a standard building is like 8 or 9 feet tall.
Look at the legs, bro. I mean, he's 20, 30 feet up at this point, and he's just holding on. And he's lost all control.
A stud is 8 feet tall, and so we'll give him 9 feet on the building. And that guy is...
He's at least...
He's almost twice as high as the building.
See, this motherfucker over here, he let off at the exact right time before he died. But still, he's fucking 6 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
He's 10 plus. That motherfucker 20 plus.
Oh, God.
He's going to have a bad time. He might get lucky because as it goes on, it collapses over there. So who knows what really happened? But my guess is
you probably get more fucked up if you just hang on.
He probably didn't have a good night that night. That probably would have been real bad. So
that's horrible.
If the wind blows, don't hold on to the canopy.
That's horrible.
It's a whole thing. And of course, we'll do this one.
Yes.
You've seen this one?
Yes.
Okay, so this one's really funny. It's a gal who's painting a wall by a staircase, and there's a shadow cast upon the wall. And I laughed real hard because I know I've done this exact same thing.
Funny.
The shadow looks like a discoloring on the wall. And so she gets really fucked up and it's like, what the shit? Like, it's gotta go away. I don't understand why it's doing this. And she keeps painting over it.
And her husband's just watching her.
Exactly. He goes, bro, it's a fucking,
it's
a stairwell stanchion thing. Like, it's gonna happen like that.
That's so funny.
Again, I only laugh because I have done that myself. And of course, to end the podcast, we'll go on a lighter note. Thank you, Internet, for giving me something so cute. This is a little black bear being sprayed by a hose and just loving every second of life.
Oh my God, that's so cute.
Oh, that little bear. Look at how little bear gets. Oh, and his little feet. And he keeps grabbing them. They're so cute. It's just like, yay.
He's smiling.
Exactly. He's like, come on. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. See?
That's amazing.
That's how you know we are not a depressing podcast.
That's amazing.
Well, good sir, I think I should thank you for helping to make this grab bag as powerful as it was. It was very good. That was a great story. I can't wait to hear your bits next episode.
Yes.
Your bit, and I hope to bring the fire because I'm not going to be upstage, bitch. We'll see how this goes.
I'm excited. But with that, you guys, we will call this episode 150 to an end. I want to thank everyone for being here. It was an excellent time. It was great. This was fantastic. Great episode. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank Zeke, especially for being our executive producer on this and every other episode that we've ever done. You are fantastic. You are amazing. Thank you to all of our patrons. You help us make this show incredible. Tell everyone that you know about it. Like, subscribe, and share this show so that we can get more patrons. We can take more time off of work, and we can make this show more frequently for you guys and for everybody. We are here to tell you how freedom and liberty, the whole thing. I don't want to go into freedom and liberty. Everything is about freedom and liberty.
We're here to teach everybody how to properly understand their relationship with being an American.
Yes.
And what that truly actually entails and the beauties that can be achieved thusly. And we'll just restate it now for a fact because it doesn't sound like Deborah heard it, and I want Deborah to hear this. We had made a bet back in part 2 about how long it would take us to break down the breaking point segment that we broke down.
Yes.
And we did not have a fully flushed out consequence for losing the bet. But we played Price is Right rules. We guessed how long it was going to take us to break down this clip, and both of us lost without going over. Because we definitely went over, because that's what we do here, because we go over time. And throughout the show, we have determined that the ultimate consequence for the bet is that we each need to, over the next 2 weeks between shows, write out a comedy bit and perform it on the next show. Which part that will be, it will definitely not be part 1 because we need to get liquored up. It'll probably be part 4. I think we talked about that, right?
Grab bag.
So we'll do that. I think probably opening the grab bag. We'll just open it with the bits. We'll do that. So that's the bet. That's what we're going to do. God help us.
I like it.
So there you go, Deborah, and anybody else that's listening. That's going to happen.
So we will see you guys in 2 weeks for episode 151. We'll be covering, the goings-on of the last 2 weeks. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you guys again for everything. Go to saltofthestreets.com for everything you see here. Patreon.com/saltofthestreets. And, of course, our personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Thank you guys very much. Be safe. We love you. Live free. And we will see you in 2 weeks.